Good morning, panel. Can you hear me? Good morning, panel. Can you hear me? Good morning, panel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's better.
Just.
Good morning, panel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine or Sharon, could you make me the co-host? Or whoever's on the other end of this? Oh. Good morning, everybody. My name's Ian Curtis. I'm the Council's Head of Governance. I'm clerking this meeting. I'll be, when a few more people have joined and we're getting on towards 10:30, I'll just have a little chat with you to informally tell you about the procedure. And when the meeting actually starts at 10:30, then I'll be asked to formally go through the procedure with everybody. So good morning. Thank you for joining.
ever seen anything that illustrates a collision, catastrophic collision.
Good morning. My name's Ian Curtis. I'm the head of governance at File Council, and I'll be clerking the meeting. So thank you very much to everybody who's joined with us. There's 5 minutes yet, so there'll be others joining with us. There is a live stream of the meeting as well, so there'll be plenty of people watching. Just thought I'd take the opportunity, if I may, just to informally just go through a few procedural points. We'll go through them formally when the when the panel join us at 10:30 and formally start the meeting. First thing to say is this is an extremely large licensing panel meeting. There are technically 222, I think, participants, 222 parties to the hearing. Not all of them have indicated they want to participate, and a great many of those who are participating are represented by particular individuals. Mr. Newell, who I think is with us in the council chamber, and by Mr. Carr, in the case of those who have made representations objecting to the application. The applicant is represented by Mr. Philip Colvin QC, who's joined us. And the batting order that we're looking to put in place is that we'll first hear from Mr. Newell, who is representing I think 22 of the those who object, plus himself. That means he has, if my mathematics is right, 3 hours and 50 minutes at his disposal, at 10 minutes for each of those who he represents. Clearly, there will be some overlap in the points made by each person that Mr. Newell represents, and so we wouldn't expect Mr. Newell will need to take his full 3 hours, 50 minutes. We have Mr. Carr, Andy Carr, who represents 9 persons who have made representations against the application, plus himself. So Mr. Carr will have 1 hour, 50 minutes to make the representations of those whom he represents, plus himself. Again, there will be some overlap, so hopefully it won't need the full 1 hour, 50 minutes to do that. We've also got or are expecting 6 individual people who have made representations against the application, which are Mr. Barker, Ms. Kath Powell, Mr. Peter Charlesworth, Ms. Jane Russell, Mr. and Mrs. May. In favour of the application, we've got Stuart Robinson, as well as the applicants, of course. We've got Mr. Stuart Robinson, Neil Bannion Roberts, Kurt Zarnota, George Lai, Wendy Swift, and Angela Hornby, who have indicated they want to speak to the panel and make representations this morning or this afternoon, however it goes. So the batting order, we'll ask Mr. Newell first when the meeting starts, after all the formalities, to speak on behalf of those he represents. And then we'll ask Mr. Carr to speak on behalf of those that he represents. And then we'll ask the individual people who have made objection to the application. Then after that, we'll call on those who have made representations in favour of the application and who are attending. And then finally, the applicants themselves, represented by Mr. Colvin. In a licensing panel, we do not have a right to cross-examine. I ask questions of the other parties, but we do have a right to ask the panel to permit cross-examination, and the panel will do that if they think it'll assist them in making their decision. We don't have a summing up, so when each person speaking on behalf of those they represent, if they are representing anybody who has had their say, then apart from answering any questions that are asked of them by the panel or by the other parties, then that is their say. So it's worth mentioning that. I'll just admit a few more people, make sure we've got everybody. Just a note on logistics. We have made available the town hall, the council chamber, for anybody who has difficulty or doesn't wish to dial in from home. That's why there are a number of people sitting in the town hall, which I believe Mr. Newell is one of them. The panel are sitting in another part of the town hall, and they will join us at 10:30. Well, in a couple of minutes. It's just gone 10:30 now. So I don't know if there are any questions anybody's got before the panel join us. Happy to deal with anything, particularly anything logistical, technical or legal, if I can.
I might just raise 2 matters, please. I think you need to be on, get yourself on silent, Phil. First of all, I'm sorry, we just got a little technical issue here. Give me half a second. I'm not entirely aware how long I was to be given to address the panel with.
As a party to the applicant, to the decision of the application, it's 10 minutes. I'm afraid. If you've got any representations, there does seem to be an unevenness. There are goodness knows how many parties. Each has 10 minutes. I've not found any reading of the regulations that suggests that that's not the correct reading of the regulations. If you've got any submissions as to why that might be otherwise, then the panel would be clearly happy to hear them.
Well, yeah, because obviously that wouldn't be sufficient time for us to deal with all the matters which have been raised. And of course, we haven't been pre-notified that we might only have 10 minutes. I'm hoping to be able to speak for round about an hour and a quarter or an hour and 20. There are two principles which govern this. The first is in the regulations that parties shall have an equal maximum time to present their representations. I've never heard it said that the objectors might have what looks like 6 hours between them, and the applicant would have 10 minutes. Obviously, that would create a complete absurdity. The second is that the subcommittee will obviously wish to manage its procedures so as to achieve equity between the applicant and objectors. And to give the applicant 10 minutes, obviously, wouldn't create equity at all. So I'm going to ask the subcommittee if it would kindly exercise its powers, and it does have general powers to handle its procedures so as to be fair to all parties, just to try and squeeze in an hour and a quarter or so for me to make representations. Had, of course, we appreciated that we would be constrained in that way, we would have made arrangements to create a number of people saying, well, we'd like Mr. Colvin to speak for us, we'd like Mr. Colvin to speak for us. And we could have stacked it up for, I suppose, 100 times 10 minutes, and we'd have taken up 16 hours of the subcommittee's time. We've tried to be sensible about it. We've put in evidence in advance so that you can see which way we're going. But obviously it would cause gross unfairness were I only to be given 10 minutes to address the panel. So perhaps that's something we can deal with when the panel comes in. The other matter I was just going to ask you about was when you add up all those times, that seems to take us probably late into tonight. And I don't know whether the panel had any views about that, but it's probably something it's best that we all talk about together, because the way this would normally be done is to try and allocate a compendious time for all those who want to speak for and all of those who want to speak against, rather than simply multiplying by 10 minutes everybody who wants to speak. Certainly between myself and Mr. Pryor, we do hearings in which there are very large numbers of objectors, and usually the panel sets out to achieve some kind of equity. So let's hope that we can pull that off here. Thank you very much.
Panel will be happy to hear from you on that, and from Mr. Newell, who may have a different view on that in response, and we'll take that decision. I see the panel are with us, so let me hand it over to the panel for them to formally introduce matters, then we'll go through the procedure. Madam Convener.
Good morning, Mr. Curtis.
So over to you, Madam Convener, in the panel, where I think all the parties who are expecting are here, and we're ready to commence.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we're ready to go. Welcome to the licensing panel of Fylde Borough Council. My name is Councillor Sandra Pittman, and I'm the convener for this meeting. And I'm joined by Martin Evans, Councillor Martin Evans, and Councillor Viv Wilder, and we comprise the licensing panel of the licensing committee. Also present are the Democratic Services officers, Sharon Wadsworth and Catherine MacDonald. And Ian will now explain how today's hearing will progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Convener, and a little background as well. So Lytham Festival till 2023, the Lytham Festival's attendance limits were 19,999 people per night of the festival. In April 2023, application was made to increase capacity to 29,999 and to increase the footprint of the site. That hearing, the hearing into that application was held in April 2023. But before the hearing, the proposals were modified so that they would result in the 2023 festival having a maximum attendance on the Friday and Saturday night of 22,500 and on other days of 19,999. But the 2024 festival onwards would have a maximum attendance on each night of 24,999. The decision on that application was to limit attendees to 19,999 on all days of the festival except the Friday and Saturday in 2023. And the limit then would be 22,500. The applicant was also, there was also a condition that the applicant would assist the council in setting up a community liaison group to discuss matters concerning the festival. That was the decision which was made in April. This application is to increase the attendance to 25,000 persons on each day of the festival. And the other change which it would make to the current licensing position is that it would give responsibility to the applicants, the organisers of the festival, for organising the community group rather than the council organising the community group. Under the Licensing Act, representations in respect of an application can be made by a responsible authority or by any other person. Responsible authorities are certain statutory bodies which include the police, the Environmental Health Authority, and the body responsible for child safeguarding. Each such body or person, representations can also be made by any other person. Each such body or person is a party to the hearing and has the right to address the hearing. And obviously the applicant is also a party to the hearing. Of the responsible bodies, only Lancashire Constabulary submitted a representation. Their representation asked for 5 additional conditions to be attached to the licence, and they relate to security, and those 5 additional conditions are set out in paragraph 9 of your agenda paper. The applicant has indicated that they accept those conditions, and so the panel is asked to add those conditions to the licence if they indeed grant the licence. There are also 221 representations from other persons, and each of those persons is a party to this hearing. 35 of those other persons have indicated they wish to address the panel, and clearly the applicant is also wish to address the panel. That means the panel will hear representations on behalf of 36 parties. 29 parties who will make representations to you or have representations made to you on their behalf are opposed to the application, and 6 are in favour. Of those who are opposed, a number have nominated persons to speak on their behalf. So Mr. Simon Newell, who has made a representation himself, will also speak on behalf of Janet Turner, Isabel Ward, Mr. and Mrs. Holt, Susan Benson, Edward Cook, A. Arkinega, Mr. L. Woolahan, Hazel Batho, Mr. Simpkins, Sean Porter, Elizabeth Batchelor, David Powell, Mr. N. Turner, Barry Lees, Lynn Pollard, and people named Wilson, Eshelry, Worsnip, Bainbridge, and Harley. Mr. Andy Carr has also made a representation, and he's been asked to speak on behalf of a smaller number of people. He's been asked to speak on behalf of Anya Morris, Mrs. Myatt, Alex Snape, Deborah Carr, Diana Lever, Mrs. I. Martinovska, Petra Martinovsky, and Stefan Martinovsky. Of those who are opposed to the application, we'll also hear from Mr. Barker, John Barker, Kath Powell, Peter Charlesworth, Jane Russell, and Mr. and Mrs. May, who have asked to make representations themselves. You'll hear from the applicant. and representing the applicant is Mr. Philip Colvin, QC. And you'll hear from 6 individuals who have made representations in support of the application, and they are Stuart Robertson, Neil Banton Roberts, Kurt Sarnota, George Lai, Wendy Swift, and Angela Hornby. Now, there is a preliminary matter that Mr. Colvin and Mr. Newell, I believe, would like to address you on, and that's the time to be given to each party. Now, if each party is given an equal amount of time, and if each party was non-aggregated, there would be a significant difference in the time allowed to those who object to the application as opposed to the applicants and those who support it. A very significant difference in time. 3 hours and 50 minutes will be allocated to hear from those, in fact, almost 6 hours will be allocated to those who are opposed to the application, and the applicants would only have 10 minutes to reply. Mr. Colvin would like to address you as a preliminary point and puts you that is unfair and a misinterpretation of the regulations. And I believe Mr. Newell may want to address you in response to Mr. Colvin. So if you are willing to hear from Mr. Colvin on that preliminary point now, Madam Convener.
Yes, that's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning, councillors. I'm Philip Colvin, KC, and I'm sitting in a room with various members of the Cuff and Taylor team. If I can just explain a little bit of the preamble to this, we did know there might be quite a number of people who wanted to talk to this hearing, and so some while ago I asked Mr. Cryer, my instructing solicitor, to speak to Mr. Handley about what the procedure for the hearing might be. And then very kindly, when the agenda papers went out, they went out and referred to the order of proceedings, but they didn't explain that parties might be restricted to 10 minutes. And so the first I knew that I might be restricted to 10 minutes was literally about 10 minutes ago, with the case having been fully prepared. That places me under some constraint, because I think that looking at the breadth and depth of matters which I need to cover, it's going to take me about an hour and a quarter to cover all the things I need to make sure that there's a fair hearing in which all of our representations are properly considered. Otherwise, you're going to be left really shortchanged by me, and you'll be making a decision without having heard properly from me. The last time I did a case with a large number of objectors and supporters, there were 22,000 of them. And obviously, the licensing subcommittee had to make some sensible adjustments to make sure that everyone got their say. And it did so by broadly ensuring that all of those who were on one side of the equation and all of those on the other side of the equation got a broadly similar period of time. In other words, the regulations were interpreted flexibly so as to achieve parity and equity between all the parties. Now, in this case, the objectors go first. I want to hear what they want to say. And quite clearly, I can't both make the application and respond to everything that's been said over a period of 6 hours in 10 minutes. You would be shortchanging yourself and making it almost guaranteed that you'd come to a decision without really having heard the case put properly at all. So it would put me at a very serious disadvantage. So what I would suggest is, A, I don't mind really how long the objectors speak for. I'm not trying to cut down anything. I'm not trying to stop anybody saying what it is that they want to say. But I would like you, please, to get to a point where I'm able to put my case properly. And obviously, I've been doing this for quite a few decades. And my experience tells me that an hour and a quarter will be just about long enough for me to cover everything. It will relieve you to know that I will not be cross-examining anybody. The regulations make it actually clear that you shouldn't permit cross-examination. They also say you can permit questions if you think that would be helpful. And that's in fact what your procedure note says. This isn't a court of law. It's not the Old Bailey. It is an administrative hearing, and my practice generally is that I don't go around throwing my weight around trying to question people or anything of that sort. Everyone's allowed to come and have their say. My say will take about an hour and a quarter. So if you wouldn't mind, please, seeing whether between now and whatever time you're finishing today, 5 o'clock or 4:30, you could arrange matters so everyone gets their proper say. And at the end of it, I get about an hour and a quarter to address you. I would be extremely grateful. One of the things which subcommittees often say, I think it was a form of words which I invented when this act came out and is quite widely adopted across the country, is just to remind everybody that the subcommittee has read the papers, understands the issues, doesn't need to go through everything from top to bottom. And if people could avoid repetition of what's already been said, then that would save quite a bit of time. I'm suspecting that each of the people, I haven't spoken to any of them, but the people who are speaking on my side might want to speak for 5 or so minutes each. And with my hour and a quarter on top, that would make an hour and 3/4. I don't mind at all if you allocate 3 hours or 4 hours to all the other people on the objection side who want to speak. But please, can you allow me to put my case? That's all I want to say. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is very sensible, and we will try to accommodate that. Thank you.
Do you want to hear from Mr. Newell, if indeed Mr. Newell has got a response to that?
If he's got a response, yes, he can now.
Let's speak now, Mr. Newell. Turn your microphone on.
It's on.
Is it on? Sorry. This is the first time, I confess, I've ever done a Zoom meeting. Every other time I've been involved in litigation, it's been almost certainly in court proceedings. It's a pleasure to see Mr. Colvin again. I last met Mr. Colvin about 5 or 6 years ago, I think, in this town hall where I'm now sitting. That was, I think, the only other time I've ever been involved in any licensing application. I take fully on board what he said about this not being a court process, but an administrative hearing. But the general rules of natural justice and law and fairness apply. As far as I'm concerned, he can have as much time as he wants. It's only right and proper that when there is issues between parties, that both parties, there should be equality of arms, and both parties should have exactly the same time to speak. I think, just for the purposes of estimating the procedural time for this hearing, we've used our best endeavours, as I think everybody knows, to make sure that myself and Mr. Carr represent the vast bulk of the people who wanted to make arguments. We have hopefully, as Mr. Colvin says, tried to reduce matters so that there isn't repetition. I equally will have, I think, little or no questions, and they certainly won't be by way of cross-examination. So as far as I'm concerned, I would fall in with your decision to give him as much time as he needs. I would estimate, and we had a hearing, almost a mirror image hearing of this application in April of this year, and I think it ran from either 10 or 10:30 in the morning. And certainly I went first there together with the other people who wished to speak, and we'd finished by lunchtime. It was Mr. Cryer who then made his application, and there was no restriction of time on Mr. Cryer. And I think we started at 2 and we finished about 4:30. And it would seem to me that with goodwill on all sides, we can put all the issues in front of the committee within an ordinary working day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newell.
So, Madam Convener, that I take it that the strict time limits of 10 minutes or anything like 10 minutes won't be applying to Mr. Colvin, and that goodwill will indeed prevail throughout the day.
I think that's sensible.
Thank you very much.
I think there were just a couple of other matters in my introduction before handing back over to you, Madam Convener. just to remind all participants that they can assume that the panel have read all the agenda papers, that they've read the supplementary information that has been put in by the applicant towards the end of last week, that they're familiar with the decision record from the April 2023 decision, and that they've read the impact, that you've read the impact report that was commissioned by the applicants and the council. I also need to mention housekeeping, those who are in the town hall. If there is a fire drill, then please leave by the nearest exit, which is signposted. We're not expecting a fire drill, so if there is a fire alarm, then it will be the real thing. Hopefully that won't happen, and I presume that everybody's been given notification of where the toilets are. So, Madam Convener, that being the case, the first person who you'll be expecting to hear from is Mr. Newell on behalf of the individuals who are outlined in the introduction.
Thank you. Mr. Newell will come first. I would ask Mr. Newell if he could take his time to address each of the 4 principles in turn, so that basically there is clarity to the matters that he is bringing before us.
Certainly. The first application, however, mirrors in some sense an application that Mr. Colvin has made, and it's with regard to the hearing itself and the processes of the hearing. And the application is to adjourn this hearing. And I say that for this reason. I have been in correspondence with Mr. Hambley and Mr. Curtis over the last 2.5 weeks about the processes to be involved. The Zoom process was something that we had no knowledge of. I first contacted Mr. Hambley about that and Mr. Curtis some 2.5 weeks ago. At that stage, it hadn't been confirmed that this would be a Zoom application. I was aware of the law with regard to the procedural aspects of a Zoom application, and it has caused a certain amount of controversy, particularly when it's a large meeting. If there's 22,000 people, that's the only way that it can be accommodated. But if it's a matter of 20, 30 or 40, it's my submission that this would be better dealt with, as it was the mirror image application in April, by a personal hearing.
I must interrupt you there, Mr. Newell. We are where we are. This is a sensible way of dealing with the application, and basically for all parties concerned, we can do this remotely, just in fact in many ways better than we could have done if we'd had another live hearing. So we have to end it there. Basically, if you can start
your my application yet.
Sorry?
Heard the grounds of my application.
I don't think it's going to make any difference. We have got this remote hearing, and we will stick to the remote hearing.
I've been advised by Mr. Curtis that I could make this application today. In fact, he pointed me to the regulations which give me power to make the application and new power to grant it or refuse it. And it would seem to me only proper that you hear the application first. It won't be very long, only a few minutes.
We've got a lot to get through today, and basically we need to start as soon as possible.
Well, if you granted my application, you wouldn't have a lot to get through. We'd do it on another day.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's in everybody's interest to get this sorted today, if at all possible. A lot of work has gone into this by the officers and certainly by the panel, and we need to move on and get this remote hearing. It's going to be just as efficient, in fact more so, if we do this way. So basically I'd like you, please, to start your submission
Right.
to this hearing.
Chairwoman, I will do, but what I would ask finally that you do when you come to your decision in due course is make a note, and of course this matter is recorded, of your ruling, which I submitted made prematurely before you've heard the application, and I can consider how to deal with that in due course. Right. I am only allowed, and I appreciate this, to make observations about the 4 licensing objectives. And the first of the 4 licensing objectives that I'd like to deal with is public nuisance. But before I get on to public nuisance, I want to just set the background for the people I represent and the objections that are being put forward. 2 points I would like you to note. Firstly, that this is not an objection to the festival itself. There has never been an objection to the festival, even at the last hearing, although there seems to be a perception in many quarters that behind the scenes, those who have objected object to the festival per se. This is an objection, and I make it perfectly clear, to the increase in numbers and nothing else. And perhaps in support of that, I can point out that if we objected to the festival itself or the current size of the festival, then we could have made an application under the Act to review the licence that the applicants already have. We've not made such an application. In fact, the last time I met Mr. Colvin in proceedings in this town hall was when I'd made an application to review a licence. So I knew of the procedure. We haven't done it. It's 20,000. Our submission is it should stay at 20,000. The second thing I want to make clear to all parties involved is that this is not a criticism of Live Nation, who are the applicants, or Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor and their team who make the application on their
Mr.
behalf.
Newell, we're talking about public nuisance now. We have read what you've had to say, and basically we need to start. Thank you.
Public nuisance. It's not defined in the Act, but there are general guidance. There is much authority. Mr. Colville will know about public nuisance far better than I do. I live in the town, and there is, it seems to me, and might seem common sense and a logical conclusion, when you impose 20,000 people on a small town of 9,000 population, and those 20,000 people are listening to amplified loud music, and there are all the consequential problems that go with that. Problems might be the wrong word. It's the consequences of having such a festival. There is bound to be traffic. There is bound to be drinking. There is bound to be people who have a thoroughly good time and enjoy themselves, have a drink, but then are discharged into the community at perhaps 11:30, 12 or 12:30 at night and cause problems for a town like Lytham, which is small, urban and residential in the main. One of the main problems is parking. As I say, we object to the increase in numbers. I submit that when there is a festival such as this, then there is bound to be a public nuisance. The issue is whether that nuisance can be managed and whether it can be accepted and whether there should be give and take. Well, there is give and take because we agreed to 20,000. But it seems to me, as was said at the last hearing, when your colleagues made a decision, and they said specifically, we share the concerns about the effect on the community of an increase in the number of people who can attend the festival. We're not persuaded there is capacity in Lytham to absorb the additional numbers. Well, let's just look at parking for the first of the public nuisances that are occasioned. Within the FY85 area, which is central Lytham, it is the area that extends from the old land registry right through to Seafield Road, the full length of the green. It's 1.1 miles. In addition to that, it's about 100 yards wide. You'll know it well. Aside from that, there is limited shopping facilities, restaurants, bars and the like within the town. But the bulk of the town that goes as far as the railway line, I know it continues over the railway line, but the bulk of the town is in fact residential. The festival takes place on the eastern end of the green, but the whole of the green is taken over, all 1.1 miles for car parking. That by definition, as I say, causes a public nuisance for the people that live in the town. It is manageable. It's been manageable to date. But with 5,000 extra people coming to the festival in cars, and it's quite easy to do the maths, I go back to the impact statement that is Live Nation's own document as to the impact on the town. And they say that 75% of the people who come to the festival come in cars. What that means in very short form is that with 20,000 people, we have about an extra 5,500 to 6,000 cars in the community that don't already exist. And when the festival takes place, if it did take place with 25,000 people, there would be approximately 1,500 extra cars. Those are going to be placed, it's said, at a car park in St Anne's. But of course, that's only 500 cars. That means there's going to be 1,000 extra cars in Lytham. We already have the car parking on the green, which takes up 1,500 cars. But as I say, 6,000 cars have to come in Lytham. All these figures come from the impact statement. Where do those 3,500 to 4,000 cars go at the festival at the present time? Where will the extra 1,000 cars go if the numbers are granted? It's already a real problem within the town, but we don't object to it. It's give and take. If the festival's to take place with 20,000, so be it. We'll put up with a certain amount of parking. But if there's an extra 1,000 cars, where do they go? Because they can't be accommodated at St Anne's. And I can tell you where they go. And I can tell you that because I live here, and the 14 or so people I represent all live here. And those cars take up every single space and open bit of ground that's available. They go into Ansdell now. They park down all the side streets. They park opposite garages. They park opposite drop disabled curbs. They park on WO lines. They park across people's driveways and entrances. That happens. It happens already. I know that the Live Nation applicants are using their best endeavours with the police and the Lancashire County Council to resolve that problem, but it still causes considerable issues. If there is 1,000 extra cars, I very simply ask, it's a rhetorical question, but where on earth do those extra cars go? There is just not the infrastructure in the town. And as I say, I don't criticise Live Nation. I don't criticise Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor and their team. They use their best endeavours to make what they can, but they can't magic up large car parks. They can't invent, change, or otherwise alter the size of the community, the road structure of the community, the residential nature of the community. It's there, it's fixed, and it's unalterable. And so in those circumstances, if the increase is granted, there will be considerable problems.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. We accept that parking is a problem. Basically, yes, the applicant will answer this. Lancashire Highways have made no representations, so consequently, we will we can now move on to your next point. Thank you.
I had thought that this would be a hearing where I could make submissions, and I thought that they would be answered by Mr. Colvin or Mr. Cryer. I hadn't realised that it would be a debate between myself and you, Madam Chairman. Let me move on with regard to a further point, because you interrupted and I hadn't finished with regard to parking. Parking in Lytham, for an awful lot of people, means on-street parking. There are an awful lot of people, because we live in the main in Victorian or Edwardian houses that were built before cars were invented, that don't have garages, driveways, or garage facilities. I, for my part, haven't had anything other than on-street parking till very recently. What it effectively does, if you are leaving perhaps your place of work, and mine used to be in the centre of Preston, that I could drive home at 6 o'clock, for instance, and I couldn't park anywhere near my house. I'm not apparently eligible for the residence parking, although I live right in the centre of Lytham. And that meant that when I came back from work, I would have to find a parking space, often half a mile or a mile away from home, and then carry everything that I had back to my house. It quite often took me, when I left Preston Court, perhaps two hours plus to get back to my house for a 25-minute journey. Now, that's not a complaint or a criticism of Live Nation. It goes with the territory of having a festival. But that is only going to get all the worse if the numbers are increased. And that is not just my personal experience. That is the experience of an awful lot of other people. What you have to do, in my respectful submission, is take the character, nature, and structure of the town into account. I take on board your point that Lancashire County Council have not made any recommendations with regard to this, but I don't know any member of Lancashire County Council who lives in the area who has the personal knowledge to make such submission to you. And if there is to be a reliance on that failure to make a submission, then I would ask that in due course evidence is sought so that the reality of what I'm saying can be considered. I've not come here, and I'm sure that Mr. Colvin and others, Mr. Curtis and everybody else would know, to lie, misrepresent, or exaggerate things. I and the other 118 people who raised objections, they are the tip of the iceberg with regard to many of the objections. And I concede that this splits the town. There are many people who support the application, and rightly so, I understand it. But there has to be considered a real issue and the evidence of people who live here. Let me move on to traffic. Lytham, as I say, is a town that's small in nature, and by its geographical construction is a difficult place to get through at the best of times. It's linear and narrow, and one of what might say is the four sides to it is bounded by the estuary and the sea. And the only way to get through Lytham or into Lytham, if you're coming from east or west, is along one, effectively, of two main roads. One of those roads is shut during the period of the festival for a period of about 7 or 8 hours. And what that means is the traffic, and there are many hundreds and thousands of cars, particularly during the rush hour, that travel through Lytham, have to go through other diversions. And the only main diversion that there is through the town centre. There is and has been proposed a diversion through local housing estates. It is convoluted and difficult. It doesn't resolve the problem in any event. If you live in the town centre, the traffic, the snarl-ups and the like are impossible. If you want to commute from outside the town back home, as I've already said, it can cause huge difficulties if you live in FY85 postcode. That is a matter of fact. It's not embellishment, it's not lies, it's the truth. My normal journey, for example, would take 25 minutes from home. It would normally take me, when I was working, an hour to an hour and a half when the festival is on. And it's not just me it affects. One of the people I represent works as a paramedic at Blackpool Victoria Hospital. She lives in very close vicinity to the festival. She has to rearrange her shifts with her employer, which sometimes she can do, sometimes she can't, so that she can get home. If she does certain shifts where the noise is playing, if she's trying to rest, she finds it very difficult. Another person is a school teacher. They work in Lancaster. They're a single mother, effectively, and they live on the Lytham Quays, and they have to come down from Lancaster. They cannot get home. They cannot pick their little boy up in the normal time that they would. These are real difficulties. I'm not going to go through lots and lots of what might be considered small matters, but cumulatively, they affect the town. There is give and take. As I say, we don't object to 20,000 people. There are benefits to the festival for the town. There's benefits for some, and I stress some, businesses. It also causes disadvantages to other businesses, substantial disadvantages, as well as the personal ones I've set out to residents. But it's give and take. But basically, in the bottom line with regard to parking and traffic, what we say, and what seems to be accepted by the earlier hearing, was that enough is enough. The town is full. The town can't take any more. And that's my submission with regard to parking and traffic. Let me move on to noise. Inherently, if you are trying to entertain with popular music 20,000 people in what I believe, and I think Mr. Colvin and his clients, who are professionals in festivals, music production and the like, they will know far better than me. But this seems to be a very unique site. Most sites that I've heard of or seen, if they're open air arenas like this, are in fact in parks, in rural centres or the like. And large numbers, I'm not talking about a small festival of just a few thousand people, 20,000 people, are often in the bigger cities. And Live Nation make a point of this in their application. They're often in the bigger cities with very substantial parks. Heaton Park in Manchester, the park in Leeds where the Leeds Festival is, Finsbury Park, Hyde Park.
Mr. Newell, this is the application for Lytham. We are aware there are plenty of other sites across the country, but we have to address the application for Lytham itself.
Thank you for your very helpful intervention. The reason why I quote other sites, and again, I hadn't finished my submission, is because noise pollution from a festival, and I use that phrase, and it's an emotive phrase, perhaps I should correct myself, the noise from a festival depends on the location of where the festival is set, the geography of the festival. I think that's a fair and reasonable point to make. And the geography of the Lytham Festival, as you say, is Lytham. And what it means, therefore, is that the curtilage of the festival site, it's about 350 yards long and it's about 100 yards wide, is right opposite residential properties. And that means, and when I say right opposite, you'll know, your local people, you'll drive along the promenade, that the fence that is the last fence of the festival on the north side of the green is only perhaps 15 or 20 yards from the curtilage of the houses that it faces. And as I say, I represent people throughout the community, but particularly people who live in that area. And the noise means, again in practical terms, and it's not exaggerated, this is not misrepresentation, that they cannot hear their television in the front room when someone like Def Leppard or Motley Crue is playing. It is very difficult for them. And that lasts for, what, 7 hours? Not 7 hours, from 7 till 11:30 at night. 5 nights consecutively. Now, one of the points I want to make about the noise and it goes through to the application that's being made by Live Nation, is the conditions that are attached to the license. And the proposed conditions are conditions that I raised at the last hearing. Paragraph 27 of the application says this: the noise consultant, that is a noise consultant employed by Live Nation, shall carry out a survey to determine the background noise levels as defined by the Code of Practice on Environmental Noise at Concerts or other relevant nationally recognised guidance. It's accepted that the dwellings in the immediate vicinity will experience sound levels in excess of those recommended in the Code of Practice. And this is an issue with regard to that particular condition. Actually, whether it's the 20,000 or 25,000 people as proposed. Because I submit that it is wrong that the noise levels should be in excess of those recommended in the Code of Practice. And the reason for that, you might think, is fairly straightforward. The Code of Practice, and again, I'll submit to the greater knowledge of Mr. Colvin with regard to this when I hear his submissions in due course. But codes of practice are put in place, not just for festivals, but for all sorts of issues, events, procedures. And the codes of practice are set up and established by professionals, people that know the business, and the like. This code of practice was set up many years ago, and the people who established the code of practice were noise consultant specialists, environmental health officers from large organisations, Edinburgh, London, Brent. There was academic consultants with regard to acoustics, noise levels, health, and there was research noise organisations. And they have set levels for festivals. And the reason they've set the levels is because they want to minimise disturbance and annoyance. It says that in the code of practice. It says it's believed that compliance with the guidelines and other advice given will enable successful concerts to be held whilst keeping to a minimum the disturbance caused by the noise. And my submission is that if the code of practice is designed to do that, then the code of practice should be applied. But the code of practice isn't applied. It's exceeded. And it's exceeded with regard to people in the vicinity. And it's interesting if one looks at paragraph 27, because I've seen no details from the noise consultant as to the two things that are said. Dwellings in the immediate vicinity will experience sound levels in excess. What does the immediate vicinity mean? Does it mean 10 yards, 50, 100, 500? We know not. And it says they will be exceeded. Well, by how much? If it was 1%, 2%, 3%, then it could be argued that's de minimis. Just a minor amount, not worth the effort almost. But if it's being exceeded by 15, 20, 30, 40%, then that is a real issue. But you have no evidence at all with regard to that particular condition. And in my respectful submission, because you have no such evidence, and it's admitted and agreed that it exceeds the sound levels recommended, then that must be something which constitutes a substantial public nuisance that could be avoided. And it can be avoided. And perhaps contrary to my general submission that Live Nation behaved properly and professionally, this is something that they could do to reduce the noise levels and reduce the nuisance. I suspect the reason they do not is because of the nature and geography of the area, that they couldn't produce a festival that accommodated this number of people without exceeding the noise levels. They would be able to do if it was in a field outside somewhere or a rural arena, but they can't here. And in my respectful submission, whatever your decision today, you should not allow that to be a condition, and you should impose a condition that sound levels to anybody in the vicinity of the festival should be a sound level that complies with the code of practice. That's what I want to say about noise levels. Let me move on to crime, antisocial behaviour, public safety. The representation that you have received in respect of those matters come from Superintendent Hardy. And I have seen a letter written by him in a statement that we had on the 28th of November. I've also seen references in what is called the Executive Summary Premises Licence Application, which was annexed to the application that was made on the 19th of October. They tend to mirror each other. We also have an executive summary of the premises license application from the 2023 festival. Because as I say, we went through an awful lot of these matters just 6 or 7 months ago in April. And in that hearing, we heard from a Sergeant Paul Smart. Now he sets out and did set out in some detail the police deployment in the area, which would allow one to say, well, is that sufficient or is it not sufficient to manage public safety, one of the licensing objectives, and crime and antisocial behaviour thereafter. Superintendent Hardy does not set out police deployment numbers and says he doesn't do that for operational reasons. I can fully understand where he doesn't do it for operational reasons with regard to the counter-terrorism threat, because you would not want people to know what your counter-terrorism or anti-counter-terrorism measures are. I do not understand, however, why he couldn't do precisely what the other officer in charge of matters did in 2022-23 and tell us how many policemen are on the street. And if you go through it, we know how many police officers there are, we know how many PCSOs there are, we know how many police horses there are deployed, all in the interests of public safety. What we do know about 2023, because we now have the evidence, but one of the reasons for rejecting the application made by Live Nation in April, their initial application to go to almost 30,000 people, then amended to 25, then later amended to 22. One of the reasons was we could see what actually happened on the ground when there was an increase in numbers. So that increase in numbers was granted on a test basis. And 2 nights, it was 22,500 people permitted. In fact, and only one of those nights was 22,500. And so it wasn't, in my submission, a great deal of a test. But let's go through to the statistics with regard to crime and antisocial behaviour and public order that we have. Superintendent Hardy says there are 11 arrests in 2022. He says that was mirrored by 11 arrests in 2023. It's only a small matter, but Sergeant Smart says there was 12 arrests in 2022. One would have expected there to be some consistency. And the matter that's not mentioned in 2022 is a robbery. And a robbery is a serious crime. Now, that is my field. Robbery is theft with violence. It almost inevitably meets with a custodial sentence. But that seems to have been left out in the more recent figures. But what it does show is that if we had 11 arrests where there was a 10-day festival and 11 arrests when there's a 5-day festival, that the level of arresting is in fact doubled. There is no comment about that. The police don't have any concerns. The police mentioned 31 incidents in 2023. I'm not quite sure what an incident means. It doesn't have, as far as I'm concerned, any specific legal meaning. I understand words arrest, I understand words conviction, I understand words acquittal, but I don't understand incidents. For the police officer to know that, there must be some record of what is called an incident. How do we know what is recorded as an incident and what is not recorded as an incident. It is obviously involves police involvement in some way, otherwise it wouldn't be recorded. In the 10-day festival in 2022, there were 18 incidents. In the 5-day festival in 2023, there were 31 incidents. So it's gone from 1.8 incidents per day to 6 per day. It's trebled. But what we are concerned about is that if that incremental rate continues, there is likely to be, and it seems common sense, an increase in the level of incidents and the level of crime. Some of the crimes recorded in 2023, according to Superintendent Hardy, are domestic violence incidents, drunk and disorderly, and drink driving. There's no indication as to the level of crime, any sentencing, any convictions or the like. There is, in fact, allegedly one sexual assault for which there was an arrest. We know nothing about that. It could be something, and I don't wish to diminish and don't wish to be criticised. When I talk about a sexual assault, all are inherently serious. They're usually men on women, but not always. But it can range from someone, to put it bluntly, grabbing someone's backside, pinching someone's bum, right up to a rape of a minor, a violent stranger rape and sexual assault. We just don't know what it is. It's not defined.
Mr. Newell, we can understand that, yes, there are lots of things that come under the heading of an incident, and it is difficult to pinpoint what exactly happened. But we can go on a long time about this, and basically we have to move on.
Well, thank you for that intervention, because that was just what I was going to do. I just finished. What I am going to say, and that's about crime, but I also want to make mention of antisocial behaviour. And that is, again, a real issue. And it's something, again, I say in fairness to the applicants, and in fairness to Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor and their team, but there's nothing they can do about it in any real and practical terms. Because if you get 20,000 people who come to a festival and they drink, they have a good time, they're lively, they're exuberant, and they leave at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, it's inevitable that there will be some consequences. Not all 20,000 people are perfect. It might only be a few, it might be a few hundred. The vast bulk of people that go to festivals and go to pubs and clubs and bars are honest, ordinary, hard-working, decent people who deserve to be entertained and amused and have a social life. But it's inevitable that within those numbers of people, there are going to be people that behave badly. A few. But if they behave badly, it has real and severe consequences for those people in the community where they are. Let me give you an example or examples. There is, and it's rife throughout the centre of Lytham, particularly when the festival itself or the event has finished and we've got 20,000 people dispersing into the community. And remember, they don't all go home. Many of them go out and carry on drinking in the town centre. Mr. Colville will know the bar where we had our last meeting. They applied for and received a 1:30 AM licence for the currency of the festival. The people that go into that bar can drink till 1:30 and then being thrown out till 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, there's nothing wrong. We're not trying to stop people having a drink at all. But if you've got work the following day and people are carousing on the street at 2 o'clock in the morning, it can cause real problems. There is urination, there is vomit, there is defecation, and there is drug taking that occurs when the festival is on. It's no fault of Live Nation, it goes with the territory. And it's unfortunate that the drug taking in particular is endemic in our society. Just as an aside to reinforce that that takes place, when we had one of the meetings, what I call the SMILE meetings, the focus group meetings, I specifically asked Mr. Williamson, who has responsibility for these sort of matters, a paid council officer, why we couldn't put toilets along the promenade and in the car parking areas. And I appreciate Live Nation have now put some around the transport hubs themselves, but I asked why the council couldn't do it. Because there are only three public toilets in Lytham, one at Lowther Gardens, one that's behind the festival, that I think might well be shut down when the festival's on, and one at the Pleasant Street car park. And yet we've got 20,000 people on the streets, and Live Nation within their own premises put on 230 toilets. Well, there's nowhere near that in the centre of Lytham after the event has taken place. And yet we filled up 20,000 people full of drink and no criticism. What Mr. Williamson said when I asked him why there wasn't toilets was he said, we're not going to put those up because people will use them to take drugs. And that's clear and obvious. So it is a real problem that he expects. I've had it near where I live on a regular basis. It occurs. Many of the people I represent have to go out each day, each morning, after the event for the 5 days and swill down their driveways, their backyards, their parking spaces at the back, the quiet places. That happens as a matter of fact. We put up with a certain amount, but 5,000 extra people is just, I'm afraid, a step too far in our submission. Let me just make one final point before I move on from noise and antisocial behaviour. And it's with regard to how do you deal with antisocial behaviour? Now, it's very dangerous, I think, for any individual to step out if he sees someone urinating up his path or in his car or in his garden. Many of the people in Lytham, me included, are not quite in the first flush of youth. And you wouldn't want to be taking on somebody that's had half a dozen pints of lager who decides to have a pee in your front garden. And so there's no self-control there. I mean, no control that I or others can exert. Many of the people are female. Lytham has an above average age of population. And so one would look to the police to try and help out. But the police, and this is why we went back to numbers before, are grossly under-resourced. Grossly under-resourced. I'll give you one further example of how antisocial behaviour can and is dealt with. And crime generally, because you might well know this from just reading the papers and your own experience. I had occasion just months ago to have to make a complaint to the police. And I think Mr. Colville will remember this. He told me very sensibly at the last time I met him that one of the great advantages people now have as antisocial behaviour is that we've all got, or most of us have got, mobile phones, and we can photograph what's going on. And so when there was antisocial behaviour very close to where I live, my partner, who's a 64-year-old female, went across rather than myself to photograph it. She was told to fuck off, she's an interfering housewife. I'm sorry to use that language, but that's what was said, and you ought to know. And if she didn't fuck off, then they would do something about it. She came back to me in tears and upset, rightly so.
We're sorry that happened, Mr. Newell, but basically we understand the situation. It's not a good idea to approach people because it can lead to unfortunate dialogue. Could you move on to your next point, please?
Yes. The point isn't that you don't approach people. The point is that I'm trying to make is how do the police respond? So I phoned 999. The man was there. He could be identified. He was drunk. We had photographs of him. The police, 999, said there is no incident to investigate. I said, why not? They said, because your partner has come back to your house. She's out of danger. You'll just have to make a complaint on 101. I said, and again, it's my field, that is an offence under Section 4 and Section 5 of the Public Order Act, and you can get 6 months in prison for it. I've sent people to prison for doing that sort of thing. That's not our problem, they said. But when I persisted, they told me that I was likely to be summoned for wasting police time by carrying on with the 999 call. That's the sort of response that you get. That's the sort of response that shopkeepers get in Lytham and nationally if they try and ring the police about shoplifting. It is not effective management, and it happens. And if we have 5,000 new people in town, then that will be exacerbated. I'm coming to the end of my submissions. There are issues with regard, one of them, issue with regard to the application itself and one of the conditions. If I can refer to it, it's condition 38 on the application. Condition 38 on the application says this: the applicant shall continue to arrange a community liaison group whose remit shall be to facilitate discussion between the applicant and the local community about the Lytham Festival. The group shall be organised by the applicant and comprised of representatives of the local community in Lytham and a senior representative of the applicant.
Mr. Newell, this is basically going to be something that doesn't relate to the festival itself. So consequently, we've got to leave that out and revert back to what goes on at the festival under the licensing principles.
Madam Convener, I think Mr. Newell might be about to tie it back to the licensing principles. So perhaps if he could develop his point.
The point I want to make, and I'm grateful to Mr. Curtis, is very simply this. The community liaison group was established at the instigation of your predecessors when they gave their decision in April, and I strongly suspect advice they may well have received from Mr. Curtis. Unfortunately, the liaison group was not set up in the way that we had proposed, and we weren't even consulted about the setting up of the group. It was set up by Live Nation advertising on their website, and the discussions that have taken place have been constructive, but they involve a group called Smile, who are a mediation group employed by the council from Burnley. Now, you only mediate between two opposing sides. It's suggested in that document that the mediation element does not take place, and the focus group is organised by Live Nation. There are issues, as I've said, practical issues, even with 20,000 people, that need to be considered for the future. There's nuisance, annoyance, traffic, pollution, antisocial behaviour and the like. And so I come back to the point that should be dealt with independently. It should be dealt with by mediation. And finally, I say it should be dealt with not just with Live Nation, the applicants, not just with people and residents, whether they be for and against, but our application always was that it should be dealt with by council officials. And the reason for that, very simply, is this, that the presentation of the festival, the promotion of the festival, is throughout either the advertising or the documentation produced by Fyleborough Council put forward as a partnership promotion. And there is real issues here as to conflict of interest. And it would seem, in my submission, that if there is to be a focus group, it should involve all parties to the partnership. That is Fyleborough Council, Live Nation, and residents. There has been an attendance, but no active participation by any member of the council team with regard to these consultations. What I would submit is that that is an attempt by Live Nation, let me put it bluntly, to mark their own homework if they arrange the group themselves. It can't be considered neutral. It can't be considered independent. It can't be considered unbiased. So I ask you to reject that particular condition on the contract, which is moving the goalposts from that which I think your colleagues, I would submit your colleagues and council officials, perhaps Mr. Curtis involved as well, giving them legal advice, from that which was envisaged. All aspects of the festival, including public nuisance, including crime and the like, can be then dealt with. As you rightly say, Madam Chairwoman, with regard to this hearing, we are constrained and limited to the 4 licensing objectives. I accept that. But there ought to be a wider forum where matters that you would consider inadmissible are able to be dealt with. And I regret to say there are not. We've tried and tried and tried to have meetings with the senior executive, the deputy senior executive, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Hamley, Mr. Williamson and the like. We've made very little progress in discussing the wider. This is an application for 5,000 people. We're not, as I hope you appreciate from the nature of my presentation, what I could say radical, extreme, in my backyard. It's not a NIMBY application. This is, if I'm going to use acronyms, it's a BEAR application. It's not in my backyard. It's a big enough already. That's what it is. And those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Sorry, Mr. Newell.
So, Madam Convener, it's the opportunity for yourself and your colleagues to ask questions of Mr. Newell.
Is there any questions, Councillor Wilder?
No.
No, we have no questions to ask Mr. Newell. He's covered everything thoroughly.
Then I don't know if Mr. Colvin wants to seek your permission to ask any questions, or indeed any other party might want to do that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be true to my word, and I have no questions at all. Thank you very much.
I don't see any other person indicating, Madam Convener. So the next stage would be for Mr. Cook, who I think joins us online, to speak for those who he represents. Is Mr. Cook there?
Would it be possible for us to have 5 minutes break before Mr. Cook comes in? Please. 10 minutes would be better.
So perhaps 12:05, Madam Convener, to reconvene.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taken.
Can I just check that we've got Mr. Cook with us?
Ian, it's Andy Carr.
Sorry, of course, Mr. Carr. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
indeed. I can see you there. My apologies.
Just see if my video's working as well. Yeah,
Yes,
there
yeah, you're there. Brilliant. Sorry about that.
you can hear me okay, can you, as well?
Yes, perfectly. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Ian. Now, while I've got you, Ian, you asked at the outset about a bit of clarifications. I've got clearly two different representations to make. I'll do them both at the same time with your agreement. I'll just signify at the point when I'm changing over.
That sounds sensible to me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian.
So that's who's going to speak now.
Mr. Carr.
Mr.
Mr. Carr speaking and then representing. You heard Mr. Carr speak. He had Ian. He had two main points which he was make succinctly. So one will roll to the other.
We're ready to start.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carr.
Good
You're
Good
here to give your representation.
I'm indeed. So can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
So, Madam Convener, members of the licensing panel, council officials, applicant, members of the public, good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the licensing panel. I've just been introduced. My name is Andy Carr, and I'm honoured to be representing the views of Lytham residents as expressed to Lytham Voice. I'll give a brief introduction to Lytham Voice and share with you the views of Lytham residents. I'll not go through all the detail, as this has been submitted to the panel and is of course available on the Lytham Voice website. Additionally, with your agreement, I'll take the opportunity to address the submission from Cuff and Taylor received last Wednesday. Separately, I have my own application which I'll move on to when I've finished with the Lytham Voice representation. So who are Lytham Voice? Just very briefly, Lytham Voice are residents of Lytham's West and East wards who are concerned about the decisions being made without Lytham people being meaningfully consulted or having appropriate public knowledge. Our aim is to enable constructive discussion on the key issues for Lytham and encourage residents to ensure their voices are heard. And thereby, we strive to improve the quality of life in the town. We see ourselves as a force for good, not, as some would have you believe, a protest group, and we have no political allegiance. And as a group, we look forward to continuing discussions on the key issues for the town and offer our support wherever we can be of help. So what have we done to engage Lytham residents? So Lytham Voice was formed essentially over the summer months. And since then, we've created a website and an email address. We ran a survey in September. We've undertaken 2 mail drops to residents of the East and West wards. We've held 2 public meetings, one in October, one in November. We created a petition for a town council, and we ran a poll on the festival.
We appreciate you worked really hard to get the views of Lytham together.
Thank you.
And obviously we can move on to what the concerns are now, can't we?
So what I'm trying to do, Madam Chairman, is go through the process to understand where I'm going to share with you where it's come from. So it's not, these aren't my views, these are the views of the people. And just to make sure that everybody's in the position where they understand where that information has come from. So our public meeting, very well attended. We held it at St. Bede's School in the hall there. And the first meeting, standing room only, with around about 350 attending. The people of Lytham clearly do enjoy a public meeting and they have a lot to say. Some of it good, some of it not so good.
But we need to know what they are concerned about.
I'll get on to that.
Well, basically,
I'll happily get on to it.
we already know a certain amount about Lytham Voice and how and why it's been formed, but we do need to know what the concerns are that you can pick through.
Well, indeed.
And share with us.
Well, indeed. So the first concern is the licensing panel process. And to be frank, it looks to be wide open to criticism. The residents found it difficult to understand what relevant information meant, difficult to understand the processes, frustrated, particularly rejected representations, Residents were upset at the hearing being held remotely, unconvinced that the pandemic processes rather than normal processes is appropriate. Administrative errors. So we had one lady whose representation, she took the trouble to travel from Lytham to the town hall to present it personally on the Thursday afternoon and was told she was too late. When she challenged that, it was indeed rectified and her representation was taken off her. No recognition of certain disabilities or lack of IT assets or capability. The meeting, you could say in some areas, is not inclusive, and by this I mean beyond the practical or to the emotional. Many residents, particularly the retired, are unfamiliar with Zoom and uncomfortable with IT. They tell Lytham Voice they're feeling excluded. Many Lytham residents see no justification why the face-to-face licensing panel could not be run, as it was very successfully in April of this year. Turning to the Lytham Voice survey that we ran, was run online and by physical paper, so we didn't exclude anybody who didn't have the IT assets. The survey checked whether they were residents of Lytham West or East Wards, or whether they owned a business. If you said no to both those questions, the survey essentially terminates at that point. So the views were only from the people who live in Lytham or own a business. Controls were put in place to ensure that there was only one input to the survey per device, so we couldn't get the results being manipulated or duplicated. Lytham Voice submission to the panel includes all the results of the festival questions and the free comments. And certainly the pack I read, it was number 60 in that pack. The survey ran before the application to increase the maximum attendance to 25,000. So the results of that part aren't relevant to the 25, who are relevant to the 19,999. We received 647 responses from residents and business owners to our survey. It covered specific questions related to the festival, along with a free comments opportunity. The concerns raised cover all 4 of the licensing objectives, with nuisance being the most common. And the submission we put in put all those comments under each of those 4 headings, which I know the panel will have studied. The most frequent complaints were caused by parking, traffic flow, noise, access to the green, drinking, rowdiness, and litter. When the panel read the results, I'm sure you will have noticed the key issues are not new, and furthermore are endorsed by Live Nation's and Foul Borough Council's own impact report, which highlights the same 7 major issues. By way of example, to reflect the strength of feeling from the Lytham Voice survey, parking was highlighted as a major problem by 417, that's 75% of respondents. Parking was not a problem for 50 or 9% of the respondents. Access to the green, highlighted by 375 or 70% as a major problem. Green access was no problem for 53 or 15% of respondents. So the nuisance issue, at the current maximum attendance of 19,999, isn't in dispute. I do urge the panel to take time to reread the comments via the survey. Turning now to the public meeting we held on the 7th of November. This meeting was arranged at short notice because of the timing constraints around the panel hearing. So we had just 1 week to organise that meeting, because specifically it was to provide residents with the opportunity to address the festival licence application. The meeting provided background to the licence panel process and how to make a representation. Although hosted by Lytham Voice, this public meeting was open to everyone, i.e. not just the residents of Lytham's East and West. Regrettably, neither Daniel Cuff or Peter Taylor attended. Lytham Voice recognised that the festival is enjoyed by many. Indeed, a theme of our public meeting on the 7th of November was, how do we make the festival better? There was a recognition that better could be different for each of us. Better for many According to our survey, around 70% will be no parking, traffic flows, or noise issues. Or it may be to retain better access to the green. It could be an event that did not provide an opportunity for excessive drinking or rowdiness, or simply no litter or the use of residents' gardens and our streets as toilet facilities. Better may be a community-based, diverse and inclusive event, a more affordable offering, an event embracing art and crafts, not just a series of musical acts, some visible, tangible, lasting benefits for Lytham. Or maybe, panel members, you have your own thoughts. We learnt last Wednesday that better for Cuff and Taylor is more money, with the only option to achieve this being more people to ensure the ongoing feasibility. The panel may wish to consider that Cuff and Taylor have new festival sites for 2024 at Plymouth and Derby, offering the same lineup as we have seen in Lytham. The festival sites, like Lytham, are temporary.
We're not interested in their other activities. We're interested in the Lytham application.
So, Madam Chairman,
Not
make it point.
doing in terms of their other activities, because obviously no organisation stands still, but we are specific to the Lytham Festival. Please.
So thank you. So the information that came out last Wednesday, and the reason I'm raising it, Madam Chairman, is because it's not included in our submission, because we didn't have it when the submission deadline was there. It specifically says that they have to have 25,000 to continue the festival in Lytham being feasible. I put to the panel that Cuff and Taylor have similar events that they are marketing for 2024 with a duration of 3 to 4 nights and a attendance of 15 to 20,000 people. So I'll leave that with you. The public meeting also provided background to the licensing processes and essential advice on how to make valid representations, which has proved to be particularly difficult for those unfamiliar with the process. The majority of the 7th of November public meeting was then taken up with a wide-ranging discussion prompted by the attendees, raising matters of importance to them. The improvements, toilet facilities, more bins, etc., that have been made were recognised and are welcome additions, although nothing is fundamentally different. The overall outcome remains unchanged. The long-standing messages that are recorded in all the feedback and considered by the licensing panel last April remain. There has been no significant improvement. Turning to the material presented to the panel hearing, an analysis of the representations demonstrates that the majority of the support comes from those who do not live in Lytham. Looking at the numbers, in favour of this and supporting the increase, 118 responses. Of those, 23 or 20% live in Lytham. 95 or 80% live outside of Lytham, and some of them are a significant distance away. Against the increase, the total response is 103. Living in Lytham, 85 or 83% of them. Not living in Lytham, 18, which is 17%. So it's very clear, if you live in Lytham, you are much more likely to suffer the nuisance impacts of the festival and do not support it. So reflecting on the information dated the 28th of November and received last Wednesday, Cuff and Taylor clarified that, and I'll quote this, where we can make reasonable improvements which lessen impacts, that is what we will do and will continue to do. This is very good to hear, and we thank you for that. However, of note, it is very telling additional statements in the submission that adds, although this is not a prime driver for us, we also know that if we do not measure up, we will run into difficulties in the next year's SAG process or when we appear before the licensing subcommittee. Looking at some of the issues, parking. Residents' parking zone is appreciated. A request with the residents' focus group to extend the residents' parking to cover all of Lytham was not taken forward to Lancashire County Council. Additionally, Lancashire County Council parking enforcement stopped at 5 p.m. and so becomes ineffective. The response from Live Nation, it's not under our control. Traffic management. Directing festival traffic to car parks does little to help congestion when the parking is on the green. Lytham Voice received numerous complaints regarding Mythup Road traffic issues, which was a signposted diversion route. Road closures at 4 p.m. are a welcome help for school traffic and greatly appreciated. However, it does nothing to help residents who work and return to Lytham after 4 p.m. The resident and business guide was a welcome addition. It does, of course, confirm the significant nuisance caused by the festival site being in the residential and shopping area, i.e. road closures, parking, sound checks, footpath closures, and unbelievably, Lytham Club Day disrupting the festival. Public transport. Bus services, another welcome addition. However, the festival flyer became stuck in traffic congestion this year. Train is a good option and well done Northern Rail for adding carriages, but not very helpful on Sunday when the last service departs well before the festival finishes. Additional toilets outside the festival, a welcome and essential addition. More are required at the 19,999 level, along with additional cleaning and servicing. Meet the makers, an interesting choice of words. Representatives of Lytham Voice attended and took the opportunity to discuss on an individual basis issues. There's a pity Cuff and Taylor didn't come to listen to the open discussion in the public meeting hosted by Lytham Voice. The key distinction being an open discussion versus a private one-to-one discussion. It is noticeable that the latest proposals from Live Nation, we say only received last Wednesday, do not address 5 of the 7 biggest issues. So they don't address noise, access to the green, drinking, rowdiness, or litter. Cuff and Taylor state strongly that they will need to increase attendance by 25% to meet the rising costs and increasing competition. This doesn't wash. As mentioned earlier, they have a new festival sites in 24 for 3 to 4 days with 15 to 20,000 attendees. Apparently, increased efficiency is not available to Cuff and Taylor. Lytham Voice have no doubt the pressure is real, particularly with Live Nation now owning the festival. However, it is clear from the residents' feedback that the town's infrastructure is not adequate to accommodate such a large multi-day event. The temporary nature of the site will add cost. Damage to the green, which incidentally needs urgent remedial action, adds cost. Security, public safety and protection of children in a residential area adds cost. Dangers from the sea and needing to compensate the RNLI for lost revenue adds cost. All festivals face the same challenges. They cannot all grow. Maybe a different formula is needed. What makes a better festival for Lytham? The commitment from Live Nation is an absolute maximum of 25,000, is noted. However, why will the commercial pressures, apparently so prevalent at 20,000, not be an issue at 25, particularly given the ongoing cost of living crisis, inflation, and high interest rates? Cuff and Taylor state, we have made it clear anyway, our current agreement with Farnborough Council expires after the 2028 event. Lytham Voice takes a longer term view. We believe 2028 is just around the corner, and now is the time to be having an open discussion on what is in Lytham's best interest and what sort of festival is better for our town. Perhaps Cuff and Taylor would like to join this discussion. This would surely be preferable to continuing arguments that divide our town regarding how big the current festival should be, how much nuisance are we prepared to accept, and where are the visible and lasting benefits for Lytham. Continuing with Live Nation's new proposals for 2024. Cuff and Taylor state, to mitigate perceived impacts of an increased capacity, what about the current impacts? And perceived indicates a lack of belief that the impacts are real on the part of Cuff and Taylor. That's a belief that isn't shared by the feedback given to Lytham Voice. So the suggestions: a new community liaison team, a welcome addition, although short on detail. How is this different from the telephone numbers, email addresses, control centres, etc., in place and used to justify that all issues have previously been efficiently dealt with? Continuation of the residents' focus group. Cuff and Taylor have more than 20 residents, apparently, who wish to be involved. Why would a Cuff and Taylor group be seen as representative? Lytham Voice could equally put up numerous representatives. Proper administration, minute taking, action points, distribution and transparency for all are essential and missing from the current setup, as are the agreed terms of reference and agreed vision and strategy for the festival, shared values, etc. It's not enough for Cuff and Taylor to say they want to continue with the focus group and add 20 more representatives. What are the criteria for being included and the aims and governance around the continuation of this focus group? Better transport. Park and ride. Not sure how Cuff and Taylor are introducing this facility, given they don't yet have Fylde Council's agreement to the proposed site, although they are selling tickets to the car park. In any event, park and ride is flawed due to everyone leaving at the same time. 500 cars, 1,200 people, all rushing for the same buses. More generally on parking, and to explain why it is a huge source of nuisance, using the impact report information, 75% of festival goers travel by car, 2.4 people on average in each car. So that's for 25,000, 7,700 cars, not taxis, not buses, 7,700 cars coming to Lytham. Official car parks, 1,500 on the green, and possibly, subject to approval, 500 in St Anne's. But if you look at 7,700 cars versus 1,500 parking spaces, this represents a shortfall of 6,200. The additional festival flyer buses are welcomed. Thank you. The proposed one-way on Wharton Street risks carnage in the side roads and ongoing issues on Mythock Road. Has this and the further parking restrictions been approved by Lancashire County Council? Better traffic and parking enforcement. Cuff and Taylor are expecting Lancashire County Council to provide more car parking enforcement and visibility, but nothing is confirmed. Interestingly, Cuff and Taylor promise, and I quote, we will ensure that the police, traffic operatives and law enforcement officers are present and in hotspot areas at peak times during the event. I don't believe they can make that commitment. The proposed new pickup points at Lowther Pavilion potentially creates another bottleneck in addition to the issues at Seafield Road. It is not clear whether this proposal has been agreed with Fylde Council, Lancashire County Council and others. After these additional new proposals, only the additional festival flyer buses appear to be agreed and confirmed. So in summary, Lytham residents gratefully accept all the improvements that Live Nation have made and have promised to make. After all, it is needed. However, let us not lose sight that a better festival for Cuff and Taylor, Live Nation, is a bigger capacity, permitting more people and providing an increase in revenue. This does not resolve or even reduce nuisance, prevent crime, make it safer for the public, or provide better protection for children. It also does not provide a more diverse, inclusive, affordable, or alternative offering, and continues to provide no tangible long-term benefits for Lytham. Feedback to Lytham Voice can be summarised as The effect of the festival's licence activities on people living and working in Lytham is both disproportionate and unreasonable. Finally, I would like to apologise to the hundreds of residents whose comments, both for and against, I have not included in this overview, although rest assured they are within the information submitted and available to the licensing panel. Thank you. Are there any clarifications or questions at this time, or would you like me to move on to my personal representation?
I don't think I've got any questions. Have you got any questions?
No.
No. Basically, would you not repeat what you've already included in terms of your issues about the 4 licensing objectives? Because we do have a lot to move on to, and repetition isn't going to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who am I? So I've put aside my representation for Lytham Voice. Who am I? I'm a resident of Lytham. I live adjacent to the festival site's east entrance gate, the green car park and the road barrier. Somewhere between a third and half of festival goers pass by my house. My objection is based on the following licensing objectives. So I'll start with the prevention of public nuisance. The licensing panel very thoughtfully took the decision last April to take into consideration the off-site impact of the festival on the day-to-day lives of significant parts of the local community and the public nuisance impacts of the festival that occur outside of the licensing site. Indeed, it's with a note that inside the licensing site appears to be very well managed. So it's outside the site. The panel concluded, and I'll quote from the panel judgment from April, that the daily lives for many in Lytham is made less convenient during the festival, and for some is made highly inconvenient. For others, rowdiness and antisocial behaviour become a regular occurrence, increasing the numbers of people visiting the festival risks such problems getting worse. The panel shared the concerns about the effect on the community of an increase in the numbers of people who can attend the festival, and were not persuaded that there is capacity in Lytham to absorb the additional numbers, and that it would be wholly artificial to disregard the public nuisance impacts of any increase. It is our judgment a step too far and would cause significant risk, being an elevation to an unacceptable level. The licensing panel's approach in this regard has been vindicated in the revised guidance on the Licensing Act 2003, issued in August 2023, where Section 182, paragraph 1.5, establishes a key aim to encourage greater community involvement, giving local residents the opportunity to have their say regarding licensing decisions that may affect them. And Section 182, paragraphs 220 and 221, enables licensing authorities to consider what constitutes public nuisance and what's appropriate to prevent it. In April, the licensing committee felt that it would be appropriate for the increase to 22,500 to be trialled during 23, so that the decision on any further application for the permanent increase could be informed by real life experience of the 2 nights in 2023 to which the increase applies. An impact assessment report was commissioned by Borough Council on Live Nation. From this report, it is clear the numbers of festival attendees was greater than 20,000 on only one occasion, Friday the 30th of June. Despite numerous essential improvements being implemented, the toilet facilities outside the festival, litter bins, enhanced bus transfer service, additional green parking, revised on-street parking, my family's experience, like many residents, was not noticeably improved on any of the 5 days. This view is supported by Borough Council's and Live Nation's own impact report, which recognised the major issues of parking, traffic, noise, access to the green, drinking, rowdiness, and of course littering. Of particular note, within the impact report, there are only around 12 of 122 comments that are positive in the open comments section. The advertised means of contacting Live Nation to report issues simply, in my experience, does not work. The phone lines close at 11 p.m, which is just as the issues start to build. Emails promise a reply in 5 working days. That's after the festival's finished. Or the response is auto-generated and often linked to the frequently asked questions. Promoting public safety. Probably the most serious incident of the 2023 festival was the Ansdell lady requiring hospital admission after being hit by a taxi on the 30th of June whilst walking home from the festival. The 30th of June was the only night that more than 20,000 attended. The resident focus group was made aware of numerous people unable to summon a taxi, walking back to holiday accommodation down the unlit Balham and Peel roads. Unbelievably, this issue was dismissed as not the responsibility of Live Nation. It's not hard to envisage that either of these two examples could have resulted in a fatality. At the April licensing panel, I personally raised the serious issues of ambulance response times to central Lytham during the festival. My concerns were waved aside. Indeed, I was assured that because Lytham Festival had ambulances on site, the response would be faster. This was not the reality. During the 23 festival, once again, residents were unable to secure ambulance transfers from Lytham to local hospitals. I offer 2 examples. One, a lady on Westby Street who was forced to give birth at home, and 2, at around 6 p.m. on the 29th of June, Fernbank Surgery, that's at the top of Wharton Street, arranged an emergency hospital admittance for my daughter, who was advised the delayed ambulance getting into Lytham would be too long, and to arrange her own immediate family friend transfer. I raised this example at the Meet the Makers evening, and on their request, I have written to them. The response acknowledges my correspondence and that it has been passed on. Since then, silence. Additionally, the internet, which most people would agree, has now become an accepted and essential form of communication between all emergency services, businesses, friends and family. The internet and mobile reception does not function in the centre of Lytham when the festival is on. This is a major stumbling block and raises many questions regarding the safety of residents who cannot contact emergency services, doctors, friends and family. There are many examples where residents were subjected to antisocial and intimidating behaviour. Simon gave a couple of examples earlier. Being deprived of a means to call for an assistance or report incidents because the internet or mobile phone isn't working essentially could mean that people are not reporting those incidents. Again, I raised this at the Meet the Makers. The response was, sort your internet and mobile phone reception out with your internet and telecoms provider. It is not a responsibility of Cuff and Taylor. Indeed, Cuff and Taylor have Wi-Fi at the gate entrance for downloading tickets. In addition to the licensing objectives, I also object, based on the failure of Live Nation to fully meet the previously imposed licence conditions and the spirit of those conditions. The licensing committee decision on the 24th of April emphasised, and I quote, the need for fuller and more formalised community involvement if the community is to buy into any further expansion, and that any further expansion should be incremental and led by the precautionary principle. A residents' focus group has, with the council's assistance, been established, and I understand 3 meetings held between representatives of the council, Live Nation and residents. Regrettably, the effectiveness of this group has been limited, perhaps by the lack of consultation and agreement at the outset on the terms of reference, which have still not been issued, the membership selection criteria, tensions that existed between those present, and the lack of any minutes to share with the community. Significant improvements are needed.
And we don't want to revisit the problems. It's obviously in its infancy in terms of getting it to work well, but we have Mr. Newell mentioned it, and you've mentioned it. I think we can leave it now.
So if we're agreeing significant improvements are needed, so they meet the licensing panel's conditions from last April, I'm very happy to move on. Parking and traffic identified by all stakeholders as the biggest issue and nuisance. Not a surprise, given the generally recognised view that Lytham does have parking problems, even for much smaller events. I understand Live Nation will look to resolve these matters by establishing a park and ride. Clearly, this is flawed, because even though tickets are being sold, the idea of being able to transport 1,200 people to St Anne's during the busy time, all at the same time, is clearly not practical. To resolve nuisance proposals, a system of no parking restrictions and proposed one-way systems around Mythock Road, Wharton Street, which I think is yet to be approved by Lancashire County Council, may, if approved and implemented, cause additional chaos on the adjoining side streets. There are no confirmed solutions to address residents' parking across Lytham, or indeed to prevent inconsiderate parking and traffic congestion on the arterial routes and neighbourhoods. Making the whole of Lytham residents-only parking was raised at the focus group and dismissed as parking restrictions and parking enforcement is the responsibility of Lancashire County Council. Additionally, it is widely recognised that Lancashire County Council have never effectively policed the parking restrictions during the festival, making them ineffective. There are no confirmed solutions to traffic issues identified in the application. Let us remember, based on Live Nation's numbers, 25,000 people, 74% travel by car, 2.4 people on average per car, leaves a shortfall of 6,200 parking spaces. So in summary, following the lived experience for me and my family in 2023, the committee's previous judgment on the effects on the community and the ability for Lytham to absorb the additional numbers remains valid and justifies the public nuisance impact. Any increase still remains a step too far. The licensing committee licensing conditions for a temporary increase in 2023 to 22,500 were not met. The trial for 22,500 covered one day only and witnessed a serious road accident. The residents' focus group is ineffective and has been poorly managed. Looking forwards to 24, I have not been able to determine any changes introduced or proposed since the licensing panel's decision in April 23, which solved the recognised issues, even at the 20,000 capacity for those living and working in Lytham, even taking into account the 28th of November submission. As such, the licensing panel is encouraged to enforce its own requirements to implement, prior to the 24 festival, an effective residents focus group tasked with determining and mutually agreeing solutions to recognised nuisance and safety matters, taking the opportunity presented in issuing a new licence to impose a temporary reduction in the festival's attendance limit from 20,000 until effective solutions to the extant issues are found, approved by the relevant bodies and implemented. Consequently, I invite the licensing panel to recognise that, although many people enjoy the festival, the adverse effects on the festival's licensing activities on the working and living in Lytham cannot be allowed to continue, and the licence amendment should therefore be refused. Very happy to answer any questions or points of clarification.
No. From you?
Yeah, just one. Thank you, Mr. Carl. I did note that you said that your family didn't experience wasn't improved by measures that were being taken. On the night of the Friday, when the numbers did hit 22,000, did you personally notice any greater negative impact as a family?
Yes.
Right.
Noise levels, time to clear the the site, number of people walking past the house. We are literally on the corner. So as I said earlier, between a third and half the festival goers go past my home. There's extra litter in our garden, in the hedges. The opposite us is the vicarage, which is currently empty, and that is used for all sorts of toiletry facilities and so on, because it is empty. So on the Friday night, there's noticeably more people, which takes noticeably longer to clear, and the noise is noticeably louder.
Thank you. Okay.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Carr? Mr. Colvin?
Thank you, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Madam Convener, we've got 6 individuals who have registered to speak, who haven't been represented by Mr. Carr or Mr. Newell, who are against the application. And then we've got the speakers and the applicant, the speakers in support and the applicant. I don't know whether now would be an appropriate time to break for 45 minutes or so lunch.
That's it.
4:45.
Why don't we hear a few more? Do you think?
I think we could go on till 1:30 and get yes.
In that case, the next person who is registered to speak is Mr. John Barker, and he's speaking on behalf of Glengarry Management Company. Are you with us, Mr. Barker?
I'm just trying to get. Can you hear me?
Can't see you. Somebody can switch on the. There we are. Yeah.
Apologies, that was me.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I was going to follow Simon Newell's application for an adjournment of this hearing, but you precluded him from carrying on to make that application. And I have a major point to make to you. I think the committee should carry out this adjournment because they should consider that you recusing yourself from hearing this application. I have a major point to make on this because you as councillors are also de facto trustees for the owners of the green. And the applicant could not be making this application without financial discussions with Fylde Borough Council in regard to parking thereof. And furthermore, Fylde Borough Council promote the festival in partnership with Live Nation.
Mr. Barker, this isn't going to address the application that we're looking at, and consequently,
if you're going to terminate my notification to you, what I'm saying, then I need you to admit and say that you are not going to recuse yourself from this hearing. I was going to give you a very clear observation, and that is, for example, and you need to hear this, if Lytham Heritage owned the green and 3 of their trustees were also councillors hearing this application, they would have to recuse themselves.
I'm going to hand this over to our legal officer, Mr. Curtis. Thank you.
Madam Convener, I understand the point that Mr. Barker is making, but I think it's misguided in that the licensing legislation only allows the licensing authority, which is the Borough Council, to make licensing decisions. There's no alternative route for licensing decisions to be made. They have to be made by a panel of 3 members of the licensing authority.
With
perfectly possible and indeed normal and commonplace for licensing applications made by the council itself, which comprises the licensing authority, to be dealt with by the licensing authority. And again, there is no alternative for than that to happen. So my advice to you will be there are no grounds on which to recuse yourself from this hearing.
Mr. Curtis,
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. I hope you accepted that, Mr. Barker.
I don't accept that, and I just.
I'm sorry, I can't change the legal advice, and I'm certainly not going to go against the legal advice. So consequently, we are where we are. And
Exactly.
if I haven't got anything more to say.
Can I make the point? Can I make the point to you that you formally accept that you're not recusing yourself from this hearing?
I don't have any comment at all because I've listened to Mr. Curtis, and basically I do not see that you have a point here. Thank you. Do you have anything more to say? Or
No, I've said my point, and I've noted that you're not prepared to adjourn the hearing. You've not prepared to accept Mr. Newell's view on the reasons why you should adjourn the hearing, and that you're not prepared to recuse yourself for the reasons that I've put forward.
You're just repeating what you've already said, Mr. Barker. Consequently, we do have to move on to the other representations if you have completed what you have to say and haven't got anything further to add. Thank you.
So, Madam Convener, the next representative is Kath Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last year, the licensing committee stated the following: the increase to 25,000 people is, in our judgment, a step too far. Increasing the capacity of the event by 25% to 25,000 people would cause significant impact on the community. They also said that we are not persuaded that there is capacity in Lytham to absorb the additional numbers who would visit the festival, and that it was clear from the evidence we heard that daily life in Lytham, for many Lytham residents, is made less convenient during the festival, and for some, it is made highly inconvenient. For many, getting access to their homes in a vehicle becomes something that has to be planned for and even negotiated. For others, rowdiness and antisocial behaviour, even to the extent of the use of public and private open spaces for toilet provision, becomes a regular occurrence. Increasing the numbers of people visiting the festival risks such problems getting worse. So that is what the licensing committee said last year. So I ask you, the licensing committee, this year, what has changed? The answer is nothing. Despite the applicants trying their best to persuade you otherwise, nothing has changed. And I and many Lytham residents have had enough. We are totally fed up. And we've actually lost all faith in a fair and democratic process when it comes to Lytham Festival. We still have the same issues that we've had for years. Forget the increase to 25,000 or even 22,500. We've had the same problems at even 20,000 or less, but nobody listens to us. The licensing guidance confirms that it is important that the licensing authority focus on the effect the license activities have on people living and working in the area, which may be disproportionate and unreasonable. I believe that you, the licensing committee, represent wards in rural Fylde and St Anne's. So I would like to ask you a few questions. Will any of you, the licensing committee, be around in Lytham from 4 o'clock till midnight each evening to witness firsthand what we have to put up with? Will you be coming to our homes and clearing the vomit from our properties, picking up the bottles and cans thrown in our gardens, or disinfecting the urine off our garden walls? Will you be breaking up the unreported incidents of domestic violence and other disturbances that regularly take place outside our homes? And these are in addition to the figures that Simon's already mentioned, because these are unreported. Will you be reassuring parents that their children are still safe to walk home from school, crossing busy roads with the increasing traffic and the diversionary routes now going past their schools? Will you be apologising to families whose children have had a disturbed night's sleep on a school night due to the excessive noise? Will you be explaining to the local brownies that they can't meet that week due to the traffic chaos? Will you be ensuring that our sacred green is protected for years to come? Will you be taking note of all the drugged up and drunken people? Will you apologise for the traffic chaos which causes major problems every year, with up to an hour added on our journeys trying to get home from work, and then when we do arrive home, we have nowhere to park? Will you apologise to the hard-working Lytham Club Day Committee who feel that their day is ruined because families can't sit on the boarded off green? Will you apologise to the residents whose daily walk is disrupted for up to 3 weeks and access to the prom denied? How do you reassure us that everything will be okay when every year we don't have internet and Wi-Fi?
Madam Convener, it may be worth making the point here that the object of this part of the hearing is for those who have made representations to amplify those representations. It's not an opportunity for questions which I take to be rhetorical to be asked of the panel.
Okay, so you will surely...
I certainly think that your object to make us all feel extremely guilty for every single incident that you've outlined.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. It's not at all that. I'm just explaining that you don't...
Not what you're explaining, but basically you are representing other people rather than asking...
I'm not representing other people. I'm representing myself. And this is... I live in Lytham. I'm making the point that the three of you have nothing against you personally at all, and it's not personally, and please don't take it personally, but you don't live in Lytham, so you do not know what we have to put up with. You don't have that lived experience as we do. So I'll continue. You will surely agree that all of the above are a major disruption to everyday life for the duration of the festival. It is, in the words of the licensing guidance, disproportionate and unreasonable. Let's look at last year when, despite the reservations of the committee, the licensing panel agreed to a 22,500 people on condition that the applicants assisted in the setting up of a focus group. Well, what a waste of time that was. And it's not just me saying that. I was one of the residents who attended, and 8 out of the 10 of us who attended were all under the same opinion that it was just a tick box exercise for the applicant, so they could come back here today and say, we did.
Basically, this is not going to address the 4 licensing principles for the festival application this year. So really, this is not helpful. So could you move on to points that we can consider?
It might not be helpful, Madam Chairman, but I'd just like to make the point that at that first SMILE meeting, there was very little agenda. The agenda offered very little opportunity for the residents to put their points across. And when I asked the independent chairperson of the SMILE meeting what the agenda was about, she pointed out that the agenda was given to her 10 minutes before the meeting by Peter Taylor. So that wasn't very independent.
The dialogue that has gone on in 2023 is considerably better than the dialogue that maybe went on before, but it is not helpful in determining what we're doing this year, and consequently I have to basically ask you to desist from these points you're making about the focus group, please.
Okay, so last year, to correct the fake narrative that all Lytham businesses benefited from the festival, I videoed those who were negatively impacted by the festival. You would have seen the video as I shared it in confidence to every file councillor. I made it quite clear that it was in confidence, as I didn't want the businesses who spoke out to be negatively targeted. I was disappointed that one unscrupulous councillor decided to share it publicly. However, the video quite categorically proves that many businesses are actually inconvenienced and some actually lose money during the festival. Last year, the licence committee granted a 2-day licence before the tourism and leisure rejected the park and ride scheme at St Anne's. This year, I believe it's the executive committee who are meeting tomorrow who decides on the park and ride on the green and the park and ride at St Anne's. I am sure you know that by now you will know that the applicants are not only advertising, but they are already selling tickets for the park and ride on the green at St Anne's. That's a whole 10 days before the council decides on whether or not to grant permission. Apparently, the council were caught off guard by this.
I think we're going to have to leave this to the safety group of the council to sort this out. It's not something that we can do anything about, and certainly we're not able to move on to the 4 licensing objectives if it persists in this argument.
Okay, so let's look at the people who are writing in objecting to the festival, which Andy's already mentioned. 85 of them live in Lytham. They all have genuine issues and concerns about the disproportionate and unreasonable impact of the festival. However, out of the 118 who wrote in favour, only 23 live in Lytham. So 95 of them don't live in Lytham, and they have no idea what us, the residents, have to put up with. And out of those who wrote in favour, 14 of them are from the charities and organisations who have received donations from Cup and Taylor. The majority of the rest are family and friends of Cup and Taylor. Both the organisations and the friends were approached by Cup and Taylor, who asked them to write in to support the application. Now, don't get me wrong, looking at their impact assessment, the £6,000 that was given to local charities last year is great. But since when does charitable giving have strings attached? And isn't it scraping the barrel to have to rely on family and friends to write in to support an application? To summarise, Cuff and Taylor have very kindly produced a timeline of how the festival has grown from a small charitable event to a multi-million-pound international business. To date, the infrastructure hasn't grown with the festival, but the antisocial behaviour and the other problems have. Year on year, many of the reported problems never get rectified. Just take the green as an example. We won't have a green soon. The council have allowed Cuff and Taylor to fill in the dip, which was once the bowling green.
Look,
this isn't the point. Cuff and Taylor, the dip was an inconvenience.
It's not part of what we can consider.
It's public nuisance, Madam Chairman. It comes under public nuisance. Let me explain why. Because to Cuff and Taylor, that dip, which was the old bowling green, is an inconvenience to them. To my family, that dip was a safe place for toddlers to play, a little hill for roly-polies and a sunken spot for picnics. But the council didn't consult with the public before they allowed one company to change it forever for the sake of commercial gain. And what's happened to that area? There's now flooding. So the council have brought the contractors back in to ask why. It never flooded before.
This is a matter that for obviously the council to consider, but it is not something for us to consider at the moment.
For me, it comes under public nuisance, Madam Chair, but anyway. We're only looking at the 4 issues here that fit into the licensing criteria. But as Andy has mentioned, nobody listens and takes into account we have nowhere to go with the other issues. Now, I know that's not licensing, but I just want to make that point. Nobody is bothering about the other issues. The festival is proving to be very divisive, and it is splitting the town. It's even splitting groups within the town. And each year, the conflicts of interest between Cuff and Taylor, the council officers, as well as the councillors, increase. However, the backlash has started, and people who have never complained before are finding their voices and questioning the council. So instead of being held to ransom by Cuff and Taylor, this is your opportunity to say enough is enough. And this decision is actually very easy for you today, as the decision has already been made by last year's panel, who stated that the increase to 25,000 people is, in our judgment, a step too far. So that's it then, because if it's 25,000 or nothing, you have already made your decision, so stick to it. It's time for Lytham Festival to relocate to a different venue in a different town. Yes. Thank you.
I personally have no questions for you.
Neither have I.
No.
Do either? No. We have no questions. Does Mr. Colvin have any questions?
No, thank you very much.
And I can't see anybody else indicating any questions. So the next contributor is Mr. Peter Charlesworth. Mr. Charlesworth with us?
Hello, can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Peter Charlesworth and I live at Central Beach in Lytham on the second floor, and I overlook the festival directly. So I'm speaking as a local resident, and I speak only for myself. I'm a social work England registered social worker, qualified from the University of Oxford with a master's degree, and I've held numerous offices in local government in relation to adults and child safeguarding. I've also worked in relation to the public inquiry into child sexual abuse and been the head of safeguarding at a national charity. And I'm also a Home Office approved prevent trainer in relation to the counter-terrorism strategy. I tell you that because it might become relevant in a moment. Given the marshalling of the chair of the panel, I'm going to try and specifically address my comments, and there are 5, although I think I might only get to 4 of those, directly to the licensing objectives, specifically in relation to the protection of harm from children, which you'll have seen from my earlier written submission. Given the last minute circulation of papers, and I'll add, and the subsequent retraction of my private confidential data document provided by Cuff and Taylor, the applicant is clearly concerned to focus on safeguarding matters, particularly the protection of children and harm, and quite rightly so. Underlying my concerns regarding the application are themes of both quality and substance. Quality in terms of the planning and substance, quality in terms of the event planning and substance in terms of the omission of key assurances associated with the licensing objectives. Highlights the protection of children from harm with the wider definition of public nuisance and public protection. Firstly, I want to start with the admissions policy of the festival, as this sets the scene for my latter points. Panel will see at point 13 in the application, and I quote, "No unaccompanied children should be allowed on the premises at any time." I will remind the hearing, as I did this April, that a child is someone who has not yet attained the age of 18 years. That is to say, a child is someone who can be 17 years and 364 days. In the executive summary provided by the applicant, the age policy, point A, it states, no one under 16 will be admitted to the site unaccompanied. Under 16s must be accompanied by a ticket holder over the age of 18 at all times, and accompanied at all times by a ticket holder over the age of 18. This is repeated on the website in terms of the terms and conditions. The inference from this somewhat mixed message is that children aged 16 and 17 can enter the festival unsupervised. I raised this issue in April and I raise it again today because there is no information provided by Peter Taylor, the applicant, as to the admission of children as legally defined to the festival. Indeed, his application firmly contradicts the admission of unaccompanied children to the website. So I put it to the panel that you may want to consider this point as a point for clarification, if not a point weighted in argument against the application. Furthermore, briefly, the executive summary defines a child found without a parent or guardian as lost. So now we have the potential scenario of hundreds and 16-year-old children who, according to the license application, are freely admitted to the site been deemed to be lost children within the festival site. There is an inherent contradiction and a fundamental flaw on admissions. The panel must consider this. The second point is on procedures, safeguarding procedures. I made this point in April and I'm repeating it again because the situation has not materially changed. The absence of a safeguarding charter, policy and procedures in the public domain, I emphasise, is notable. As far as the public are concerned, the applicant has not provided any robust details regarding meeting the licensing objective of the protection of children from harm. There are no safeguarding plans or mitigation for the public, including how to raise a concern, and no information detailing the designation of festival safeguarding officers and furthermore the safeguarding awareness training of all event staff. I draw the parallel to Part 9 of the police conditions stipulated. Given it is not known what arrangements are in place for reporting safeguarding concerns for children or adults at risk at the festival, for example, what mechanism is in place for referral to external agencies if the need arises, or indeed information for people attending the festival on how to report a concern for a child at the festival, it is now evident this fundamental omission in the available plans renders the application deficient in terms of this fundamental licensing objective. And the panel will know all too well that this objective in itself is significantly weighted in terms of your ability to approve the license application. The applicant, Peter Taylor, has refused to make available to the general public any existing safeguarding plans and control measures in any detail, and I've tried. Such a stance significantly impedes the effectiveness of any such plans should indeed they exist, and I'll come on to those. If the decision for not yielding the applicant's safeguarding procedures has been taken for commercial reasons, as has been suggested to me, then it now appears quite transparent as to where Peter Taylor's priorities lie. That is to say, the pursuit of profit rather than the protection of children from harm. In discussion with Lancashire Police last week, I have been informed that a policy and procedures do exist. However, these are contained within a restricted document and have been declined for sharing with the wider public. It was agreed with me that it will be beneficial for the policy and procedures to be peer reviewed, if not made public. It was also acknowledged, has been confirmed to me by the Child Safeguarding Assurance Partnership Senior Manager, that there is no oversight from Children's Services as a responsible authority on the Safety Advisory Group. Rather, Lancashire Police are expected to escalate concerns to CSAP. In view of my dialogue last week, it may be the case that this crossover role is not fully understood. So I think the citation that I hope is not referred to in any detail, given the privacy matters relating to that have been taken forward in another domain, I think the citation of Superintendent Hardy as included in last Thursday's document has been overstated. And I can say that because after all, it was me he was in dialogue with, and it was me he had a very long conversation about my safeguarding concerns about this festival. So I put it to the panel as a question, as a suggestion, whether the policy and procedures be made public, and ask whether they may be, as a condition, if not a barrier to the approval of this licence, be made available for independent peer review by the Safeguarding Children's Partnership or an equivalent independent reviewer. My third point in relation to harms to children. As a resident of Central Beach, I have observed that violence towards women and girls has been a problem requiring police intervention. Lancashire Police have confirmed that there were a number of arrests relating to domestic violence, harassment, assault, and possession of Class A drugs for the 2023 festival. There was also one sexual assault, and all these are imputable to Lytham Festival. Harms. Children may be at risk of harm from the following ways. The further extension of the licensing hours, together with the proposed increase in numbers of adults consuming alcohol, will expose children to risks associated with their own potential consumption of alcohol within and outside the festival, and, as importantly, witnessing intoxicated adults whose behaviour, including violence, may on occasion cause distress to a child, resulting in psychological harm, and that is not to be underestimated. Given, as highlighted above, there are unanswered questions about the admission and supervision of teenage children, children supervised or otherwise, particularly teenage girls, may be at risk of physical harm from intoxicated adults and potentially other teenagers. Physical harm could include violence and sexual violence to children. The recurrent themes of crime and disorder, intoxication, and violence, particularly towards women, as cited above, are noted within the other objecting representations. Whilst the applicant states there'll be a zero tolerance towards drugs, it must be acknowledged that drugs misuse will occur within and outside the venue. The presence of any drugs represents a risk of significant harm to children. A child may also inadvertently find drugs on the floor of the festival, as reported by Lancashire Police. Of greater concern is the risk that children may be exposed to drug dealing inside and outside the venue, and there is a potential for children to be harmed by the criminal exploitation associated with the drug supply chain at such an event. Nitrous oxide consumption amongst teenagers appears to be particularly prevalent during the festival around the venue, the harms of which are now widely known. I note in the executive summary submitted by Peter Taylor for today's hearing that he refers to nitrous oxide as a legal high. Well, nitrous oxide is not a legal high. From the 8th of November 2023, it's a classified illegal drug. So I think that's some indication of the quality that I was alluding to in my opening statement as to this application. The fourth point, and this will be my last point, I think I'll omit my fifth point in order to speak within the time allowed to me. That was on the vetting and, of door security. It's an important point, but I perhaps will skip that. The fourth point on counter-terrorism. And I'll tread carefully here. I've a wealth of training and held responsibility in relation to peer reviewing, safeguarding in relation to preventing counter-terrorism throughout the United Kingdom. For 4 years, I was a peer reviewer and advisor to the Office of Security and Counter-Terrorism for that purpose, whilst doing my day job as a local authority senior officer for safeguarding. The increasing capacity may increase the risk of a terrorist attack. And whilst the current risk of an attack remains substantial, meaning that such an attack is likely, it is now the case, due to an increase in global conflict and challenges domestically, that the risk has become much more dynamic, if not reclassified at the level of COBRA. This is reflected, I think, in the detailed stipulations made by Lancashire Police, Part 9 in the conditions to the application, regarding the structured counter-terrorism training of all festival staff. This is a material matter that engages all of the licensing objectives. I note that in none of the submissions, the executive summary, the last-minute personal statements of Peter Taylor and Daniel Cuff received on the 28th of November, last Thursday, which contain much emotive and personal rhetoric, there was no reference to how these conditions stipulated by Lancashire Police are going to be fulfilled and how the accountability framework is going to be met. ACT and other training referred to is not security protected training. ACT is part of a national public campaign. Much counter-terrorism training, ACT awareness training, safeguarding and prevent training, it's all in the public domain. So there is no argument to suggest we can't discuss what we're doing in relation to these stipulations. There's no argument, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of we can't discuss that because it's a security matter. All that training is public facing. The panel are asked as part of this objection, as a responsible authority in your own right on behalf of Foulborough Council, the responsible authority in your own right, the licensing team, to veto the application in the absence of any application plan to meet these formal stipulations by Lancashire Police. Further, I argue it's within the scope of the hearing to determine that if there is no plan in relation to these stipulations available today, there can be no approval. I will pass over the vetting and checking of staff that work supposedly as SIA, as security staff on the gate for purposes of operating within the time limit. In brief, in my conclusion, I've reflected on this, and I think you are in something potentially of a double bind here, particularly in relation to the submission received by us all late Friday, in terms of it is either approve our application for an increased number indefinitely to the end of the license, or its extinction. So it almost felt to me, I'm sharing, it's become a bit of a double bind for you. And from my perspective as a child protection and adult protection practitioner, it's an ambush of extinction versus the protection of children from harm and the wider issues of public nuisance. I believe the focus points I've raised today put in sharp relief the shortcomings of this application, specifically in relation to the crucial objective of the protection of harm from children, if not wider public protection. Finally, the application should be refused as failing the tests set out in the Licensing Act 2003 and associated regulations and guidance. Further, if refused, it should be noted the current licence appears not well founded upon the majority of points within this argument with regards to the protection of children from harm, and the panel are asked to consider whether the existing licence should now be reviewed without delay. That's all.
Just like to point out that the panel does not have it within its responsibilities to institute a review of the existing licence. Madam Convener.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. No. Any questions? No? Okay. Does Mr. Colvin have any questions?
No, thank you. I do not.
Okay. So we can move on to the next representation.
Which is from Jane Russell. Madam Convener, is Jane Russell there with us?
You're all right, aren't you? Go.
I'm okay to carry on.
I'm fine for now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I need after that.
Yes, we can carry on.
Just this one.
Is Jane Russell there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I live in Lytham on the beach, and most years I go to and thoroughly enjoy the festival. But I do have concerns about the impact of the festival on those who don't attend. For example, my mum's in a care home not far from the festival site. I was really pleased to see in Cuff and Taylor's supplementary information that we received last week that they do acknowledge that some people in Lytham will experience a negative impact of the festival. And it's for those people I wish to add to my points in my representation about public nuisance. I have 3 points and I'll be brief. Firstly, the finishing time was 11:30. In 2023, the drinking up time and in effect the event ended at 11:30. In previous years, I believe it was earlier than that, about 11 o'clock. But this year, 11:30 as an end was problematic because what it did was extend the hours of public nuisance. Public nuisance from noise, people leaving the festival, car horns and lights from those trying to exit the green, and traffic gridlock around the town. So therefore, those who go to bed before this time, who live in the area, may experience disturbed sleep. This is important because, as said previously, the festival is now held in term time and affects children, and it is for 5 nights. A finish condition of earlier than 11:30 would actually help. I'm a pragmatic individual, so I'd like to suggest a solution. Indeed, while this festival, which is also run by Live Nation, but with a different promoter, has a finish time of 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday night, expressly because, and it was in their planning meeting minutes, of school on Monday. This condition was added, I believe, by Haringey Council. And so the finish time is something that the panel could consider. Secondly, the breakdown of the staging which occurs through the night.
My representation included that breakdown of the festival occurs immediately after the Sunday night event is over. The crew work straight away through the night, and this involves lorries moving, wagons, lights on and noise, bins being cleared, etc. The beach residential area does include 2 care queues which face directly onto the festival site. I raised this because normally industrial activity wouldn't be allowed in a residential area for it to happen through the hours of the night. I'm asking the panel to consider the cumulative impact of public nuisance over 5 nights, but not just 5 nights, it's 5 nights plus 1 night through the entire night. This cumulative impact of noise is actually recognised already in the National Code of Practice for Noise at Festivals. So, for example, the recommendations of decibel levels, they alter whether the festival's for 1 or 2 nights, 2 or 3 nights, 3 nights plus, etc. So the cumulative impact of public nuisance matters. I believe the panel can take account of this cumulative impact of public nuisance by doing like Haringey and impose a variation to be potentially, you say, not the existing licence, but certainly if a new licence were granted, that work only starts at, say, 7:30 AM on Monday morning, and that it does not go through the small hours right through the next day and beyond. My points about finishing times and not breaking down through the night do apply whether at 19,999 or at 25,000. Another public nuisance aspect that I raised was the absence of Wi-Fi and mobile reception. And this was particularly bad in 2023 with electronic ticketing. I wrote in my representation that I had people knocking on my door asking if they could use my Wi-Fi. And I've since discovered I wasn't the only person this happened to. Now, I don't mind that, no problem with coming in, people knocking on my door. But other people, the elderly, for example, may have an issue with this. And if the numbers were extended to 25,000 for electronic ticketing, I can only see the problem potentially getting worse. So in summary, I really appreciate that you as the licensing panel, you have a challenging job because you've got to balance both commercialisation of increased numbers and community well-being. My points illustrate that these issues remain whether they're unresolved at 19,999 or 25,000. I hope the panel will consider variations in the conditions as applied for, to actually consider the lives of living residents, those who are young and those who are elderly, i.e. those who do not benefit from the festival in Lytham at all. They don't attend and they receive no commercial increase in turnover and they don't have a business associated with the festival. Those people are relying on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No questions here. Does Mr. Colvin have any questions?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can move on.
Madam Convener. Yes, and the next name that I have is Mrs. A. May. Is Mrs. A. May with us?
No,
Mr. May is.
Mr. May I've got as well, yes.
Yes.
Mr. May.
Well,
Hold the button. That's it.
yeah, sorry, my wife's been called away, unfortunately. But we did come together. I'm Mr. May, and my wife's Mrs. Stefania May.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, when I started the objection, the points which I was going to make have already been well covered by Mr. Newell, Mr. Carr and Kat, regarding public nuisance, traffic, noise pollution, antisocial behaviour. For me, there's been no change last year from previous years, given the pandemic and everything else. But there's been no change. It's the same chaos, the same antisocial people wandering around, causing havoc. And basically, in my view, that site isn't suitable, both from
access, egress, and safety. And it should, in my view, be moved to a more suitable area. But leaving that aside, and given some of the points that Mr. Newell said, that all right, it's there, we've got to make it better, improve it, or whatever. And it is what it is, but it does need to great improvement on such basic things as controls, safety issues. But one thing that did concern me in the initial objection, I mean, I don't want to repeat and be repetitive, but this came as whether it was propaganda, but the benefit to businesses in Lytham would be 9 million. This was put forward by Cuff and Taylor. Now, the straw poll, people who've gone around Lytham asking questions, it's far from that. And most of the money spent have been outsourced to other companies outside Lytham, not to people in Lytham. So I failed to see where they generated this 9 million. And what concerned me most of all was the fact that it became part of the application by Cuffy and Taylor, but wasn't checked by licensing.
Mr. May, it's not something that we can take into account. The money aspect of it is not our issue. So basically, although the chairman statement
it's part of the application, so it must be. You can't check it out and then say it's not to do with it.
It's not part of what we can consider. It's not part of the 4 principles. Basically,
it was sold to
we
us.
read it, but we discount it.
Right. All right. Well, on that case, yes, my objection is in support of Mr. Newell, Mr. Carr and Kath, which is the same, basically the same issues. So that I'm forming my objection as part of on piggyback, if you like, on their objection. But I find that incredible. They can propaganda 9 million round and nobody checks it, which is absolutely incredible.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. May. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. May? No, we have no questions. Mr. Colvin?
I don't either, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Curtis, I think maybe that.
Yes, it's maybe an opportune time where we'll be on to the case for the applicants after lunch, perhaps 45 minutes, if that sounds okay to yourselves, till 2:15.
Past 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Lai. Just to let you know, the panel's adjourned for lunch until 2:15.
So, where am I?
When you're on there.
Oh, right.
Yeah. These ones.
Sorry. I've lost-
No,
it's all right. Yeah.
Sorry, convener, I just muted you while you were taking your seats and chatting. So if you want to unmute yourself or get Sharon to unmute you, then we can get started.
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We now are going to look at the representations in favour of the application. And I believe we're going to start with number 3, Stuart Robertson. Or
That's correct, Madam Convener. Is Stuart Robinson on the call or in the room?
Madam, could I just mention something, please? We happen to know that Mr. Lai, who is due to speak as one of the supporters, he's a doctor and he's got a clinic to get to. I wonder whether you might just take him a little bit out of order and have him first. He's at page 347 of your papers.
George Lai.
that's fine.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lai, Dr. Lai.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. And thanks for accommodating me for getting away to work. So I first came to Lytham St Anne's a few years back. It was basically taking my young family on a day out to the beach, and we were really lucky. We had the weather, and we were really quite taken by the area. A few years later, work was relocating me over to Preston, so we were checking out the nearby area. Went through about 20 or 30 different areas to live before we went for a meal out in Lytham, and my wife said we're not looking anywhere else now, and so we moved to the area shortly after that. And I think when I boil down why it is about the area, aside from the location and being close to the beach and so on, it's really the fact that I think it's probably the most vibrant set of towns in the whole of the Northwest. Now, that vibrancy, I believe, is probably the pinnacle of it is probably the Lytham Festival. All my friends from across Lancashire and the north who have had anything to do with the festival as basically the crowd capacity, they really speak very fondly of it, and they keep coming back and again to the place. And myself, I've been able to actually attend the festival. I've enjoyed seeing major acts, meeting with friends, and really, it's a festival which I think the people who live nearby are very proud of, quite rightly. So it gives them that sense of pride. There's warmth for the area. It's very family orientated. There's a satisfaction with being able to hold such really such a decent festival, with big acts so nearby and on a doorstep. With regards to what I think it brings to the area overall, we are a heavily tourist industry area, and I think our local economy is very dependent upon that. But any economy that's strongly linked to tourism and leisure, there is a tenuous balance, particularly at a time where I think you've got a cost of living crisis. And so any attempts that are made by the festival to keep the crowds coming, keep the headline acts coming, but keep the costs at a level that are affordable, I think they really need to be taken seriously, because it's a big opportunity for people to come to the area and experience what we have to offer. I do feel that, when people come along to the festival, what they get to see, they get to see these hotels that they might stay in, they get the restaurants to go and eat in and the bars to go and drink in. So you get the immediate benefit that happens in the days when the festival happen. But increasing the capacity by an extra 5,000 a day, that cannot be underestimated, the benefit that it has for the area in general. Aside from what we see on the days, there's essentially the indirect advertising that it gives for the area. People come back to see the place, the amenities we have. I think business, when they become aware that you've got decent sized hotels with maybe conference facilities, it's highly likely that they'll consider that. Now, from my own experience on the medical side of things, at the moment, I'm I'm looking at arranging a regional conference for my particular specialty. And that's going to require me to bring in disciplines that are across 4 different trusts across the whole of Lancashire and South Cumbria. Now, the centre of that geographically will probably be Preston. But actually, I need as many people to come to it as possible. And that's going to be much more likely to happen if I go somewhere near, in a nice hotel by the seaside. A lot of these people who'll come to things like that sort of conference, they've got quite deep pockets. They're likely to go for a meal out, maybe stay over. And what they'll also do is come back. And so it just builds back investment into the area, which I think is a massive thing for us. In terms of essentially negative consequences, as you're aware, I'm a resident in the area, and I personally haven't experienced any negative consequence for the festival itself, nor have I heard from any of my neighbours or any of my friends in the area speaking badly of the area of the festival. In particular, I noticed from some of the paperwork that I've been able to see from getting involved in this representation today. Also look at like the police commissioner's report, where they've actually highlighted that this is a safe, family-friendly festival. And they've actually reported that over the last 2 years, I think there's only been 11 arrests at each of the last 2 festivals, which is quite remarkable if you've had over 100,000 people turning up to each. So really, without going on too much about this, I think in summary, I'd say that I think there's minimal real negative effects to increasing the capacity to the festival, but actually that there's an awful lot of positive for the area should that be allowed today. And I think really, if we're looking towards the future of the area in general, then essentially granting this extension to the existing festival capacity is probably the way forward for the area in general. So thanks very much. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Well, thank you. I don't have any questions. Do you? No, it's good to hear. It's good to hear some sunshine news about the area. Thank you.
Good. Excellent. Okay.
I wonder if Mr. Newell or Mr. Carr or anybody else might have any questions worth asking, I think.
Could I ask one question?
You have to press your button.
Oh, sorry. All right, just a minute. Mr. Curtis, could I just ask one very short question?
With the panel's consent, yes.
Dr. Lai, I obviously don't want to know precisely where you live, but could you just give me some rough idea of which part of Lytham you live in?
Yes, I live in Fairhaven.
You live in Fairhaven, so near the lake?
Yes.
Right, and presumably you have, well, I'm guessing, parking and a garage at your house?
I have parking, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ian, with the panel's permission, can I ask one brief question, please?
Yes, is that Mr. Charlesworth speaking? Yeah, with the panel's permission, yeah.
And it really is to avoid any unnecessary questions from me going forward. In terms of the last speaker who I listened to, he didn't address the licensing objectives, just for my own understanding, so that I don't disrupt proceedings. Is it the case that those speaking for are not constrained in the way in which the chair has constrained others to focus solely on the licensing objectives? Are those speaking for at liberty to go into a broader narrative?
With your permission, Chair, I'll take that, and if you want to add anything to it. The panel is concerned with the licensing objectives, and the panel will want to hear what people have to say, but will not take into account anything which isn't in accordance with the objectives. And when it gets to a point where people are speaking on matters which don't relate to the objectives, they will seek to politely ask the speaker to either wind up or to move on to the objectives. There is a measure of latitude involved in not shutting people up prematurely, but the panel are well aware of what the objectives are and the relevance or lack of relevance of other matters.
So we can expect the chair to show the same degree of robust marshalling in the second half of this hearing.
Certainly.
So Madam Convener, the next speaker on your list would be Stuart Robertson, if Mr. Robertson is on the call or in the hall.
Mr. Robertson? Robertson. Yeah, Robertson.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Could you make sure that you do address the licensing objectives, because we're going to have a lot of comments that we're not being balanced if you don't.
Okay, so have written a speech, and towards the end of it's going to take about 5 minutes to run through, and towards the end of my speech I'd like to try and tie in exactly what I'm saying to the licensing objectives. So my name is Stuart Robertson and I'm a resident of Lytham. I live right in Lytham town centre on Agnew Street. And I also have a local business, St Anne's Beach Huts and Apartments. And I'm here today to express my support for the expansion of Lytham Festival and to highlight the positive impact on our community and local businesses. I've lived in Lytham for around 50 years. For the last 30 years, I've lived right in Lytham town centre with my wife and 4 children. And I can tell you, we all love the festival and we all support the expansion of the festival. Living in Lytham and having been to the festival often enough, I can see the organisers know what they're doing. Cuff and Taylor handle critical issues like public safety, traffic, crowding and noise responsibly. They have a proven track record in well-managed and responsible events, and this is undisputed. They have the experience and the expertise to grow Lytham Festival responsibly, and they proved it again this year with the increase in licensing numbers. Superintendent Chris Hardy of Lancashire Police said the increase in licence numbers caused no significant public safety concerns. I believe all involved should get behind any expansion proposals and make them work, as I believe that is what is good for the town. I also noted from Lytham Voice, who spoke earlier against the expansion, that they held their own poll, and looking on their website, Lytham Voice, the majority of those did not oppose the increase themselves. However, there may be some who say don't increase visitors due to the disruption it causes. But for me, more visitors mean more customers, and it's a welcome boost. We're already almost fully booked for the weekend of the festival next year, and that's sitting here in November 2023. These are often new customers and customers that come back again and again long after the festival. We need to be selling our town as far and wide as possible, increasing exposure and driving tourism and growing visitor spend. We are a seaside tourist destination, a destination that competes with other towns to win visitors. We compete with places like Morecambe that are now building the £100 million Eden project to pull in 750,000 seaside visitors annually.
We need to address the 4 licensing issues. Have you got anything to say about anything positive about how they tackle the 4 licensing issues, apart from your confidence in the applicant?
Well, I think the wider issue is a larger festival means more money for the town, which is subjective. But if you imagine a town whose visitor economy is failing, then that town is less safe than an economy that has a vibrant visitor economy, somewhere that's growing. And that's the point that I was coming to. We do have empty commercial properties in our area, shops boarded up, and good operators struggling to make a profit. Business is tough. But there are opportunities. People are spending more on things, on experiences like festivals, but also restaurants and hotels and attractions. And I believe we need to continue to adapt and change and maximize economic benefits of opportunities like this. The more visitor revenue generated, the more the town benefits. And it ultimately, it means more money for the licensing objectives.
Thank you. Yeah.
A thriving visitor economy makes the town a more attractive and desirable place to live. Look how amazing the town looks when the festival is on.
We do need to stick to the 4 licensing principles in terms of how you believe, basically, they are already supported.
So, economic growth. Lytham Festival has proven to be a significant economic driver for local businesses, providing a boost to the economy. As a business owner, the festival contributes to increased footfall and consumer spending, which promotes economic vitality in the area. Job creation. The festival creates temporary employment, benefiting local residents and supporting livelihood. This aligns with the licensing objectives of promoting public safety.
I've got to be fair. Basically, the economics of it are not the licensing objectives. And although I take your point about the benefit, the financial benefits to the area, really we've got to stick to our four licensing objectives. So if you haven't got anything else to say about those objectives,
public safety. The festival organisers have a track record of implementing robust security measures to ensure public safety during the events. The application includes plans for emergency services and medical facilities, demonstrating a commitment to prevention of crime and disorder. Collaboration with local authorities. Festival organisers have a history of working closely with local authorities to address concerns and implement effective crowd management strategies. This collaborative approach supports the licensing objectives related to crime and prevention and public safety. Support for local arts and culture. The festival serves as a platform for cultural activities, contributing to the enrichment of the community's artistic scene. This aligns with the licensing objective of promoting a diverse and culturally rich environment.
That's not a licensing objective, is it?
The festival attracts visitors from outside the area, promoting tourism and enhancing the local reputation. Increasing tourism can positively impact local businesses and amenities, aligning with the licensing objective through economic growth.
Yeah, I think really we've strayed away from the 4 licensing objectives, although I take your point that the licensing policy does encourage a vibrant economy. And culture is basically affected by the festival, but we've got to stick to our 4 licensing objectives: protection of children, public safety, public nuisance. We can't really take other stuff into account.
No, I was thinking what I'm saying is entirely relevant to all of those objectives. As I said, if we were a town whose visitor economy was failing, then all of those licensing objectives would be adversely affected. And that is really the gist of what I am saying. Here is an event that we should all be embracing and supporting, because ultimately that serves to fuel the licensing objectives. I'm not just trying to talk about irrelevant things, but it is quite a subjective.
I agree, but I think basically we'll have to end it there if you really are straying away from the safety and the well-being of festival goers.
Well, the final point I'd like to make is that greater tourism and greater visitors to the town does enhance the profile of the town, and it does align perfectly with the licensing objectives of preventing public nuisance. I think that a bigger festival is better for business, better for tourism, and better for the town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions? No, I have no questions. Any questions?
Question from Mr. Newell or Mr. Carr?
Yeah.
Mr. Charlesworth?
If I may, Mr. Robinson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. I know exactly where you live. I've got friends that live on Agnew Street, and it's just for the purposes of perhaps the committee. It's off Church Street, isn't it? It runs down to Upper Westby Street. So it's off the main road through Lytham. So
That's right.
It's got lovely houses on it, but it's a side street.
Yeah.
Yes, right. And as I say, they're large and very attractive houses, and they have a back ginnel, don't they?
They do.
And you'll have parking or a garage there?
I don't have a garage, no.
Or parking?
No.
You don't have any parking?
No, in fact, believe it or not, my wife and I both agree that the only time we can get parked in Lytham is when the festival's on, because they provide such vast amounts of extra parking. So assuming that that's where your question is driving, we actually see improvement in parking from a resident's point of view. When the festival's on, we find it easier to park in Lytham. And that's presumably due to the robust parking measures that Cuff and Taylor kindly put in place.
Could you help me with this? Because you're only about 200 yards from where I live. Can you tell me where you do park so that I can go there?
Well, anywhere we can. As I say, I don't have a problem.
You told me it improved. So how has it improved?
We can find a parking spot.
Yeah.
And it was actually 4 vehicles where we live, and I'm going back and forth to Lytham St Anne's, to my business is in St Anne's, and I live in Lytham. We have no problems.
But I'm just trying to take you up on the point. You say there's an improvement in parking during the festival. In what way?
Well, we can find spaces. We find it easier to find spaces when the festival's on.
I don't think we're going to get any further with this one. I mean, one person can find spaces, the other person can't. You've just got to agree to differ. Thank you.
I think there's a question from Kath Powell as well, Madam Convener.
Sorry, just referring to what Stuart said there about that Cuff and Taylor have been working with the local authorities, which they have. But Peter Taylor himself admitted to us on the focus group when we had the walk around that the one authority that they really have problems with is Lancashire County Council when it comes to parking enforcement. And they actually have stated this year, Cuff and Taylor, that for the
if you could make that into a question, please.
Okay. So my question is, the enforcement, how are they going to ensure that the enforcement actually takes place this year? Because it's never, I don't know how many years now we've had a festival, we've never had any enforcement. And we had a situation last year on Wharton Street where they gave residents parking. So the residents could park on Wharton Street and hang this little tag on the car, which was great. But other cars came who were going to the festival and parked on Wharton Street without a pass. And they were not.
Can you tell us who you're addressing your question to?
Whoever would like to answer it. My point is how the enforcement has never ever taken place. And Peter knows that, we all know that. How this year, question to Stuart, question to Cuff and Taylor, question to the panel yourself, how are we going to ensure that enforcement actually takes place? Because enforcement's vital.
I think that might be a question that's best addressed to the representative for the applicant. I could be wrong, but I think Mr. Robertson probably.
I hope so.
It's not going to be answered adequately by Mr. Robertson because he doesn't have that information. So basically, Mrs. Powell can bring it up to the person more likely to give her an answer. Thanks, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you for your time.
So, Madam Convener, the next person to make a representation is Neil Bainton Roberts. Is Mr. Bainton Roberts on the call or in the hall?
I am here. and thanks for pronouncing my name correctly. I was going to start by talking about all the economic benefits, but I won't do that, bearing in mind that that's not one of the licensing objective issues. But it does bring in an awful lot of business. Just to set the scene in terms of myself, I'm a resident on the front line of the festival. I've been a resident for 35 years. I'm a festival goer. I go to pretty much all of the events. I love Lytham and I love living here. And one of the things I'm quite keen on is that all parties get together. We know that having a massive festival is going to cause issues. And I think the consultation process in the past may not have been perfect. I've only got involved this year, and I'm quite keen that it is inclusive and that all parties are included. We all understand what the issues are. And I'm confident that Cuff and Taylor want to help with those issues and want to improve them year on year. One of the things that interested me was when Andy Carr was talking, quite rightly, he said, we welcome this, we welcome that, we welcome the other. So whether it was the toilets at the transport hub, whether it was the focus group, he welcomed it. Obviously, there was a but and there needed to be further improvement. But let's all work together, because very few people, I think, and I hope, are saying, let's get rid of the festival completely. This is about an extension to the festival. It's going to cause issues that will need resolving, and we need to resolve them all together with all parties. So the council, Cuff and Taylor, Lytham Voice, and Lytham residents. And I am a Lytham resident, and I would rather be on a total group than in a situation that we seem to have at the moment, and get things resolved rather than just talk about the issues. The reason I love Lytham Festival is because I love music. We have world-class acts here, and I think that's brilliant. I've seen Elton John, Rod Stewart, Diana Ross. They are global superstars, and I want to keep it that way, and I'll get to how that is relevant to the licensing objectives in a minute. I just want to talk about personal disruption. I not only go into the festival, but I go elsewhere after the festival. My house is right on the front, and I have festival goers pouring past me. I have the cars coming out opposite my house. My argument is, yes, that's some disruption, but not nearly the kind of benefits that the festival brings. So I feel as Lytham residents, yes, we've got to live with some grief, but let's look at what good it does for Lytham. It puts us on the map. I won't go into the economy bits as discussed, but it's a good thing. It's a force for good, as are other events that occur in Lytham, like Club Day, etc. I thoroughly enjoy those, and I love living in Lytham for those reasons. Personal disruption. When the festival was increased to 22,500 on the Friday this year, I attended the festival. I walked back with people leaving the festival. I sat in my house afterwards and I observed people leaving and watched their behaviour. I didn't witness anyone weeing in my hedge, chucking rubbish in my garden, doing some of the things that have been mentioned. I'm not saying that those don't happen, and we need to do the best to minimise those, but my personal experience was excellent. The guys who were running the car parks opposite us, we as residents, we engage with them. And in fact, the guy who came last year was there the year before, and he's been very friendly and very helpful, and we've offered him a cup of tea and all the rest of it. So I think we interact very well with the people that are running the festival. I've mentioned consultation already. I just think it can be improved all round. I'm not going to go into any great detail about that, but I do feel that Cuff and Taylor have actively consulted with people this year. They commissioned the 4th Street audit, which I thought was full of very interesting and fair information. They held the Meet the Makers event, and they've submitted detailed plans for the management of 2024. I'm more than satisfied with the plans they've got in place. they've expanded over the years. And I went to the festival in the very early years, and as they've expanded, they've introduced new measures to try and mitigate the issues that it causes for residents. I think they'll continue to do that, and they've demonstrated it in laying out the plans that they put forward. I just want to mention, I won't go into too much detail about charities, but they do support charities. That's very important to me personally.
The charity work basically is out of our, is not something that we can consider, and we've read about it. We do know that impact. Have you got anything more in terms of?
Charities is another great benefit, is all I would say. I wanted to mention family, which does involve the care of children. That Lytham Festival, I go to other festivals. Lytham Festival is a fantastic family event. I've been to the festival with 4 generations of my family. All we see there generally is smiling, singing, dancing, happy people. I know that's probably 99%, and I know we're going to get disruption from that 1%. But if I can talk about, I'm confident taking my granddaughter there. We had a brilliant time. I've taken my parents who are in their 80s there. We had a brilliant time. I do want to mention, as a previous speaker did, the number of arrests. It's tiny, it's minimal. And if the extension is granted, maybe the arrests would go from 11 or 12 over the whole week to 17 or 18. So what? That's not a big deal to me. That is a well-run, well-behaved festival, and the police are doing a great job, and they say they have no issues. So I think overall the extension should be supported. And my final comment would be the risk. I'm pretty familiar with going to other festivals. I'm pretty familiar with the economic climate and the effect that's had on other festivals. I agree with Cuff and Taylor that they will be in a difficult position. It's the artists that get most of the money, so I don't think there's profiteering from the organisers here. So it makes sense to me that if an artist or their agents are looking at festivals that they wish to attend, they will look at ones that are larger, which, it goes without saying that 25,000 will attract the best artists and will keep the festival where it is, which is what I and most of the people I speak to in Lytham want. And my final thing will be the poll. The recent poll conducted by Lytham Voice made it clear. Do you approve the extension of the festival from 20 to 25,000? It didn't ask if you approve of the festival in itself. It asked very specifically if you approve of the extension. The majority said yes. I mean, for me, that's democracy in action. And just based on this alone, the council should approve the extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Colvin or the?
No, thanks, not from me.
Thank you.
Or Mr. Newell or anybody in the council chamber or on the call?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Can't see Neil.
I'm here.
There you are.
Hello.
Can you see me, Neil?
Who is it?
Simon Newell.
Simon, hello, mate. No, are you in the council chamber? So yes, I just
yes.
about to you. Yeah.
Just so everybody else listening knows, we agree to disagree about this, but we still regularly have a pint in the station hotel, don't we?
Yeah, and Simon, going back to my original point, let's all work together on this. The festival's
Can I just ask the question, Neil?
Fire away.
And next time we're in, we'll discuss the broader thing. You say, and rightly so, that the £20,000 attendance causes some grief. And by that, I presume you mean public nuisance, annoyance, disturbance, and that sort of thing.
Yes, I don't think anyone denies that. It's the measure of it and how it's dealt with that matters.
Exactly. And you've also said, and again, it's a fair point, that crime might increase by, say, 25%. And your attitude was, well, so what? Now, can I just say, if the grief, the public nuisance and the like increases by 25%, my argument is very simply, enough is enough at 20. And if grief is going to be increased, don't you think that's rather unfair, even if it's a minority in the town, that they have to put up with it?
Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer that the police and the council improved things around the festival so that it actually reduced. But if you've got 20,000 or 25,000, the number of arrests is minimal at the moment. It really is. And I'm not saying, you know, you don't want to have more crime or more arrests, but it would still be tiny if it increased.
But the question wasn't just about crime. That was the example. It was about what you've termed grief. That's nuisance, annoyance, disturbance for people in the community. Don't you think that will go up by 25% if there's a 25% increase in the attendance?
It depends on the effectiveness of the measures that are being introduced to control that increase.
I think that's a good answer at this stage. So, yes, we'll move on.
I think Mr. Charlesworth has a question for Mr. Bainton Roberts.
Yes, I'll try and be brief. You've said very little about the licensing conditions, Neil. But what I'd like to point out,
Try to concentrate on those, in fact.
If I can answer ask my question. In safeguarding and in other wider public protection campaigns, we have a concept called zero tolerance. Most people will be familiar with. And you've also said so what about potential increase in criminality. I'd like to ask you how you think the victims of any domestic violence or sexual violence has been reported.
If I could wave a magic wand and eliminate all problems and all violence, I would. Obviously, I do not approve of that.
Thank you.
Does that conclude the questions?
Sorry, can I just ask one? Neil, hi, it's Kath.
Hi, Kath. I am popular today. How are you?
I'm good. So obviously, you go to the festival, you enjoy the festival, and as you stated, you're willing to accept the disruption because you get more benefit, you know, than you are disrupted, which is great. But
that's wrong. Actually, what I tried to point out was, for me, it's not a personal thing. For me, it's 20,000 people or 25,000 people having a great time with their families, with their friends, and making magical memories. Yeah, that's what's important. And I think if we look at the whole picture, we would appreciate that we're doing a good little Cuff and Taylor and Lytham Festival is doing a lot of good for a lot of people. It's a tough world at the moment. People need some happiness and dancing and singing, and that's what
I understand that. My question for Neil is: you're willing to put up with the disruption because of the benefits, but what about those people that don't actually go to the festival, like Jane alluded to before? What, in your view, are their benefits? Because they're not going to the festival and having a great time and making memories. They just have the flip side of it. So how are they benefited?
Good question. Happy to answer it. So because of, and we're on to economic benefits now, and Lytham being a brilliant, vibrant place to live, you have the festival, but you also had, as Dr. Lai said earlier, people will come back to Lytham because they've had a great time. They see what a great place it is. And you can see at the weekends, if it's a sunny weekend, people flood into Lytham. And my feeling is that an element of that is the festival effect. It means that we as a town have a great place to live in. And those people that don't go to the festival can benefit from the economic upturn, which again is not one of the objectives of the discussion.
Exactly. So
That's my answer.
Thank you. I think you've shown the positives for people's mental health as well as anything else. Are there any more questions at all? No?
Not being told about any.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bainton Roberts.
Sorry, excuse me, Chairman, there's one from the chamber.
There is another question.
Oh, there is.
Hello, hi Neil, it's Jane Russell.
Jane,
Hi, I'd like to ask you a question, please, about the people who don't go to the festival and the disturbance they experience, particularly the elderly and the young. The ones that don't go, because it is £60 on a ticket, not everyone can afford to take their kids to the festival, but do you believe that a way forward, because I'm trying to be positive here, would be if Lytham itself got a dividend to be spent in Lytham? Do you think that would make a difference for those people?
Jane, I want to say that I enjoy what you said earlier as well, because you were talking about solutions, and I think we should talk about solutions. You know, it's things like, and I noticed a certain place was mentioned that has a license till 1:30 in the morning. Personally, I'd take that away. You know, that's a separate licensing issue. But I think the Lytham Festival, we should have people in and out as quickly as possible if we can, rather than drinking. And I also agree. And one of the things I really want to look at is what more Cuff and Taylor can do for the community and the charities, which kind of ties in with what you're saying. So, yeah, I think we should discuss going forward, you know, how the festival can support Lytham on a wider basis. And I think it should. It does to a certain extent, but yeah, I think it should. And don't object to your idea at all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any more questions, or is that the end of questions to Mr. Roberts? Okay, we're going to move on.
So the next person to present to you will be Kurt Sarnotta, if he's here. Mr. Sarnotta?
I'm told, Madam, that Mr. Charnotta is probably on a school run at this very minute. So I wonder whether we should just proceed, and we'll let you know whether he makes it back in time.
In that case, Madam Convener, the next person will be Wendy Swift, if Wendy Swift is with us.
Yeah, I'm here. First of all, can I just give my apologies, because my sister Angela Hornby is also due to speak, and she won't be able to get on till 3:30. She's dealing with an emergency, but she will be coming on hopefully at 3:30. So I will speak in terms of the 4 criteria, but I'm not going to do it in together. A lot of what I say will actually cross most of the criteria, I think. So just for some background, I do live in Lytham, and I've been on the Fylde Coast now for some 28 years. For 25 years of that, I was either a deputy chief exec or the chief exec of the NHS on the Fylde Coast. So I've got extensive experience of working in Blackpool, Lytham, St Anne's, Fleetwood. And for the last 3 years, I've managed a homeless charity in Blackpool, and I've got extensive experience of both drug and alcohol services. So I am, as one of the other members said earlier about lived experience, I do have lived experience across a lot of different services. I just want to touch first of all on some of my professional opinion and experience, which relates to the criteria. For safeguarding, I have been responsible for safeguarding adults and children throughout my NHS career. I've got extensive experience, and particularly for the last 3 years, where I've been responsible for safeguarding adults across Blackpool with the homeless population. During COVID, that extended to over 500, a lot of whom were on drugs and alcohol. So I've got extensive safeguarding experience. I would like to comment on Mr. Charlesworth's comment about making safeguarding plans open and public. I have never, ever put in the public domain safeguarding plans for adults and children, either while I worked in the NHS or while I work now. Those plans have to be kept within the organisations, and I would be very surprised for any organisations that will put those in a public domain. And that I can only comment on that from my own personal professional experience. As far as the operation of Lytham Festival, as we've heard, there is a silver command. For about 7 or 8 years, I actually served with that silver command during my role at the NHS. And I have to say, it was extremely well organised with silver command. I know there's been comments about ambulance times, but I can only comment that response times for ambulances were far better during the festival because ambulances were on site. And I know you can always find exceptions and you can find anecdotal comments to that not happening, but I've got personal experience of those ambulances getting to people quicker during the festival than having to come quite often from Blackpool Ambulance Station. I think the event organisation, the working on Silver Command, the meetings that came before that were exceptional. Every single area that could be covered was covered, and every year they learned from experience from the year before. So it was an interactive process and a very positive process. And some of that experience we actually took into Blackpool. So for the events on the headland in Blackpool and in the Tower, we used quite a bit of the Silver Command experience that we gained in Lytham to put into the Blackpool experience. So it was good, and it still is good from what I know. I don't sit on Silver Command anymore, but it was good and it's still very positive from that. From drugs and alcohol, I think the drugs and alcohol experience on the festival is really, really well managed. I live in Lytham and I see that. I work in Blackpool. I'm in Blackpool quite often 7 days a week, looking after the hostels and the services. And you've only got to walk through Blackpool in an evening to see the very great difference on drugs and alcohol that you see at Lytham Festival. I have never, ever seen lots and lots of drugs as people are making out. Wherever you go, wherever you have an event, even if it's a football match, you're going to get some people with drugs. But Lytham is, as far as I can see, and what I've experienced, and I've experienced it every year, no issues with drugs and alcohol. And you can see from the arrests that the police have made. You get more arrests than that on a Saturday night. Some of my homeless, I have more of my homeless arrested over a weekend than we have on the whole day of the 5 days of the festival. And that's without an event in Blackpool. So I have to say, I think we need to put those numbers into perspective. I have been involved in a lot of events over 28 years in the Fylde Coast, from Fleetwood End right down to the other end. And I have to say that, you know, the Lytham Festival is one of the best ones I've seen and been involved in. I had quite a strange experience on the club day, and I support club day fully. I support every event in Blackpool. But last summer on the club day, I am to be sat in Lytham outside one of the bars. It was a nice evening, it was a lovely day. And the whole of the bars in Lytham closed at 10 o'clock because 50 or 60 youths arrived from Lytham Club Day from Lytham Hall, and they were so wild, mostly under 18, I would guess, that the police closed all the bars. Now, I've never, ever seen that happen at Lytham Club Day. at Lytham Festival. But that certainly happened at Lytham Club Day last summer. I was sat there that Saturday night when that happened. So I think we need to keep everything into a real perspective, because I do support Club Day. I support Lytham Light Switch On. I support everything. I work there, I help and support them. So I just feel from my own professional opinion and experience that Lytham Festival is a good experience from our people in Lytham, for the people who visit it from all over, and certainly from as a professional and a professional person who's been around for a long while. I'm a trustee at Alva, I'm trustee at Blackpool Football Club, so I do an awful lot across the town. I see the football matches. I'm at Blackpool Football Club. I go to lots of matches. I was at the Blackpool football matches right through when they were in the Premiership, and there was certainly more trouble at those games than there ever has been at Lytham Festival. So that's my professional opinion on the facts, the crowd. Just to carry on, is it okay to carry on? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Talking about resident of Lytham. I won't be long, I promise you.
Have you got much?
I was going to talk about being a resident of Lytham, the streets and car parking.
Is it?
Yeah.
If it's not part of your representation,
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yes,
well,
about safety.
Yeah, you're going to
safety.
Close to your 10 minutes.
Yeah. So certainly during the festival, I have no issue walking to and from the festival at night, during the night. I have no issue with car parking. I do an on-call. I work on call constantly, both when I was in the NHS and now. I have no issues whatsoever of getting out into work or back, either into Blackpool or Blackpool Vic, wherever I need to go, through access. And certainly for the ambulances all follow the red routes. So there are specific routes created during the festival so that everyone can get through. So there's no issue. It's no worse in the festival than it is from the Christmas light switch on, from Club Day, from the 1940s event. And they're all good. They're all economic, really, really good things for Lytham. And just one more thing I just wanted to say. I did go to the Lytham Voice meeting. I did attend. I was actually quite shocked that it was very judgmental. It was very much concerned about getting people to fill a form in. There was nothing on that form to say you supported the festival. And when I asked to fill a form in, I was told not. So I just think,
what Lytham Voice.
Sorry, all I wanted to say, I'll finish now. Last sentence. I think there's been a lot of misinformation given today and in meetings.
Right. We'll go to questions. Do you have? I don't have any questions, so it's over to the other representative.
Yes, I believe that there are some questions from Mr. Charlesworth and from Mr. Newell. I think, let me just check that. Yes, Mr. Newell and Mr. Charlesworth would like to ask questions.
Mrs. Swift, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. It's very short. You said, and this doesn't relate directly to the festival, but it's evidence you've given. You said you've never found any problems with drugs in Lytham. Can I tell you that in my professional capacity, I've sentenced 2 organised crime groups for dealing in and about Lytham, as well as Blackpool. One got 13 years imprisonment, one got 16 years imprisonment. And can I tell you that from personal experience, I've seen cocaine taking in 3 bars in Lytham. Do you accept that or reject it?
Can I just interrupt them? Firstly, that's nothing to do with the festival. And secondly, it's certainly nothing which this witness can answer. These are supposed to be questions about their evidence. This isn't an opportunity to make points or cross-examine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Is there another question?
No further questions.
I wasn't going to answer anyway.
There was a question from Mr. Charlesworth, I believe.
Very briefly, again, I struggled to discern from the last speaker much that was relevant to the 4 licensing objectives. However, just specifically on one point, I'd like to ask the speaker who has said that Blackpool Teaching Hospital safeguarding procedures are not published openly. I dispute that, but I won't get into an argument. But what I would ask the question is, have you seen the Children's Safeguarding Assurance Partnership Children's Safeguarding Procedures online, the equivalent for adult safeguarding, both of whom are a comprehensive manual for safeguarding children and adults in the Pan Lancashire area, of which Blackpool Teaching Hospitals are signatories to that. So they are in the public domain.
I can answer it because, yes, I was one of the signatories to it.
Yeah, well, that somewhat contradicts your earlier statement, doesn't it?
No, I stand by what I said.
I think that's the answer we're going to take. Thank you.
Next.
So unless there are any questions from elsewhere for Ms. Swift, then the next person to speak to will be, if either of them are around, Kurt Charnotta and Angela Hornby. I don't know if either of those have.
Thank you. I understand Mr. Charnotta is now around.
Thank you. So, Mr. Charnotta, if you're around, please speak.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I just wanted to come on and share my views as a local resident to Lytham. I live in Lytham. Obviously, I've enjoyed the festival for many, many years. I am in support of the increase in capacity because it's a brilliant event. It makes me proud to be able to, say that I come from this town, such a little town, putting on such an event. But from a personal perspective, like I say, I live in Lytham. I've got 3 young children. I'm a social worker because I've got that safeguarding background as well. So you've always got one eye on that as well. I understand that, understand people's concerns. But as a family man living in the town itself, I've never had any concerns personally. We've not witnessed anything negative that the event brings. We find it a welcoming and family event. We take our children to the festival. We, obviously we get them tickets. We go in the festival, but on days when we've not got tickets, we're more than happy just to walk around the town, soak up the atmosphere. We've never felt threatened or seen anything concerning that would make us not want to take our children there. Like I say, we live in the town, so although, yes, there's always going to be disruption, but I think you plan for these things, I think it's a privilege and an honour to have this in our town, so we just plan ahead. So any disruption for us, even though we live local, it's minimal. We've got children that they're all young and they've all got their activities that they still got to do, the rainbows and the dancing, etc. And we still get them there. We just make plans, we do detours, and, the disruption to us, like I say, is fairly minimal. So in terms of crime, we don't hear about it. We've not seen anything in terms of anything antisocial. There are all little things, but again, for someone who lives in it and sees it going on as the event goes on day by day, we don't see anything. Like I say, we're disrupted to the minimal because we plan ahead. So that's kind of just what I wanted to share, really, that I'm a local person with a young family, and we just see it as a fun family event, that everyone can get involved in. And like I said, the disruption's minimal, and we don't see the concerns that maybe other people raise. I can see why they might be concerned that an increased capacity might.
You've made it very clear. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Any questions from? I haven't got any questions. No. Any questions from?
Well, I mean, the only question I would ask is, if you do have park on street, have you experienced personally difficulty parking or difficulty with antisocial behaviour immediately around your property?
No, I could tell you, well, not exactly where I live, but whereabouts. We live just off Mythop Road. So we're fairly central. There's people park up and down Mythop. But no one ever really parks outside our house or blocks our driveway or anything. We do have our own driveway, you know, obviously, which helps. But, you know, we've never seen a concern. And likewise, our neighbours have never raised a concern, you know, just our local residents all just enjoy it and love it. And those who aren't necessarily music fans just keep themselves to themselves, you know what I mean? They don't complain about it. And yeah, we've not seen anything our way in terms of crime or disruption personally. Obviously, I'm sure people may have done, I don't know, but personally, I haven't. And likewise, our friends and relatives that live local never complain to us that, you know, that they're seeing any such thing. You know, so I can only go from a personal perspective.
Thank you. You've answered the question. Are there any other questions?
There's none from the council chamber as far as I'm aware. So unless there's nobody indicating from anywhere.
Well, thank you for contributing, Mr. Zanotti. Move on to the next one. Thank you.
So, yeah, the next contributor would be Angela Hornby. Now, is Angela Hornby there?
I've just messaged her, Mr. Curtis. She said it's going to be 3:30. She's just dealing with a court case for a child, and she's a director of children's social care. So she will be back in by 3:30. So I don't know whether you want to carry on with Mr. Colvin or it's up to you.
Just going to suggest that to the panel and whether Mr. Colvin, normally the applicant goes last, but if the panel wanted it and if Mr. Colvin was okay about that, then you could take
absolutely. We should use the time we've got.
Okay.
Right. Mr. Colvin, is it your turn now?
Thank you very much indeed. Can I just start by thanking your officers for organising the paperwork, which has been substantial, and also organising this hearing. And can I also thank everyone who's made the trouble to make representations, whichever side they come from. And can I thank the subcommittee for spending time pre-reading the papers, including the previous decision, which obviously really lightens my task. I'm also conscious that you know your area very much better than I do. And so anything on that topic, I know that you're the experts. And I'm only going to address you on matters which are relevant to this festival and the increase we're seeking in terms of how you approach the legal test before you. So I'm going to deal with matters in this order. I'm going to say just a very few words about the legal and policy approach in these sorts of applications. I'm then going to give an overview of the case. I'm then going to deal with each of the licensing objectives in turn. I'm going to speak briefly about 3 specific areas of evidence insofar as they relate to the licensing objectives. And then I'm going to make brief concluding remarks. And along the whole way, I'm going to try and take it at quite a clip. If I'm going too fast, please slow me down and vice versa. At various times, I might refer to page numbers in the bundle. Now, that does not mean I'm asking you to turn up every page number I refer to. Mostly, it's just so that you and your minute taker have got a note of what documents I am referring to. And maybe in 1 or 2 cases, I will ask you actually to look at a document, in which case I will make that clear. So that's the order of events. So let me take my first topic now, which is the legal and policy approach. And given that you're well advised, I am going to take this quickly. As you know, your approach is set out in section 18 of the Act, which is summarised in paragraph 5 of your officer's report. You are to take such of the steps, if any, as are appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. Now, how do you decide whether any, and if so, what steps are appropriate? Well, there's 3 main rules. The first is a very important one. You are to decide the case on the evidence before you. Secondly, your decision should be justified as appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. And thirdly, it should be proportionate. And you'll find all this in the guidance at paragraph 9.43 and in your policy at 10.3, which speak the same voice. Now, in a sense, that's quite easy to apply to a fixed premises. For example, you've got a pub with a lot of crime and disorder, or where neighbours are suffering nuisance nightly from a nightclub, say, next door. But how does that apply to a large event in a public calendar? Be it the licensable activities associated with a civic or a national ceremony, or a sporting event such as a football game or a city marathon or a race meeting, or in this case, a music festival. What approach should you take? Well, you do get guidance about this, both in national guidance and your local policy. In national guidance, you're asked to recognise events which are valuable to the community by sticking to measures which are proportionate. And you find that in paragraphs 2.22 and 10.10 of the guidance. And exactly the same in your local policy. Your own policy is to try to use your powers to support events which make an important cultural contribution. And you find that in paragraph 7.1 of your policy, which refers to social, economic and environmental well-being of the borough, and the aim to support a diverse cultural offering, providing something for everyone in a safe, healthy and welcoming environment. And 7.2 talks about trying to promote events where older and younger people can spend time together, and the ability of your leisure economy to attract tourists and visitors, and the income supporting employment, and so forth. Section 13 of your policy talks about supporting a broad range of entertainment, including live music. And then in section 15, you wisely link that to considerations of proportionality, because you recognise the need to encourage live entertainment. And then when you consider applications, you carefully balance the need to promote the licensing objectives against these wider cultural benefits. And that is in turn reflected in the corporate priorities, which are on page 11 of your report before you. So in effect, you're balancing, in applying this proportionality test, you're balancing the promotion of the licensing objectives against the wider cultural benefits of these beneficial events. So in effect, you recognise the importance of culture and set out to avoid disproportionate and unreasonable impacts in case you damage exactly what you're trying to support. And disproportionate and unreasonable is also the test in paragraph 2.20 of national guidance. Now, how does that relate to the decision you've now got to make? Well, first and foremost, it involves a recognition that all large events, every large event, is liable to involve impact. You can't have a big live event without some impact. You don't refuse a license for a festival because it will have some impact. If that was your approach, you'd never grant a license for a large outdoor event. Instead, you're concerned with whether the impact is disproportionate and unreasonable, having regard to the benefit. So in deciding if it's unreasonable and disproportionate, you might take into account 5 factors. And I offer these 5 factors to you for your consideration. The balance is yours, not mine, really. Firstly, the cultural, social, and economic importance of the event. Secondly, its short-lived duration, both in terms of days and hours. Thirdly, the measures which are taken to limit impact and so promote the objectives. Fourthly, whether the impacts are serious, such as in the case of safeguarding or crime or public safety, or rather whether they relate to a temporary inconvenience for some, such as, for example, journey times or parking availability right outside one's home. And fifthly, crucially, in considering this question of balance, you'll be strongly influenced, though of course not hidebound, by the views of your many professional advisors whose profession involves striking balances within their respective areas of expertise. Now, in a case such as this, it's hard to ignore there's been a level of public discourse. Filed counsel and my client have commissioned an impact report, A local interest group has conducted a survey. My client has convened or helped to convene a community focus group which expresses views, and it's held a meeting to meet the makers and so on and so forth. But this hearing is different because it's not a referendum. I think probably the country's had enough of referendums. And that is really fortunate. So, for example, one of the points made was actually when you look at Lytham Voice, a majority of people supported the continuation of the, in fact, the increase, which is here sought. But I say again, this isn't a referendum, it's a licensing hearing, acting on the evidence. And when you do that and act on the evidence, what's your main source of advice? Well, the main benefit of the Licensing Act was that it brought these hearings into town halls where subcommittees were close to the professional bodies and officers charged with public protection. It enabled each of those bodies, termed responsible authorities, to make representations if they had concerns about the application. And they are also close to the communities they protect, and they've got eyes on the very event that we're here to discuss. And national guidance makes it clear that they are your main source of advice. It makes that clear in 2.1 and 9.12. And therefore, when you've got before you a highly publicised application in which not one of your responsible authorities has a concern about the application, and not one has made a representation against, and in fact, in this case, two very senior officers have served material explaining they don't oppose the application, that is entitled to very significant weight when you come to strike that licensing balance. So that's end of section 1 of my submissions, and it's all I wish to say about your guiding principle. So can I turn to the second part of my submissions, which I said was going to be an overview of the case. And I'm going to make 4 points. And each one of those points I will make, and then I will develop. And the first one, having listened very carefully to the numerous interventions the subcommittee has made on this topic during the course of this hearing, I'm going to take this in 3 minutes flat. And it is about the importance of the festival, and where it comes in is it's part of that proportionality balance. As you know, and you've seen actually, that its local and regional importance is not disputed by anybody. There's lots of supportive representations. If you want to look at one page, page 359 is one representation, I thought read well. It talks about social, economic and cultural importance of the festival. Obviously, it's a source of civic pride, attractive for tourism and the rest of it. You've heard people try to make those points. You will note that lots of businesses have written in. I'm not going to go over what they say. If you did want to glance at one, you might want to look at 362, which is from the chairman of the chair of the Lytham Business Partnership. There are many reps from parents who say how wonderful this is for children, and that does go to the child protection objective. I've got all the page numbers if you want them, but I'm sure you've read these reps, and I'm not going to take up time going through the page numbers. There are also lots of reps from people in their 70s and even 80s who talk about the collective cultural enrichment attached to this event and how they look forward to it, and is obviously inherently about public safety. There are reps from disabled people. If you wanted to look at one, you might look at 385, which is an 87-year-old attendee with a disability. And you'd think about that from an equality and PSED perspective. There's lots of reps from charities, which I pass over. And I can summarize all of this by quoting the subcommittee in its April decision. The festival has been and continues to be a huge positive for Lytham. No one else has quoted that today, maybe for obvious reasons, but I hope you don't mind if I do. That was the view of your colleagues in April. Huge positive. Now, in presenting these submissions, of course, I fully respect the views of objectors, but at the same time, we must recognise that what to some is intrusive and inconvenient for a few hours on a few days during the festival is to tens of thousands of others a source of joy, civic pride, inclusivity, and cultural engagement. And the evidence should be viewed with that in mind. That's the essence of the balance spoken about in your policy and national guidance. And ignore my honeyed words if you like. Listen to Mr. Charnotta, who talks about how, look, it's a really lovely thing. It's a little bit of intrusion, but you just plan accordingly. That's the sort of balance which I'm talking about. You'll also find that balance, by the way, in another document at page 414 of your bundle. End of point 1, the importance of the festival. Point 2, evolution of licensed capacity. This isn't a sudden application. The licensed capacity has evolved iteratively over 14 years, hand in hand with the evolution of the controls on the festival. And the controls, as I will tell you in a moment, continue to evolve from lived experience. These controls can be summarized as follows. The license itself has grown over the last 14 years, so there are now 38 bespoke conditions on the license, covering all the licensing objectives. There's no suggestion that Cuff and Taylor ever breach their conditions. They are a highly compliant operator, and that is important. It means that you can have faith in the ability of the conditions to control in an actual way what it is that Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor do in planning their festival. The Safety Advisory Group has developed so that it has expert eyes on all aspects of the festival arrangements, crucially or critically in terms of planning, in terms of delivery, and in terms of debrief. So they see this right the way through to make sure that what is planned is delivered and is then discussed with everybody around the table, making sure that lessons are learned and improvements, if improvements are needed, are then made for next year. And can I say that the Safety Advisory Group is a wide safety advisory group. Its membership includes the Council, North West Ambulance Service, Lancashire Fire and Rescue, the police, and Blackpool Transport, and Lancashire County Council Highways. So they're all bringing what their experiences, their impressions are about the ability of the festival to promote safety and the licensing objectives in general. This year, Lancashire County Council Parking Enforcement joined the SAG. They came to the debrief meeting. It was very nice to see them there. And it means that the arrangements for parking enforcement can be better integrated with the arrangements for traffic and transport. Last year, I think something like 118 parking tickets were issued. I think all recognise that more can be done, and the commitment of LCC parking enforcement is there. They've joined the SAG and they will be part of the team which will make sure that inconsiderate parking receives special focus in 2024. It's important to mention that all of these bodies are either in the control room at the festival or working in close liaison around the town. So that if something arises, one of the blue light services say, look, we've got this issue, or we haven't been able to attend this or do that, everybody knows about it. It's there in the control room and is picked up in the instant log and dealt with in the debrief. So we're not taking anything for granted or by chance. We know what the impacts are because we're there with the public protection authorities and they know what we are doing. This means that when the debrief happens and next year's event management plan is in formulation, the lessons have been learned and they have been discussed. It's a key role of the SAG, not just to green light the event management plan, but to be there scrutinizing, overseeing, and holding my clients accountable. And if they say to you, if a SAG member comes along to a hearing like this and says to you, look, there is a significant impact from this event, it would be a very brave advocate who tried to second guess them or diminish what they are saying. And vice versa, if they say there isn't. Now, my client has to develop an EMP, event management plan for the festival. It's got to get the approval of the SAG, which it does year on year. The SAG has a crucial power. You don't see this on every license, but you see it on this license. They can direct to their decision that the capacity of the festival shall be reduced. And if they are not satisfied with my client's arrangements, if they're not satisfied that one of the other SAG members can't do what they hope they're going to do, then it's open to the SAG to say, we're really sorry, we just don't think this flies. And they can reduce it. They can reduce it to whatever they want. That power is on a license condition, and my client is comfortable with it on a license condition. It not only holds my client's feet to the fire, but is delighted to talk to the SAG and work with the SAG to make sure that its capacity can be maintained year on year. If it fails, it will lose capacity. Now, over the years, another development is that my client has built an expert team for planning and delivery of the event. That's both in-house and through employment of independent expert contractors, for example, dealing with traffic, noise, and welfare. None of those consultants are cheap incidental consultants. All of them are leading national consultancies, particularly Vanguardia, for example, on noise, and Traxis on traffic. These are the sorts of people who do the Cheltenhams, the Goodwoods, the major royal occasions, and so forth. My client also works closely with public protection agencies, with community groups and service providers. It plans its events in concert with transport providers. I'll come back to that. My client pays for extra policing in the town. They're called special police services. It gets a bill. It's pleased to pay the bill. It works with a local community group on litter picking and remunerates its pickers with, or the pickers, with festival tickets. And every year, my client takes learnings from last year's festival and introduces new developments to improve delivery. And I'll return to this. 2023 and 24 are no exception. No one's criticising the expertise and commitment of Daniel Cuff and Peter Taylor, the expertise they've imported into Lytham to make this festival a great success in licensing objective terms, because that is extremely important for them. From small beginnings, there is now a sophisticated license, an expert SAG, evolved partnerships all over the community, and at its heart, a highly expert team, maximising the quality of the event while minimising its impact on the licensing objectives. End of the second part of this part of my submissions. My third point is about trust. Cuff and Taylor can be trusted to do all they reasonably can to control the impact of the festival. I've already told you, and they've written about how from their small beginnings in Lytham, they've evolved into a highly respected national concern. They've never been reviewed. They've never been subject to a regulatory intervention. They've never said to a licensing authority, please let us increase capacity, and then been forced to withdraw it later. That is because they always make careful and reasoned judgments about capacity and the wider environmental impact. And of course, those judgments in Lytham have been made over 14 years. So this is no sudden leap. Now, coming up to date, it was my client's suggestion before the last hearing that capacity in 2023 should be tested at 22,500. And that suggestion was endorsed by the subcommittee in its April decision. And that is another good example of the iterative and incremental approach to the growth of the festival, hand in hand with control, oversight, and learning. And the subcommittee in April wanted 22,500 to be trialled so that any further application for future years could be informed by the trial. And I don't think that point has been made to you yet, again, perhaps for obvious reasons, but that was the point of the decision. They wanted there to be a trial. So the last part of my overview is this. What was the experience of the 22,500 event. This is an evidence-based hearing, so we should look at the evidence. The most authoritative, independent voice before you is the chairman of the Safety Advisory Group. And you'll find what he had to say in our bundle. It's the representation of Tim Dixon, the chair of the Safety Advisory Group. I think a council staff member. And as you will have seen, he says it's his role to coordinate members on the SAG, including the blue light services, to review event plans, safety aspects of events, to coordinate information sharing and feedback presented to the SAG. All of the members of the SAG have got the opportunities for that feedback. He chaired the 2023 Lytham Festival debrief session, which included the increased capacity. And he said, I'm satisfied that should the 2024 plans be robust to demonstrate the required level of public safety, that an increased capacity is applied for on safety grounds should not be an issue to the SAG, and everything can be dealt with through the SAG. He says in previous years, those plans have been robust, the organisers have displayed good engagement, they want to keep dialogue open, and so on and so forth. And he says that based on previously submitted event plans, discussions through the SAG, and ongoing willingness to engage, I am satisfied that the organisers would approach a potential increased capacity in a responsible way and continue to provide the necessary safety approaches and reassurance. Therefore, as chair of the SAG, should the SAG be in approval of the 2024 event plan, then likewise, I would support an increased capacity on the grounds of safety. Immediately before that letter, there's a letter from Superintendent Chris Hardy, who's the Blackpool and Fylde Operations Manager at the West Division Police Headquarters. And he refers back to 2023, forward to 2024, giving an overview then from the policing perspective. He talked about the long planning of the festival, including the SAG and planning meetings, and including a multi-agency desktop or tabletop, which is where operators sit down with blue light services and transport providers and ask themselves, well, what if? What if this happened? What if there was this disaster, etc.? How would the whole thing cope? So they plan out how the event would respond in case something unusual happens. Police commanders and the ops team are in regular contact, allowing all viewpoints to be shared through the planning of the event and the actual event. Then there's a paragraph about hostile vehicle mitigation. Police resources were deployed across the event and across the wider footprint. It was proportionate and scalable. It was supplemented by the local neighbourhood team as a further opportunity to engage with the community, and Cuff and Taylor contributed to the policing costs. And then he talks about how there were 31 incidents, 6 a night, over the 5 days, not a significant number. And over the whole 5 days, there were 11 arrests. And from a policing perspective, I'm satisfied that a safe, well-run event can be delivered. The increase in the licence number for 2023 caused no significant policing and or public safety concerns. So that's your answer from the police and community safety, as it were, perspective. The increase caused no police or public safety concerns. But we'll go through the debrief, we'll obtain any learning, and if there was to be an application to increase capacity, I'd have no objections based on the previous running of the event, with the assurance that we and other key partners are involved in early planning of the event, as they will be. And obviously, that is a very key observation, because as the guidance says, they are your main sources of advice, not only regarding crime, but also regarding disorder, and therefore low-level antisocial behaviour and community safety. Then, no other authority, including any responsible authority, emergency service, or transport provider, has expressed concern either about the 22,500 event, and they were in the control room and on the SAG and out in the community, or about the proposal to increase to 25,000. You have my client's evidence that from its organizational perspective, and given all its experience, it took 22,500 in its stride, and it's shown how it can manage 25,000. My client is no fly-by-night. Its directors live in the town, they're respected voices in the industry, and they are known to the council. It would not make a proposal to any council, let alone their home council, that they do not have full confidence in. And nor do they have any history of making irresponsible judgments on these topics. And you're entitled also to attach weight to their evidence. And of course, before making the application, my client sought advice and feedback from the SAG, including Blue Light Services, Environmental Health, and Health and Safety personnel from filed. But also, you have a wealth of evidence in your bundle specifically directed at the impact of the increased capacity at 22,500, and that it caused no concerns. Now, here I am going to refer you to some page numbers. Please forgive me, but these points are made at pages 280, 282, 283, 299, 306, 308, 309, 313, 314, 316, 318, 322, 330, 333, 337, 341, 342, 346, 361, 362, 366, 372, 384, 385, 394, and 406, and also page 2 of the supplementary reps. Now, it's invidious to pick individuals out, but if you wanted to refer to just 3 for a flavour, I'd refer you to pages 316, 322, who's a retired police officer and gives a very considered appraisal, and also page 362. So that's the evidence about the increase to 22,500. So standing back from this, you wanted there to be a trial at 22,500 in order to inform future applications. There has been a trial at 22,500. You have copious evidence that 22,500 was not a step too far by any means, and not one single public protection official has expressed concern about that increase, or indeed about the further increase to 25,000, and a very large number of people have written in to say that in their direct personal experience, the trial at 22,500 was a success. On the other side of the coin, you have representations of a generic nature regarding the size of the festival, but there are none, or practically none, dealing with the specific impact of the 22,500 trial. Now, Councillor Evans asked Mr. Carr about this. It was a wise question. And Mr. Carr referred to the noise levels, first of all, on the 22,500 night. I can tell you the noise levels were precisely the same. There's absolutely no difference for however many people are in the in that footprint. The PA system is exactly the same. So far as leaving the site is concerned, the last car left the car park shut at 11:53 on that night. The following night was 11:57, so no difference in dispersal. He made a point about the vicarage. It's a shame, really, he didn't make that point last year, because if he had, then my client would have put a steward outside the vicarage. I mean, that's what community consultation is about. I can't answer whether anything, or if so, what happened at the vicarage, but that's exactly why my client wants to work hand in glove with the community. So as I say, the case is judged on the evidence. The evidence is very clearly, having trialed 22,500, you've got no independent voices expressing concern, and a large number of voices saying they considered it a success. Now, where does that leave the case? Well, I respectfully submit that it clearly leaves us with a finding that the festival can operate at 22,500, based on the experience of 2023, there's no rational reason to refuse that right for 2024. And as for 25,000, as I've said, the main source of advice is your professional colleagues, and their advice is entitled to very great weight before you. And the professional advice you have is that final step is acceptable. Can I make it clear? Made it clear in writing. Can we make it clear here? That is a final step, because as Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor say, they will not be back. This hopefully will be the last time you see them, or indeed me. It's what they need to guarantee the continuation of the festival into the future, and not to be one of the increasing number of festivals now falling away year on year because of rising costs and challenge in the market. They're not making the application because they want to, they're making it because they have to. Well, it's right they've established festivals elsewhere, and in time they will build up their numbers so they can get those festivals to a point of solvency too. But my clients do not take this for granted. They are more than aware that there is some impact on the town. It's not noticed by some, it's cheerfully borne by most, but it's viewed as a negative by others. And in sections C and E of their statement, they have set out what they did this year and what they propose to do in 2024 to continue to ameliorate impact into the future. End of part 2. Can I then come to part 3 of my submissions, which is the licensing objectives? And in doing so, I will try to bear in mind that my client already has a license for 20,000. So that in practice, what we are considering is the impact on the licensing objectives of an increase to 25,000. As has been pointed out to you already, we're not reviewing the current license, and nor are we revisiting the principle of the festival, let alone the land rights involving the festival and matters of that nature. That's not the purpose of this hearing. The contract my client has, by the way, in relation to the Green, as you know, runs to 2028, and no doubt the council will want to have a look at that point and take account of almost what it likes. It's the landowner, but that's not for this hearing today. So, crime and disorder. As I've said ad nauseam, the police are your main source of advice. I refer you to what Superintendent Hardy has had to say. There are police resources deployed across the wider Lytham footprint, and they're supplemented by a local neighbourhood team. And the incidents, whether you take the 110,000 people who came in 2022 or the 90,000 people who came in 2023, were extremely low. We're down to 2 arrests tonight or something of that sort. This is really, really low for a large event of this nature, and quite rightly, Superintendent Hardy has no concerns about the levels and no concerns about the increase in capacity. My client knows how many police are involved because it pays for part of it. It's a substantial number, and it protects at a very high level in terms of counter-terrorism, and at a granular and neighbourhood level in terms of low-level antisocial behaviour off-site. I note that Superintendent Hardy does not want numbers discussed, and we know the numbers, obviously, because we get an invoice for the numbers. But if I can tell you just in broad categories, apart from the command structure, which includes a silver command, bronze command, there's counter-terrorism, there's firearms, there's mounted police, there's public safety police, there are significant counter-terrorism capabilities, there's a PCSO, neighbourhood police reassurance, all sorts of counter-terrorism measures I can't go into, and there is a mobile police station outside the festival arena. I mean, I think you can really take comfort that this event, not just the event, but the wider footprint of the event, including Lytham, is fully protected from a police perspective. And just as importantly, for the purpose of today, the police are in a position to tell you what is going on in the town and getting a broad overview from feedback from its own officers. And each year, the level of policing is discussed and agreed to ensure that the community is properly protected from all forms of crime and disorder. For my client, a big theme is visibility. And in that respect, there are three elements to visibility. There's the police, there's the uniformed members of my client's traffic management company who also create a presence in the town, and also Lancashire County Council representatives. Next year, that presence will be supplemented by a community liaison team as set out in section E of my client's statement. I do not wish to say that there's never an act of low-level antisocial behaviour off-site. It would be stupid of me to try and say that, but you have no indication that the increase from 20 to 25,000 is going to impose a disproportionate burden in terms of crime and disorder on the police or the community. In fact, one person making representations, page 285, who works for the charity Parkview for You, says there's no ASB on her park during the festival, whereas they struggle with it at other times of year. And that's because of enhanced visibility and because the kids are given something to do during the festival. And I should also point out, if I haven't already, that my client cites, or at least the police site, and my client helps to pay for, a mobile police station outside the festival arena. So there's a reporting capability. So I think there were some points made about counter-terrorism. You've seen that further conditions have been added at the instance of the police on the subject of counter-terrorism. My client produces a counter-terrorism plan as part of the event management plan, and its plans are discussed and agreed with the police. And I hope that you can take a lot of comfort from the fact that the police are perfectly satisfied with the whole picture in relation to counter-terrorism. You might also just want to note that Wendy Swift gave very compelling evidence on the other end of the spectrum about drugs and alcohol and low-level ASB in the town. And you might think that she gave you a very strong, professional and balanced opinion. Public safety. There's no representation from any responsible authority concerned with public safety. There is a positive, indeed glowing rep from the chair of the Safety Advisory Group. My client is a highly competent operator with an excellent track record of compliance. There is no history of public safety issues. There is an event management plan dealing with public safety and a safety advisory group which oversees safety. Prevention of public nuisance. As the guidance advisors, 2.20, this is mainly noise, litter, light and odour. Well, the last two, light and odour, don't arise here. So I'm just going to say a word about noise and litter. Regarding noise, you have in our evidence a letter from the UK's leading noise consultants, Vanguardia, making it clear that the increase in capacity will be noise neutral. No change of arrangement in terms of acoustics is required. As I've said, we're not here to revisit the principle of the festival or the existing licence. This change, which we're seeking today, will be literally zero in terms of noise production on site. We have had a think about one of the representations. I'm so sorry, I've forgotten the lady's name. Was it Kath Powell? Was it Julie Russell? Jane Russell, so sorry, I didn't mean to be discourteous. And it's not right to say that the music goes up to 11 o'clock every single night. My client tries to get the music finished by 10:30. Sometimes there's a delay, an artist in their makeup, or when their helicopter arrives in Lytham or that sort of thing. They try to get through by 10:30, but 11 o'clock is a buffer. What they would be willing to do, and this is by way of a concession, having heard the representation, is put a hard stop on Sunday, because it's the last night before the weekday, at 10:30. I hope that helps. What happens then is there's a period in which soft drinks continue to be served, the toilets stay open, and people drift away. That's really important for the way the event functions. The reason being, you don't want everybody leaving at once. You don't literally finish the headliners encore and then push 20 or 25,000 people out onto the street. You want them to say goodbye. You want them to go to the toilets. You want them just to say what a lovely evening it's been, and so forth. And it helps to graduate the exit from the festival. So it's worked well. It's fair to say that very, very few people are deeply concerned with the closing time of the festival. But I hope that even though that's only a small concession, it goes a little way to showing that Daniel Cuff and Peter Taylor are actually listening to what has been said. So far as litter is concerned, my client works with a wonderful local group who are called the Tossers, who keep Lytham spotless during the festival, from the station down to the festival site, including all the side streets. They work from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. and they work from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. every morning. My client remunerates them with festival tickets. The lack of objection regarding litter, I'm not saying there's literally none, there's not much, is a testament both to my client's customers and to the work of this fantastic local group. And it's right to acknowledge that the reason that these volunteers provide this service is that they are members of the community who believe in the festival and they want it to succeed. And my client is very proud to have them as partners. I also want to say that if there is an issue about a place, well, the vicarage came up. If there is such an issue, then my client really wants to know about it in real time. We'll have a live response line. We'll have a community liaison team. It's nothing to my client if someone says, look, this is proven to be a problem spot, for my client to go and put a member of security at that problem spot and to provide a supervisory presence. That's what good community liaison during these festivals produces. And to all those people who spoke about the need to develop more advanced, let's just say, more sensitive ways of engaging both ways, they are absolutely on the right track, because that's how you can make sure that the community is supported properly during the festival and we don't hear complaints or concerns long after the festival is finished and long after we've been able to do anything about it. My client lives in this town and doesn't want anybody to suffer any distress or inconvenience. And meanwhile, I should just finish that off by saying the site itself and the car parks are thoroughly cleaned every day by my client's waste management contractor. Protection of children from harm. Take this relatively quickly. I refer to Superintendent Hardy's email of 26th of November in reply to Mr. Charlesworth's inquiry regarding safeguarding. It's the email just before the letter I've just referred you to. He had no concerns and points to the presence of the Safeguarding Authority on the SAG and the use by my client of an independent welfare company who are called TLC. I refer to the extensive representations regarding children that I've already listed. I refer to the live evidence of Wendy Swift. I refer to page 376, who is a senior social work manager, talking about protection of children. I refer to page 306, a social worker. I refer to page 3 of the additional reps from Sharon Bowker, maybe it's Boker, a local head teacher who took her year 6 children to the site and felt that children's safety had been fully considered, there were clear measures in place, safeguarding was understood, the operation was professional, and she saw examples of good safeguarding practice and a strong safeguarding ethos. I refer to the lack of incidents involving children at the festival, and I also refer to your previous decision of April 2023, when your colleagues similarly dismissed a representation regarding safeguarding. And so, conclusion, I respectfully suggest that in terms of the licensing objectives, all 4 are fully promoted. The fourth part of my submissions concerns three specific matters. The first of these is traffic management. And traffic management effectively concerns highway capacity and parking. And my client recognises that there are voices raised in relation to this and devotes an enormous amount of resource to minimising impacts on the town while ensuring that visitors to the festival can get to and from it efficiently. And to that end, it employs, as what I've described as the leading national consultancy, Traxis, formerly SEP, which in turn works with the traffic and transport authorities on the SAG, as well as with transport providers. Now, what's happened in recent years? In 2022, my client introduced a residence parking zone enforced by Lancashire County Council. The scope and breadth of that zone is always up for discussion. If someone feels it should be broader, say so, and it can be fully discussed and considered. In 2023, arising from the advice of the focus group, my client introduced a signposted diversion via Mythup Road. It also made a limited road closure, which has happened for many years, later. This is on the advice of the focus group, starting at 4 p.m. to facilitate the school pickup. Those changes were communicated by letter to all head teachers and were positively supported by all. It also introduced the festival flyer buses operated by Blackpool Transport to and from St Anne's and Blackpool. It also produced a detailed resident and business guide hand delivered across Lytham, be delivered, I think, across a rather wider footprint next year, informing residents of the measures which were being taken so that all could adjust their arrangements if need be. Now, you've got a very large number of supportive reps making it clear they're not troubled by traffic during the festival. There are too many to list here. You might want to look, if you've got time, at page 316, which is a letter from Stringer's department store right in the middle of the town on this topic. You might want to look at page 322, the retired police officer I mentioned, and you might want to have a look at page 347, the last two paragraphs there. But a number of people said that reading the guide helped them to make adjustments without inconvenience. One of those is page 414. It's fair to say, these are my instructions, that until mid-afternoon, Lytham functions broadly as normal in traffic terms. It was interesting to hear Kath Powell, who thought that things started to build up from about 4. My client rather agrees with that. And then from then until late afternoon, there is an influx of festival goers coming from outside Lytham. During the event, of course, everyone is in, and then the traffic subsides. And then as the event ends, there is an exodus. That happens on 3 weekday evenings and 2 weekend evenings per year. That's it. Clearly, there are many who take such modest and temporary inconveniences in their stride. Others view the matter in a less sanguine light. But either way, my client continues year on year to try to improve its plans for traffic management. In 2024, there will be more developments. Firstly, the festival flyer buses will go from 12 to 20 to service St Anne's and Blackpool at a very cheap price. That's a 66% increase. Rather than inviting people to buy tickets on the day, when they might have already made up their mind about travel, these buses are now actively marketed on the festival website and through ticketing platforms to encourage what transport planners call modal shift at the point of sale of tickets. They're eminently affordable. They're £2.50 each way to promote use and encourage diversion from car use. Secondly, for 2024, my client has also secured a bus service for those from Preston via Kirkham, Freckleton, Ray Green, that's how it's pronounced, and Wharton for just £3 each way. And that's in addition to the festival flyer. Thirdly, Traxis, having observed the diversion route, will work with highway authorities to locate cones so that buses can proceed efficiently through the system. And with the highway authority, they will be suspending some car parking spaces on the diversion route, so the diversion route is clear and the traffic route is maintained. Fourthly, it will be turning Wharton Street into a one-way system to help mobility in the centre. Fifthly, as I've said, LCC parking enforcement has now joined the SAG and will plan its activities to take quicker and sterner action against inconsiderate parking. And as I've said, it's a theme of work to increase the visibility of these enforcement authorities in busier places at peak times to discourage inconsiderate parking and indeed any other undesirable behaviour. Seventhly, my client is introducing a new pickup and drop-off service for private vehicles and taxis and PHVs at Lowther Pavilion, with the consent of Lowther Pavilion, whose consent is needed, to reduce street parking during the egress phase. Eighthly, it is strongly marketing travel by Big Green Coach for more distant destinations such as Manchester, again at an affordable price. And so Big Green Coach have got an allocation of tickets, so they themselves are marketing the event together with their transport options. And you can pay as little as £1 up front and then monthly instalments for people whose pockets might be a little bit stretched to pay it all up front. So my client is really going the extra mile to try and promote modal shift. And ninthly, it's introducing a park and ride at St Anne's Green, subject to council consent. It's coming before your executive. This will add 500 spaces, or between 1,200 and 1,350 people, depending on whether you take 2.4 or 2.7. We've taken 2.4 to be conservative. Traxis say it's unduly conservative, and they now work on 2.7 people per car, but that saves the traffic from coming to the festival site. The park and ride is under half the price of the main festival parking, and again is being marketed at point of sale. It's right to say those transport measures go far, far beyond anything which is provided in any other major Lytham events during the year, the 1940s weekend, the Club Day, or the Christmas light switch on, and rightly so, but it's nevertheless worthy of note. As you will appreciate, there are no representations against this application by the highway authority or by any transport provider or by any blue light service based on their ability to service Lytham or the event. This is extremely important, bearing in mind that my client works with these bodies through the Safety Advisory Group, and they are deeply conscious of any potential impact on traffic arrangements, including emergency vehicle arrangements for their event. And it's right to say my client has asked North West Ambulance, they were there at the debrief, they're on the SAG. There is no suggestion from NWAS that they were unable to provide an adequate service in Lytham because of the festival. You'll bear in mind that there are pressures on ambulance services. That is not the view of the ambulance service. We understand that they are inhibited from servicing Lytham because of the festival. Obviously, my client knows what it wants to do in relation to transport. It has produced a transport summary plan based on its experience here and elsewhere. That summary plan, importantly, is validated and endorsed by Traxis, who have unparalleled experience of providing service to large events, whether they're providing it to private promoters or to local or national authorities or sporting organisations. That summary plan shows surplus capacity in the system, even though
the estimates of average persons per car are conservative, and Traxxas's endorsement of the summary plan is the only expert evidence that you have before you in relation to traffic, and you're entitled, therefore, to give it considerable weight. I think some numbers were mentioned during the representations today, which we had some trouble following. There won't be 7,700 cars at this event. You can look at the transport summary. It sets out the numbers as a piece of neutral forecasting. And of course, over the coming months, my client will be working in partnership with Traxxas, with the community focus group, and with the SAG, and with the transport providers to refine that traffic management plan, to make any further changes which are necessary to ensure impact is kept to a minimum. At its most basic level, obviously, there will be more traffic in Lytham, so some journey times may be increased. I have to say, when 4th Street looked at this, and I'm not digging into this report, but out of 216 town centre residents asked, 8 said that they'd suffered delayed journeys with an average delay of 18 minutes and a range of 17 to 20 minutes. Standing back, the lack of concern from your advisors, the positive expert view from Traxxas, and the ongoing work regarding traffic, I hope will reassure you that this is not a disproportionate price to pay for the cultural, economic and social benefits of Lytham's main event of the year, particularly given it's only on 3 weekday evenings and 2 weekend evenings in the entire calendar year. In general, I would also add that it's not a public nuisance within the meaning of the Licensing Act that it may take somewhat longer to make a journey by car, or that it's harder to find a parking place outside your home. But I don't need to belabor the law here or ask you to make a legal finding on the topic. I'll simply say any impact is not disproportionate given its duration when set against the benefits of the festival. I then want to say a quick word about the internet. Heard a brief bit of evidence today. It was anecdotal. It was about weaker reception around the site. I am just going to make a brief point of law here, but I also make a point about facts. The concept of nuisance under the Licensing Act protects people against sensory discomforts associated with licensable activities such as noise, odour, litter or light. There's nothing to do with reduction in mobile internet reception. Research the matter, I can find no case in UK law in which reduction in internet signal from the assembly of a crowd has been held to amount to a nuisance. In the nearest case I can find on the topic, just from at least 20 years ago, the House of Lords held that interference with a TV signal from the construction of a tall building was not nuisance. Well, that would be a complete answer in law, but in fact, in any case, there's no evidence that the increase from 20 to 25,000 will have a measurable impact on mobile internet reception. No work has been done on that. You've got no technical or expert evidence before you to that effect at all. But this year, I hope you don't think my client is insensible to all this. This year, my client will have on its site a mobile phone mast so that all of its own needs on site will be serviced. There'll be no draw from public bandwidth, if that's the correct term. Secondly, it will have Wi-Fi reception at the ticket checking point. And third of all, my client has introduced a system called SafeTix, SafeTix, which allows tickets to be stored and summoned onto the mobile phone of the user, of the customer, without the need for internet reception. And by those three means, we expect the position to be considerably better insofar as there was a problem in 24. As I say, we only have anecdotal material, but it will be considerably better in 24 than 23. And you don't have evidence that it would be measurably worse from the increase in license capacity, which we have sought. That we have taken appropriate measures to ensure that we are self-sufficient in terms of demand on internet services. Can I just make one slightly wider point? My client knows, because its directors live here, that internet reception, mobile internet reception in Lytham is not as strong as it is in some conurbations. It will be pleased to work with the community focus group and with the council to help to persuade providers to improve their provision, not just during the festival, but year round. But that's not something which is a matter for licensing or capable of being conditioned. It's just what my client will do because it cares about the town that its directors and indeed senior staff live in. Finally, community engagement. And this is a topic which was brought up and dealt with in 2023. And it's appropriate that it's brought up and dealt with here because all of these events ride on good partnership in all aspects. My client is one part of the partnership, the community, the public protection services, the transport providers, the charities my client works with, people who are prepared to give up their time to help service the event, like the tossers, the residents group, through the community focus group, and through other means of engagement, including the website, email, the residents newsletter, and so forth. And my client is deeply committed to this topic. And if things have not always been absolutely perfect, and there's been some level of contention, my client always wishes to move forward on this topic. Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor live here. They have to face their neighbours every time they pop down for a pint of milk. So they know that they have to do right by people in this council area. And it's been pleased to have instituted the community focus group, indeed to have suggested it, and it's pleased to have expanded the SAG year on year. Now, this community engagement takes many forms. I'm just going to run through some of them. The commissioning of the 4th Street report was a proper means of trying to obtain pulse take, as it were, of where attention needs to be focused. It's not before you in evidence, but it was a good way of trying to ensure that these broader issues are properly understood. Secondly, they established the community focus group itself and proposed it as a condition. And imperfect as it may have been, in 2023, the community focus group was responsible for some really helpful suggestions. The transport hub toilet compounds. So this last year, they were at the station. They were at the festival bus stops, they were at the pickup and drop-off, and they were at the car parks. I understand, incidentally, that the council public toilets were open during the event. My client will always be willing to discuss those sorts of things. That was one thing which came out of the community focus group. Another thing was the non-event traffic diversion route, and another thing was the delayed road closures to facilitate school pickup. My client is not trying to play fast and loose on the community focus group. It really wants that group to succeed. The only reason the council isn't mentioned in the condition for this application is it didn't want to be. But my client is delighted to have the council there as anybody else. It's also delighted to have Smile there as an independent facilitator stroke mediator. That would be my client's commitment. And it does feel that the group would focus from good terms of reference, minute taking and action points. We think it could be made more business-like, and my client will play a full part in that process. Secondly, they established a Meet the Makers meeting, so they could be addressed directly about their proposals and control measures and hear from people firsthand. Thirdly, they've taken to communicating with residents through the leaflet, which gives detailed information, as you can see. Fourthly, there is a direct phone line to the event site in case there are concerns to report. That line is advertised on the residents' leaflet. My client will keep that line open until the event is finished, everything is cleared, and the town is calm. It makes that commitment, has no issue with that commitment. If anyone has a criticism about that, my client wants to know about it in real time. People are paid and deputed to be there answering concerns. And fifthly, in 2024, there'll be a community liaison team to ensure that any concerns are picked up immediately in real time. Somebody gets through and says, look, this is happening, I'm not happy, my client needs to know about it, and we'll have real human beings in place to dispatch to where the concerns are, or to dispatch partner agencies to make sure that concerns are dealt with. If there are any other aspects of community engagement my client can develop and improve as the festival grows to what my client hopes is its final mature state, it recognises that it must work very hard to develop those channels and is very committed to doing so. The fifth part of my submissions, you'll be pleased to know, is the shortest. It's my conclusion. My client has successfully demonstrated its performance at 22,500. Not one single authority has suggested to you the experiment was a failure. There are a very large number of representations making clear it was a success. Not one single authority has expressed concern about the increase to 25,000. Not even the chair of the SAG has expressed a concern to you. And the SAG is there at gestation of the festival right through to the debrief. My client has clearly demonstrated to you how it has built its control measures in an iterative manner, and how it will do so again to facilitate this final step, the step that it's promised you will be the final one in this 13-year story. That step is necessary to protect the public, to protect the festival in years to come. But my client will do all in its power to ensure that the festival, now such a staple in the community calendar, will continue to delight while continuing to protect. And at all times, you will bear in mind that if my client is not as good as these honeyed words, and that any of the authorities have concerns about it, the SAG retains that power to take away that which we are asking you to give. So thank you very much indeed for listening to me at length. Those are my full submissions on behalf of the applicant.
Much. I think we'd like a 10-minute break before the next part, if that's okay.
Have any questions at all?
Yeah, we do have questions, but
Yeah.
I think we'd like to come back to the questions.
Lovely.
Okay.
Be 1640, 440.
440. 440. 440. Yeah.
You've unmuted.
So we're going to be on.
Are we on now again?
Hi Ian, we are back in the room.
Yeah, you are on. We're back in the room.
Lovely.
We're
Thanks, Ian.
back now.
Right, are we ready for whoever questions? You've got a question, haven't you, Martin?
Mr. Colvin, yeah, just a quick question, really. Mr. Colvin, you made comments about the policing, and obviously the promoters also pay into the cost of the policing. Can I just ask the question, or make the observation that obviously due to the fact that hasn't been previously many incidents, that you would expect that if any increase in numbers were granted, that the policing numbers would also be reviewed along those lines. So I'd just like you to make comment on that if possible. And you mentioned community liaison team as well. Can I just clarify that that's not in replacement of any policing numbers, that's an additional level of liaison people as well?
Yes. To take those in order, firstly, the policing numbers are reviewed for each event. So, for example, in 2023, there were higher numbers at the 22,500 event than there were at the other events. And so exactly the same process is gone through. The important thing from my clients and the police's point of view is that the police presence is adequate for the event which they are policing. So absolutely that conversation happens. And secondly, the community liaison team are people employed by my client. They're not police officers. They're people who are employed to go and listen to someone who says, I saw, I feel, whatever it may be. So they might be stewards, they might be security, they might be Cuff and Taylor staffers, but they're the people who are there specifically and only to go out and respond to community issues.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right. So, Councillor Wilder, do you
No,
have
I'm fine now. There was one I was going to ask, but
Have we crossed over the same lines?
Yeah.
There we go, on the same chain.
We're on the same chain.
Right, I'm going to ask now for the
Council Chairman.
For the observations from the council, the questions from the council chamber.
Yes, there are three questions, or three people who want to ask questions. Mr. Newell, Mr. Charlesworth, and Mr. Barker have indicated they'd like to ask questions. I'm just getting another message just in case there's somebody else. Mr. Barker first. So if you'd like to ask Mr. Barker to ask his question.
Mr. Corvin, good afternoon.
Hello.
In your licensing experience, I've an issue on the point which I raised earlier regarding recusing. And the point
regarding, sorry, recusal.
Yes. But I just want you to, do you accept that the applicant, your client, could not make this application without the consent of File Borough Council who own the green?
No, that's just not right.
So where would you have the parking if you didn't have the green?
No, that's not sorry, sir, with respect, I'm not being rude.
I'm asking the question, do you accept?
Yeah, I'm answering your question. Under the Gambling Act, when you make an application, you have to have a right to occupy the land that you're making the application in respect of. That's not the case under the Licensing Act. And so for that reason, licensing is blind to the question of title. And if my client can't get the right to occupy the space, for whatever reason, that's my client's lookout. But it's not the licensing subcommittee's lookout because it's only concerned with the licensing objectives.
So you're not concerned that File Borough Council might not give you consent to use the car park, to use the green?
Do you mean oh, sorry, Mr. Do you mean the park and ride?
Yeah, no, I meant the whole of the green.
Oh, the whole thing. Well, no, because I believe my client has an agreement in respect to the use of the land. I thought it had an agreement till 2028.
Not the whole of the green and not St Anne's car park.
Okay, if it doesn't, then that's my client's lookout. If suddenly my client couldn't provide any parking at the event site, at least three things might happen. The first is that the SAG might say, well, then you can't do all the things which you've said you're going to do. in which case it would use its powers to reduce the capacity under the condition. The second is any responsible authority or indeed resident could apply for the review of the license or use one of the many other powers to close off sites when there's something has gone wrong. The third is being sort of realistic and businesslike about this. My client's not a fly-by-night. If all of a sudden my client couldn't provide parking on a festival site for 25,000 people, then the whole thing would.
The issue I'm raising
anyway. But none of that, with respect, Mr. Barker, has got anything to do with the licensing subcommittee, which considers the application as made.
It has, because in my view, that the Fylde Borough Council get a financial benefit from increasing.
I think we've got to accept. I think we've got to accept what Mr. Colvin has told us, and it's not the time or the place to make a speech about what the council has done or will do. Basically, you'll have to take that up with your local councillor if you've got a legitimate problem. But it's not appropriate at the moment. It's not appropriate for us.
Question of whether you have the right to recuse or not is very important, and I'm asking the applicant's solicitor, whether the applicant's lawyer, whether he has the right to use the car park, the green, at the moment, and he hasn't. And it follows on from that Fylde Borough Council have a financial benefit by increasing the numbers.
Could you basically take this one and give a reply to Mr. Barker?
Yes, it's the same reply that I gave earlier on to the same point, which is that the fact that the council has got a financial interest in this application does not mean that the licensing authority, which is the council, cannot consider it. The licensing authority has got the right to consider this application and indeed the obligation to consider this application.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Appreciate that.
There's no more to be said then, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You've got some more questions?
I have, yes. The park and ride scheme to which you refer to. Where will the buses park? Because you've indicated the buses are going to St Anne's and to Preston. So where are they going to park near the festival?
I don't know whether you want me to. Do you want me to deal with that?
Yes, I'm asking you, Mr. Colvin.
I know. I'm just asking for some guidance. Am I to do you want me to go into that?
It's not relevant to the licensing.
It's not. It isn't licensing.
It's public. It is because we're concerned about where these buses are going to go, when they're going to take people after the event, and it will create public nuisance by virtue of the fact that people will be waiting for buses outside between 11:30, 12:30 and 9. Isn't that an essential point of public nuisance?
As far as I'm concerned, the advisory group will tackle this sort of issue. It's not an issue for us at the moment.
Then can I refer you to, referred to the report by 4th Street. And they provided an impact report. But the impact report records substantially against your client. The major issues of parking, traffic noise, the green access, drinking, rowdiness and littering. Free-form comments, of which only 13 were positive in favour of the applicant. No analysis of Lytham residents was provided, and yet you're saying it benefited the applicant.
Mr. Barker, with respect, I'm not saying that at all. What I did say is that all these external surveys are really a pulse take within the community and do help my client to understand what's going on. But we haven't put that report in evidence, and neither of you, because we consider that the matter should be dealt with on the evidence before the subcommittee. So I'm not making any great claims about the 4th Street report at all.
Well, you also referred to the 5G or the lack of internet access, right? And that in fact that the Fylde area or that particular area adjacent to the festival had bad internet connection. And that was the difficulty which the festival had. Well, we have 5G. And during the normal course of the year, there's no problem. During the festival, there's a serious problem.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that your problem will be alleviated last year by the 3 measures which I talked about that the venue is putting in place, cognizant of the expressed concern. But the point I also made was that it's quite impossible to demonstrate that the problem would be exacerbated by more people coming to the site. It's a question of measuring what my client will be doing, the 3 measures my client will be putting in relation to the site, against the state of the internet at some indeterminate date in 2024. The subcommittee is acting on evidence and has to ask itself, is there evidence that an increase in people with the further measures being put in place by Cuff and Taylor will make matters worse? And it just doesn't have that evidence. But what would be helpful, Mr. Alker, is to speak with my client and to try to ensure that people of Lytham have a good voice in relation to this with internet providers. It's not really a festival matter, but it is a matter about the level of internet service provided to a seaside town.
Thank you.
Also got questions, I understand, from Mr. Newell and Mr. Charlesworth and Ms. Russell.
Thank you. Mr. Newell next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Colvin.
Hello.
You've not come up on the screen yet, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry. I can see myself. I can't see you. I think it's
There
just
we
the
are.
vagaries of how Zoom works.
There. Good. It's nice to meet again. Perhaps the circumstances could be better, but never mind. Let me move on to my first question, and it emanates from the document that was handed in last Thursday, and it was a document that runs to, I think, with exhibits or appendices, to about 41 pages. It's headed New Premises License Application. With regard to that, the very end of it, in terms of page 18, where it's signed by Mr. Cuff and Mr. Taylor, and you've endorsed this in your application, is this application for 25,000 people is a final step in our growth in Lytham. And they further say at page 5, it will always be a Cuff and Taylor event. 2 questions flow from those 2 sentences. Firstly, if you can and have given undertaking that the final step of their growth, which is Live Nation's growth in Lytham, is 25,000 people, can you give an undertaking that during the currency of the present license, and I don't want to get confused with words, but there's a license to occupy the green and there's a license under the Licensing Act. For the purposes of the questions, can I just refer to one as the lease and one as the license? It will always be a Cuff and Taylor event, and 25,000 is the limit. Can you give an undertaking on their behalf that they will not apply to extend the time period for the festival for anything over the 5 days they currently operate?
Yes. I mean, my client has done a 10-day event. It found the commercial demand for a 10-day event, but reverted to a 5-day event. And yes, absolutely, my client has got no intention of extending the length of the festival and is very content for that to be minuted along with its cast iron promise that it won't be applying to extend the capacity of the festival.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. I'm very grateful for that. The second question that flows from that, of those statements, is this, that it says it will always be a Cuff and Taylor event. Were you aware that when the lease for the green was first granted to Cuff and Taylor, as they were then in 2014, when they were bought out by Live Nation, who are the current applicants, the clause, the legal clause that obliged them to be part and parcel of the applicants was actually deleted by a novation dated the 17th of December. The upshot of that means that there is henceforth from the October from 2018 no legal obligation for them to continue to be part of this festival event.
Well, look, Mr. Newell, firstly, as I've said, these property matters are not part of the licensing process. Secondly, I'm not aware of any of this. Sorry, I'm a mere licensing barrister. I'm here to address the licensing objectives. And thirdly, I think you just have to run into Peter Taylor and Daniel Cuff to see how deeply committed they are to Lytham St Anne's and to this festival. I mean, I haven't met them before, but you probably have.
Yes.
These people are Lytham St Anne's born and bred, and they're deeply proud of this festival. That's the guarantee. I think the subcommittee looked at this in April and said, well, they couldn't or didn't want to condition it. We respect that, but this is a Cuff and Taylor event.
As things stand at the moment, there's no legal obligation that there was formerly.
But it's none of this is. I'm sorry, but none of that's relevant to the licensing.
I think it's important that Mr. Curtis actually makes a statement on this.
By all means.
Yes, Madam Chairman. It is correct what Mr. Newell says about the clause which was in the lease, as we're terming it for these present purposes, and which is no longer in the lease. But it's equally correct that that's not a licensing matter, although it has been brought into play by the document which Mr. Newell has referred to.
It's not a question for Mr. Colvin.
No.
Mr. Colvin, you've referred to some part of the decision process that took place and the decision itself on the 26th of April 2023 when there was a like application. I'm sorry, you've disappeared off the screen again.
I'm still here, Mr. Newell.
I'm sure you are. In that licensing decision, this point was in fact raised, not by me, because it's the decision, it was raised by the previous committee. We accept the good faith and commitment to the local area of Mr. Taylor, Mr. Cuff and Mr. Robinson, but there may come a time when these individuals are not involved in the festival and the licence must cater for such a time. And it's the penultimate paragraph of the 3-page licensing decision. Have you seen it?
I'm just to some degree just seeking the guidance of the subcommittee here. The questions aren't an opportunity to make submissions, and they're not cross-examination, and they have to be pertinent to the licensing objectives. This isn't cross-examination. You're really only here not to make points, but to ask questions where I might be able to help. I can't help on this, and it's not relevant to the subcommittee anyway. So unless I'm asked by the subcommittee to, I'm not going to deal with that.
But can I just say this?
Mr. Curtis isn't going to be in a position to answer that, so we'll just have to move on to your next question, Mr. Newell.
My next question then, Mr. Colvin, is this. You have made, and very properly, a large number of points about the local nature of these people, their commitment to the festival, their commitment to the area, and it seems to me, with respect, that if you are prepared to address this committee with regard to those matters and pray and aid their good character and commitment, then it ought to be possible for me to ask 1 or 2 questions about it. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not challenging how committed they are. I never did that in my opening submission. In fact, I think I commended you. That's right, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Newell. I mean, you're really just
digging a little bit further when the subcommittee's made its position really clear on this.
Right. I think in many ways, Mr. Colvin, with regard to what I hope came over in my presentation and yours, although yours was far more learned and erudite and articulate than mine, that proportionality is a key part of this application. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's a matter of legal submission, yeah.
And I mean, you actually said it. You said it's a large event. It has to be, decisions about increasing numbers have to be proportionate, and all large events involve an impact. The question is, one has to be proportionate in deciding whether it's proper to increase the numbers. And what it seems in my submission to have arrived at is that you're saying 25,000 is a proportionate increase, and we're saying 20,000 is the proper level. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with me that that really establishes our joint opinions?
The application is for 20,000. Was the question?
The question seems a bit pointless in the sense that the application is for 25,000.
An increase of 5,000.
And therefore, that's what we've been hearing about today. So I'm not sure whether your question is actually very useful.
Madam Convener, just a reminder to all that the questioning by one of the parties of the other parties is allowed to the extent in which it helps you to reach your decision, and no further than that.
That one didn't do.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Mr. Colvin, one of the other points that you made with regard to the application was with regard to the importance of the festival, the fact that there has to be a balance, and we have to consider the social, cultural and economic importance of the festival.
No, she don't. It's not licensing.
And in the document that you submitted on behalf of the applicant, there are, I think it's about 10 pages, where their own personal life story, the history of the event, and arguments with regard to the economic future of the event are all advanced. And I look to you for your legal advice almost, but could you explain why I and we and the people I represent haven't been allowed to argue or counter such matters that you very articulately put forward?
No, Mr. Newell, I really can't do that or won't do that. I've made my submissions, you've made your submissions.
Yeah.
This isn't a court of law where we can argue with each other about our submissions, and it's not a sort of planning inquiry where you get to cross-examine the other person's expert on matters of planning policy and weight and that sort of thing. It's a much more constrained system under the licensing system where cross-examination, the sort you're seeking to engage in, is not permitted, but questions are, and questions are there just to elicit propositions of fact. Can you just explain whatever it will be, you know, how many security there will be, that sort of thing, where we can actually help you with a point of fact. But what you're really trying to do is to make submissions under the guise of questioning. And it's not really for the subcommittee to do that. And if it helps you, Mr. Newell, I would advise the committee of that if I was advising the committee, which I'm not presuming to do.
No.
I am advising the committee, and if I might just step in, I have to agree with Mr. Colvin. I've been hugely entertained by Mr. Newell's forensic skills, but I have to agree, Madam Convener, with Mr. Colvin that the licensing panel isn't the occasion for the exercise of those kinds of skills. And unless Mr. Newell has some questions which might elicit factual answers, it may be time to move on to Mr. Charlesworth and Miss Russell, and now Mr. Carr, who have indicated they wish to ask questions.
Okay, Mr. Charlesworth, next.
I think I'm back on. Thank you, and I will try and make my questions relate to propositions as a fact as applied to the licensing conditions to help the panel make a decision if I've got my reading of the situation correct. Although I just will say, and it's not a question, Mr. Colvin, but I listened with interest when you discussed the principles in relation to cultural and economic and social benefits. It's not a question, but I listened to what you said about that with interest and wondered where you might be going with that. Anyway, my questions specifically related to the licensing objections. My first question, I suppose a proposition of fact, is in your representation on behalf of the applicant, didn't hear and therefore would say you provided no evidence to outline or to support your client's actions to comply with the police stipulated conditions at Appendix 9 with regards to counter-terrorism. Nothing today by the applicant or by you on his behalf has been said at all as to how you're going to meet those police conditions. You've referred to CT assets and broad language. You've not addressed that.
Talk about that.
So the question is, again, can you now, in the absence of any clarification thus far, can you tell us the benefits of the panel's deliberations? What action plan is in place to meet those requirements?
Is this something for licensing, or is this something for SAG to discuss?
No, it's absolutely licensing. This is the prevention of crime and disorder, securing public safety, preventing public nuisance, and protecting and improving public health. And all counter-terrorism engages all of the licensing objectives. Hence, the police have made such detailed stipulations.
Can I have Mr. Curtis?
I don't know if I can help here.
Please do.
Yeah. There's a number of points to be made here. The first is the most obvious, which is that my client, as a national level promoter, has very detailed and formulated plans to deal with counter-terrorism on all of its sites. And those plans are presented in the appropriate manner to the Safety Advisory Group. And that has always been the case. And if it weren't the case, then the police would be making a representation about it. That's the first point. The second point is that the police, who are the main sources of advice on this topic, have made a representation that has been mediated away by the addition of all of the conditions which are set out on page 10 of the agenda papers. All of the things which are set out in conditions are things my client does anyway. The third point is that, with the exception of the police representation, I'm not sure that anybody has made a representation in relation to counter-terrorism for pretty obvious reasons. And therefore, it's not a live matter in front of the subcommittee. You're to have regard to the representations, is what is said in section 18.3 of the legislation. The fourth is that neither earth, wind nor fire would induce me to describe counter-terrorism measures in a public hearing. I just wouldn't do it, not doing it, would never do it, and nor would anybody who acts for a licensee, because it would be deeply irresponsible to do it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I accept what you say, but again, I'm relating this directly to the panel because in the stipulations about counter-terrorism training in the licence application submitted as evidence to the panel, the police...
Sorry, Mr. Charlesworth, I think you've had your answer.
Yeah.
Can I move on to Ms. Russell, please?
Please indicate any other responsible authority can hold them to account for this.
Mr. Charlesworth, you've had your answer. Can we move on to Ms. Russell?
I've made my point. Okay, the second question then is in relation to something I touched on in my presentation, which is oversight of the Safety Advisory Group. I've already raised that there is no representation from the Children's Services or Children's Safeguarding Insurance Partnership Group. When I spoke with Lancashire Police, this is going to be taken forward in discussion as to the appropriateness of their involvement. So my question relating to the condition is whether Mr. Colvin, representing his client, would welcome the participation of children's services at SAG, and also, in the absence of direct representation, whether you would volunteer to have your safeguarding peer reviewed as I requested earlier, to either CSAP, Children's Services, or an independent reviewer. This is in the public domain.
Okay, you've asked two questions, and the answer to the first question is yes, of course my client would welcome CSAP joining the SAG if CSAP wishes to join the SAG. And secondly, my client will discuss its safeguarding policies with the public protection agencies on the SAG. I'm not aware of the exact processes which they follow, but whatever their processes are, they're the authority. My client will follow them. So it wouldn't be a question of volunteering here precisely how my client is going to engage with CSAP. My client would be delighted to have CSAP on the SAG and will engage with them in an appropriate manner.
Okay, well, if I can ask a softer question. Many festival organisers volunteer their safeguarding procedures for peer review as a matter of industry gold standard. Perhaps that's something that the festival organisers might consider.
I'm sure it can be looked at, but I've never seen it, to be honest.
I'll move on, shall I?
Mr. Cryer, who sits next to me, who's been doing festivals since 1831, hasn't seen this either, but I'm sure it's something that can be looked at.
Okay, my next question is rather straightforward. Again, I hope it relates to a proposition of fact that relates to the licensing condition, and I would argue it's pivotal to the panel making a clear decision based on all the available information. The question is, what is the admissions policy for children at Lytham Festival?
So, in common with an awful lot of festivals, 16 and 17-year-olds are allowed in. Under 16-year-olds, 16 and under have to come in accompanied. Is that right? Yeah. So 16 and under have to come in accompanied.
Okay, so why does the application state no unsupervised children will be allowed at the festival site when you've just told me now that 16 and 17-year-olds will be admitted? Please, can you explain that contradiction?
Sorry, 17-year-olds will be admitted.
Anybody aged, children under 16, so 15 years and 364 days, must be accompanied.
Have to be accompanied.
16 and 17-year-olds can go in. The application says no unaccompanied children. The panel must understand this question about the admission of children.
Okay. Sorry, can we just make this clear? 16 and under have to be accompanied. 17-year-olds are permitted to come in without an adult.
They're still children at 17, Mr. Colvin.
It all depends how you view it.
In English law, I view it.
Sorry, Mr. Charles, but I'll wait for you to finish the questions if you'll wait for me to finish the answers. The definition of children actually changes during the course of the Licensing Act. So when you talk about unaccompanied children, you're looking at section 145 of the Licensing Act, which deals with children aged under 16. So those sorts of conditions which talk about unaccompanied children are usually referring to section 145 of the Act. As it happens, in my client's case, it takes a more conservative view, and 16-year-olds, as I've said, have to be accompanied. That's my client's policy.
Okay, so 16-year-olds, just so there's no misunderstanding, 16-year-olds must be accompanied. 17-year-olds, as you argue in terms of the interpretation of the legislation you're using, can go in unsupervised.
Yes, as is the case in a very great number of festivals.
I don't want to cross swords with you because we've already been cautioned this is not a cross-exam. We've been cautioned this is not a cross-examination, but what I would say is with regards to the protection of children from harm, the primacy of the relevant legislation there states that a child is age 17 or someone who has not yet attained the age of 17 years and 360
Yes,
and
and I've made my submissions about whether they are protected on site, and you've heard there's an awful lot of evidence.
There remains a significant gap in relation to the admission of children in this application.
No, I don't accept that, Mr. Charles.
Well, at the end of the day, you and I are both talking to the panel, and they'll have to make a judgment on that.
They would, yeah.
Okay, my last point. And again, it's not the relevance of this might not be that great in relation to the panel, but can I just ask you whether you were made aware by the council's legal officer that I had requested that my private data in relation to my communications with Lancashire Police, which may have been shared unlawfully, had you been notified by the legal officer not to refer to those as per my request?
No, I had no idea.
Okay, thank you. Well, you're well aware of that now, and I just reinforce the caution. Perhaps you can discuss it with Mr. Curtis later. That they were private data shared potentially unlawfully. Your client has used them in this application. Thank you. That's all my questions.
So we can move on, Madam Chairman, to questions from Ms. Jane Russell has a question, and after that, Mr. Andy Carr has questions.
I just want to, I'm leaving, so I'd just like to explain to the committee.
I can let them know, that's fine.
Well, I'd rather do it myself. Very briefly.
Okay.
You're going to take a sec.
He's finished his evidence, so he's leaving there.
It's all right. I've been put back on the screen at my request very briefly. I have to leave. I have an appointment to give blood at File Rugby Club in about 45 minutes time. So I'm grateful for the time that you've given to us, and I hope the meeting finishes and everyone can go back home or have a pint in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Mr. Colvin, I welcome very much your client's proposal regarding the 10:30 finish on a Sunday. I didn't actually say that music itself only finishes at 11:30, but rather, as you later mentioned, it's the finalisation of the event itself, with people leaving around that time. But I am really grateful for their offer of finishing at 10:30 on a Sunday. I do hope you can help, because my question to yourselves and your client is that whether the offer can be extended to also the Wednesday nights and the Thursday nights, because the rationale is the same for the Sunday. That's my first question. My second is also linked, because it concerns balance and this cumulative impact of noise, is whether your clients would really kindly offer and consider not to do the breakdown during the Sunday night and the small hours of Monday. Those are my two questions, please.
Just give me half a moment, Ms. Russell. I just want to, sorry, maybe Mrs. Russell. I just want to check something, and then I'll try and answer.
I think the question, if I might chip in, is referring that to the panel as to how they might put that in.
Well, I've already asked that before.
They might volunteer.
But I'm asking them to volunteer.
Well, maybe it needs to be stitched into the commission.
Well, I said that in my presentation.
The problem is that if we give it too much away in the commission, so environment for 25,000.
You know, we'll make a decision. They've been told.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Russell. I actually wanted to give you a proper. I'm sorry, put my camera back on. I just wanted to give you a proper answer to your question. So, on the what happens after the show, every night the artist comes and takes their stuff away, their instruments and all of those sorts of things. So it's the artist, let's call it the gear. I'm sure there's a better word for it than that, but I think people know what I mean. That happens on every night and must, because the artists are all on touring schedules. They've got to get on to the next place. We're not aware, looking at the representations, that there has occasioned a high degree of concern. and we haven't had an environmental health complaint about it, but now you've raised it, is something we will look at, but the artists have got to take their stuff away, and that happens on every festival. What happens on Sunday night is that the festival is now over. There is what is called a festival D-rig, and that involves taking out the speakers and the screens, the sort of soft equipment, which helps the festival to happen. Now, that does happen on a Sunday night and prolongs, as it were, the loadout on a Sunday night. The reason I wanted to talk to my clients was that they would be happy, and it's probably best just agreed in the minutes, otherwise we'll all sit here for hours trying to draft a condition. They will be happy to promise that the festival D-rig doesn't happen until the Monday morning. All the other stuff, which is the steel shield, the fencing, all the hard stuff that makes a lot of clangy noises when it's taken off, that will obviously only take place during the day anyway. So the change which we're happy to offer, and if somebody wants it in a condition, we'll put it in a condition, but it will take quite a bit of formulation, is that what's called the festival D-rig will not happen on the Sunday night. It'll happen on the Monday when the main the festival loadout happens. So I hope that gives you a little bit of comfort. On the question of terminal hours, what my client wants to say is, in every show, there is a potential run over. I mean, it happened, if you open the press, it happened this year at Glastonbury, when an artist was not happy with their makeup. In another very famous show in Hyde Park, a very, very famous world star was jamming with probably the most famous pop star of all time, and the noise was turned off 10 minutes late in the middle of one of the most famous renditions of a most famous song ever. This year, maybe last year, an artist's helicopter was held up. My client tries to get the music finished by 10:30, but it needs to have 11 o'clock as a buffer in case it goes on later. So what my client has said is Sunday night, fair enough, if 10:30 happens and the artist is still playing, they will be turned off. But on Wednesday and Thursday, it really does prefer to maintain the buffer that it's got and keep it till 11 o'clock, but minuted that my client is not going to play fast and loose with it. It's not going to say to the artist, all right, 11 then. It's going to say 10:30. And if there's a little bit of overrun, there's a little bit of overrun. And that, in all honesty and truth, is how this festival runs. If you find that my client is playing fast and loose, and it just so happens that all nights they're finishing at 11 o'clock, then you've got the right to knock very hard on the council's door and say everything that barrister said is rubbish. But that is how my client operates its festival.
Thank you for that. I think the issue is that it tends to be retrospective action all the time. So the idea, and again, I guess it's up to the panel to make the decision as to whether the idea of a buffer is acceptable or an earlier finish time. But thank you for that and an explanation. Yeah. Please thank your client.
I mean, can I come back on that just very briefly? I think sometimes people think that festivals just happen. The amount of planning which goes in to the production of these things, minute by minute, and the amount of work and conversation that happens between the artist, their agents, their promoter, even with the artists themselves, to get across to the artists what the constraints are, and to say to them, look, you really must, etc., etc. All of that really does happen. It's not a matter of chance. The wind might blow, there might have been a bit of a rainstorm, there might have been a technical hold-up, and you don't want to say to 25,000 people or even 20,000 people, sorry, we're not going to have that final great #1 song because 10:30 has arrived. We can't go till 10:35. That's why festivals need buffers.
Yeah, I do understand that, but we are people with a lived experience of conditions being broken. So the idea of having a buffer, yes, I understand about festivals and organisations, but
yeah.
Still would just like to leave it where it is.
Okay.
And put the Sunday off, but I still would like to see more done on a Wednesday, yeah. Thursday, and have increased confidence. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
You got a little win out of that, but you've also heard me say that my clients really is conscientious about trying to finish on the time it says it's going to finish.
Thank you.
So that the, so that, oops, sorry, was that your final question?
Yes, that was my final question. I believe Andy Battle would like to.
Correct, yes, I was just going to advise the panel. Mr. Carr has a question.
Oh, good afternoon again, and particularly good afternoon, Mr. Colvin. Just pick up a couple of, I think you call them propositions of facts. So first of all, in response to Mr. Barker's question, where we said the 4th Street report wasn't part of the submission. Indeed, much of the 4th Street report is in the submission that went to the panel, and you may not, of course, have the opportunity to have read that, but just for clarity.
I have read the 4th Street report. Yeah.
Okay, good. We also talked about, I think, in response to a question, that the not for the festival, so it wasn't an issue for the festival to
You've
consider.
broken up, and I just didn't hear what you just said. I do apologise.
Yeah, no, sorry, I've got some chaos going on because the doorbell's just rung. My apologies. It's the delights of having remote conferences or calls. So I was responding to the comment made earlier, where you said the internet. There was a question around the internet and the failings of the internet, and I think the response was that the internet was not a festival matter, which I do understand, and that's the same response that I received and other people that were made representation to Lytham Voice received when they raised these issues with Live Nation. Which brings me really to your closing statement and one of the comments that you made in that. And, you know, I fully endorse what you said, which was that both Cuff and Taylor and the whole organisation that they have will do everything in their power to make the festival less of an issue for the residents and more enjoyable for the visitors and the people who join the event. But it leaves me the question: is just outside the festival site, how much is in their power?
Well, actually, a lot. In a town like Lytham, because my client has sort of exercises powers and takes actions over pretty much the whole footprint of Lytham. In traffic terms, it's got yellow signs all over Lytham, signposting the diversion route, showing the routes to the car parks, coning off car parking places which might be obstructive, turning Wharton Street into a one-way street, closing off West Beach, Central Beach and East Beach Road and some of the side streets coming off it, turning the residence area into a residence parking zone, putting in place temporary traffic restriction orders, paying for a huge police footprint, mounted police, community police, hostile vehicle mitigation all over Lytham, working with Lancashire County Council to give out parking tickets, and so on and so on and so on. So if the impression is left that my client is holding this wonderful event on Lytham Green and damn the consequences for the people of Lytham, it's precisely the opposite. A huge amount of resource within these festivals goes on controlling what happens outside the event, far more than, say, nightclubs would do, an awful lot more than football clubs often do. This is a sort of whole town approach to controlling the impacts of Lytham Festival. And one of the commitments my client has made and is making is that doesn't stop today. That conversation continues because there's lots of powers to control what happens offsite. For example, with transport providers, you know, there wouldn't be rail replacement buses on a Sunday night if it weren't for my client. There wouldn't be coaches from Manchester if it weren't for my client. So an awful lot happens in answer to your question.
You've not answered the question at all, but you've raised some very important issues there for me, which is that your belief, I would say mistaken, but I'm happy to be corrected, is that Cuff and Taylor have the power to do all these things. When I thought it was Lancashire County Council, I thought it was Fylde Borough Council, I thought it was the police authorities, I thought it was the ambulance authorities, and that Cuff and Taylor merely use their influence to get them to do the things that are necessary, and each of those organisations believe are necessary. And if I pick up a simple example in there, you said that they'd arranged one-way traffic down Wharton Street. Is that true? Because my understanding is that Lancashire County Council have not even been approached on that yet. Perhaps you could clarify that point for me.
Well, look, Mr.
No, please, I'm just using your example. Could you clarify?
Yeah, I am sorry. When I said Cuff and Taylor,
Lancashire County Council have applied for and been granted. Well, first of all, applied for, then we'll go on to granted permission. Is that true?
Mr. Carr, sorry, I'm just going to give you this answer, and then perhaps you might want to move on. Of course, Cuff and Taylor can't put a uniform on a police officer and demand they stand in spot X in the town. The whole way that large public events are dealt with in this country, and it doesn't matter what they are, the King's coronation work in the same way. There's a lot of agencies come together in safety advisory groups and make sure that the events are properly planned. The same would be true of the FA Cup final. The same would be true of the London Marathon, or whatever it may be. So all of these things actually happen year on year in Lytham because Cuff and Taylor have asked to put on a festival, and the partner authorities have been prepared to work with them because they're responsible operators to make sure the event passes off without disproportionate impact. That is the job of licensing and of event planning.
So we are in agreement then that your statements you made before in answer to my question were incorrect, and that Cuff and Taylor don't have the power to do all those. And what they're using is the goodwill. What they're using is the goodwill of all the various people who have that power.
The licensing panel clarify what is going on. In fact, it's only muddling and confusing. So consequently, your question isn't actually going to make our decision any easier. So consequently, it will be better if you desist with this question.
So I'll leave it at that then. We've established that they haven't asked for the permissions, and that some of the responses that are in play.
You can assume that, but basically,
I don't need to assume. Perhaps you could ask the question.
The line of questioning isn't helpful at the moment.
Well, it's important factors. Moving on then, I've listened to the submissions this afternoon. And if I take just the one topic that I raised this morning as being the biggest topic concerning the residents and many of the businesses in Lytham, which is car parking. I haven't heard anything which resolves the issue when we did some simple sums this morning. 25,000 people, 2.4 people a car.
I think this was raised this morning, and basically
it was raised. I'm looking for the answer to it. I haven't heard anything that says what we're doing with 6,200 cars with nowhere to put them. That's all I'm asking. It was raised this morning.
I think this is an issue.
Very good question. Not an issue. It isn't. It's a huge issue for those of us who live in Lytham.
This will go.
It's a huge issue.
Mr. Comfort already raised the point that they didn't recognise the 6,000 cars, and judged based on what's happened previously, that's a much higher figure than the actual number of cars that came to previous events. So, you know, it's
If I just clarify, I'm just using the numbers that Cuff and Taylor and are in the impact report. They say 74% of people arrive by car. They say each car has an average of 2.4 people in it. Simple primary school math says 25,000 divided or times 0.74% divided by 2.4 is 7,708 cars, all additional to the normal traffic in Lytham. We have car parking on the green for 1,500 of those. They still have to come into Lytham to get to the green. what I was looking and what I was dearly hoping for to hear this afternoon is, what is the resolution to this issue? It is the biggest issue that's raised by our residents. 75%, even people in favour of the festival, constantly say to us at Lytham Voice, it would be great if the car parking was better. It would be great if...
Mr. Carr, shall we let Mr. Colvin answer that point? And then the answer.
The data, which is taken from audience data and ticketing and analysis of it, is set out in the transport summary plan, which is in our papers and has been verified by Traxis, who have got a very large reputation to lose. And the numbers, whether I think it's 7,700 cars, there's no resemblance to actual reality. You can see how many people are arriving by car in the transport summary, both 2023 and then 2024, which are forecasts. Whenever you see people in the transport summary who are arriving by car, you have to divide it conservatively by 2.4, or in modern data, 2.7, to get the number of cars that are going to come towards Lytham. One possible error in the way Mr. Carr has calculated this is that he assumes that everybody who comes and is dropped off in Lytham by car then goes off in their car and parks their car in Lytham, whereas that's not the case. People just get dropped off and the cars drive away, hence the expression PUDO, beloved of festival organisers, or a pick up and drop off, where people are just brought in. It may be by taxi or private hire, or maybe by their friends or their mum and dad or their husbands or wives, whatever the case may be. But what my client has demonstrated is the actual number of people coming by each and every mode of transport, and then where provision is made for those people to either get in their car or to go home by some other means. So I'm sorry, Mr. Card, I can't answer your question in terms of the many thousands of cars which you say are going to be parked all over Lytham, but it's just not accurate.
So, Mr. Colvin, thank you for that. You took the words out of my mouth. The next part I was going to make was that, of course, many of those people just do a drop-off. So the cars still come into Lytham, not once, but twice. One to drop off and one to pick up. That traffic, I can tell you where it parks. It parks on all the roads, all the arterial roads, all the side streets, which are gridlocked.
If you could make it into a question, Mr. Carr. This is questions rather than submissions.
Sorry, I was merely responding to Mr. Colvin's comment about...
Well, it's not the time to respond. It's the time to ask questions. I'm sorry.
So the question is, what provision is made for the cars that come in and drop off and then leave again? There's several thousand cars that do that at the beginning of the evening and at the end of the evening. And does it cause unreasonable traffic disruption and gridlock?
Well, actually, it doesn't. My client, during the last festival, took people on a walk around during the festival and actually showed them that during the festival, the streets were really pretty quiet. We know from Lancashire County Council, we know from the Highways Authority, we know from the police, we know from the blue light services that they are not concerned. What we do think there is some inconsiderate parking, which my client is intending to address by a three-pronged approach of working with Lancashire County Council enforcement on the SAG, having them more visible during the key hours, along with police and along with Traxis supervisory staff, and making sure the community liaison team is on hand to ensure that anyone who parks inconsiderately finds a sanction applied. But it's also trying to ensure some significant modal shift by ensuring that transport options other than private car are marketed from day one, along with the ticketing, so that people will make early decisions to come in by means other than private car. So my client is certainly aware of the subject, I'm afraid it doesn't agree with you on this gridlock point, but is working at it to get it better and better year on year.
So we're very grateful with the extra incentives for people not to travel by car. May I ask, what time does the green car park finish vacating after the festival?
Well, the last the last exit last year Saturday night was 11:57 p.m.
Rubbish. Do you want to speak to your client? I live opposite that car park. I know exactly what time it is, and I was on the phone, not getting any answer, of course.
Mr. Carr, I wonder why you asked the question if you knew the answer.
I asked the question because the answer that was given, that there is no problem with traffic, is not true. I was asking the question to say, how long does it take a car park with probably 750 cars on it at the east side of Lytham and 750 cars at the west side of Lytham? How long does that car park take to clear? Because that's a very good demonstration of how much traffic congestion there is in the town.
I don't want to reopen the evidence, and it isn't part of your representations. We haven't called evidence about it, but since the matter was raised, we checked with the event control log. So the times I've given you are from the event control log and recorded at the time on the night.
So if you also look at the complaints log, you'll find that I registered complaints that it was about 1:45 they finished, and that's when they started moving the security barrier. That was on the Wednesday, Thursday night.
I'm really sorry. I'm not equipped.
So, I know you're not equipped to do it, and I do apologise.
It's not before the subcommittee. You shouldn't apologise, Ms. Guy. You just shouldn't do it. There's rules about this, about making representations.
The rules are that it's what we're talking about is the inconvenience.
We've got Mr. Colvin's answer, and basically we're not gonna make any progress on it because you maintain your position, and basically he's given his position. So end of inquiry into this, I think, in everybody's interests.
Right, Madam Convener, there is one person who was not able to give her evidence earlier, which is Angela Hornby. I don't know if she's now with us or not. I think she was Wendy Swift's sister.
Sister Susan.
We don't think she is.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure whether.
Sorry, I've spoken to her. I think I covered in my evidence what she would have said. I mean, she's a deputy director of children's safeguarding. She would have said more or less what I said. So hopefully, if you can count that as for both of us, she's just as strong on her views as well as mine.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Swift.
So, Madam Convener and panel, that is the end of the proceedings for this evening, and it is evening now. All that remains for you to do is make your decision and communicate it with the parties. Now, unless you tell me otherwise, you're not intending to make your decision this evening. I'm presuming that you'll be getting together tomorrow or some other time to make and write up your decision.
Could do, but we'll come back to you on that, Ian, if that's okay.
I know we've Sandra and I have got meetings, but we can always get in touch with people and say we're coming late.
I'd like to thank everyone who's contributed today, and basically, yes, it's been a marathon, but yes, it's been forever interesting, and we've learned quite a bit from it, and we will try to come up with the best decision that fits what we've heard. So thank you those who are still there. Mr. Colvin, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam.
It was a marathon this afternoon, but yes,
thank you.
It was. I'm aware that our questions were a bit sort of disjointed towards the end, but thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye.